How many websites have you seen with a generic slider in the hero component? Like a million, right? Now, how many have you seen with an interactive skateboard that can do kickflips? Probably not many. This course isn't about building another generic, forgettable site. It's about creating something that's going to stop people in their tracks. We're building a skateboard brand called Suburbia Skate with a dope homepage plus a 3D skateboard customizer. I mean, check this out. The skateboard rides along and does 3 different tricks depending on where you click. These components are packed with awesome hover effects and SVG animations. Then we built a mini app in the same project so users can customize their board and swap out wheels, trucks, and decks in real time. This isn't just a cool project. It is a way to learn the tools and techniques that will set your work apart, whether you're trying to impress employers or build your dream portfolio. And don't worry if this looks advanced. I'll be breaking it down every step of the way so that it's easy to follow. To do well, you should at least be familiar with HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and the basics of React. We're using some of the best tools in modern web development to build this project. We're using the new Next.js 15, a powerful and massively popular React framework. It's fast, reliable, and makes building powerful websites and apps so much easier. For the animations, we'll use GSAP, a library that's widely loved by developers and used in hundreds of award-winning sites. It's powerful, intuitive, and makes creating awesome animations genuinely fun. To bring in our 3D skateboard, we'll learn Three.js and React 3 Fiber, which simplifies working with 3D in React. You'll learn how to create 2 interactive, animated 3D scenes. For managing all this content, we'll use Prismic, a headless page builder that allows us to keep the site dynamic and easy to update. It'll also speed up the creation and data management of our page sections and website. For styling, we'll use Tailwind CSS, a utility CSS framework that makes applying styles to React components quick and seamless. Once it's all done, we'll version control our code on GitHub and deploy the website on Netlify using their free tier. In fact, all of what we build in this course will be free. You won't have to put your credit card in anywhere to build this sick site. I'm Alex Trost. I run the developer experience team at Prismic, and I will be your teacher for this course. This is a robust and thorough course where you're going to learn a ton about Next.js, React, JavaScript, 3D, animations, physics. Honestly, I want to get started. I hope you're ready to have some fun. All right, let's take a closer look at the final site and each component we'll create in this course. At the top here, we have our hero, which has a few really fun things going on. Right in the middle, we've got this realistic skateboard cruising along as these wavy lines slide by, giving the impression of like a path. It's going side to side a little, and the wheels are spinning, and it's got this nice shadow underneath it. But here's where it gets fun. We got these 3 hotspots here, and if you click on each, in the back, you get an ollie. In the middle, you get a kickflip. And if you click in the front, you get a frontside 360, and you can continue to click. And it's just a very, very fun component. And you'll learn how to hit these sick tricks with GSAP and Three.js. And yeah, your users and yourself are going to just keep clicking. And it's a really fun playground for your visitors to mess around in. And then there's this huge Suburbia skate logo across the back of the page. And you can see that it's got this like jittery hand-drawn animation to it. And it's even cooler because as you hit a sick trick, it kind of like swells up like rare, rare, and it's just a nice little effect to make each trick feel a little bit more fun. And then at the top of the page, we got a standard nav bar. We've got our logo. We've got a couple of links that we're not going to be building out those pages, but you definitely can. We're going to set you up to be able to. And then we have our shopping cart and our build your board button. And these buttons are really cool. There's a nice little touch. You got the drop shadow that kind of comes up, and then you see the gradient that slides up, and like the green slides up and pushes away the purple. The cart pops a wheelie, and same sort of thing here where the green slides up with the gradient and the skateboard pops a wheelie. It's a really fun hero section that has a lot going on. It's a pretty unique little component. Next up, we've got the latest drop section, and this is where Suburbia Skate shows off their newest skateboards. This is another section with a few fun interactions. We have these 4 boards, and when you hover over one, it zooms the board in, and we get this awesome little colorful scribble in the back that gives it like this graffiti grungy feel. And the way they animate in and out is super satisfying, and we are using Tailwind CSS to animate all of this. Each board has a customize button, and when you click it, it'll take you to the customizer where you can change each of the parts for that board, but we'll show you the customizer in just a minute. And if you, when you are ready to grab that board, you'll be able to add it to your cart with a button over in the customizer, but we are not covering full cart functionality in this course, but the setup is there if you want to expand on it later and wire it up to stuff. Also, the color of this scribble in the background is automatically pulled from this skateboard image using Prismic's image APIs. So every board gets its own unique vibe and you don't have to set those colors manually. It's like a really slick detail that really shows some of the hidden features of image CDNs. You're gonna really like knowing about that. It comes in handy a lot. So next we have a few of these sections with text on one side and a skater on the other. The text and button animates in as we scroll, and as we move our mouse around, we get this effect that moves the skaters around with this like cool parallax feel. And as we scroll, you'll notice that the slices don't leave the screen. They stack at the top until the last section clears them away. So as we scroll up, they just kind of get pinned there, and then this last section is going to wipe it all away. And so there's quite a few little tricks in here. We got the parallax, we've got the animating on entry, and the stacking are all some things that you're gonna walk away learning from this slice. So next we have this essential component, honestly, for these kinds of sites where we've got a video playing muted on loop, just like a nice little showcase video. And we have this cool mask around the video so it doesn't have like the straight lines. And we put even a texture over top of it so it feels like it's more behind the website or like inside it, like someone ripped a hole in the site and that's showing the video rather than like it just sitting on top like a normal website. No one wants a normal website. And then we're using an intersection observer to only fetch the video if the user scrolls down this far so it doesn't affect our initial page load. Nice little trick to save on performance. And then we have our team section, and this one's really cool. Most skateboard brands have a team of skaters that they sponsor, so that's why there's a team. And as we hover over each, we get this cool zoom effect where they get bigger, but their background gets smaller and it makes it feel like it's like a DSLR zoom. We also do some like saturation tricks. We make it a little bit darker to help them stand out. But you can see it's like a really fun little effect. And you're gonna learn how to do that. I'll show you how we did it. And we also get this neat scribble spiral effect to continue that motif of scribbly lines and like that grungy graffiti kind of feel. And yeah, you'll definitely learn a few animation tricks, and you also learn how to create custom types in Prismic. And these buttons take you to their signature board, and we'll cover that in the lessons. Now, at the footer here, this is the very bottom of the page, we have a little Easter egg for visitors who scroll this far. We're using physics to make these boards bounce around, and it's just another fun and interactive section where you'll find yourself playing for way too long. There's not much of a point to this except to make the brand, a lot more fun. Like these Easter eggs definitely like get people sharing the website and just talking about it. And I think more brands should just put little things like this into their page. We're using Matter.js to handle the physics here. And it also uses an intersection observer to only be active when it's on screen, so it saves resources if you're concerned about that. So as we scroll off and come back down, you'll notice they reset and we can throw them around again. And you will be playing with this a bunch, I promise you. It's very fun. Now onto the final piece, the board customizer. I'll go up here and I will click on this board. I'll say customize, and you'll see that it takes me to /build. And then we've got these query parameters that keep the state in the URL so we can link to specific board builds. Now we've got a bunch of board and wheel options and truck colors and bolt colors to choose from. And as we start clicking those different parts, you see that not only does it change, but it kind of zooms us into that area. And if we change the wheels, it'll do the same, and it spins the wheels around, and you can change them as much as you want. And as we change the trucks, it zooms in. You see this really nice texture on the trucks, really satisfying. It's a great little effect. And then we can even change the bolts, and that'll change all of the other metal on the board. If you come back around to the trucks, you'll see that now all the bolts are white, and even the ones on the wheel. And so you can build your own board. You will learn how to do this and build it so that all of the textures and colors here are stored in the Prismic page builder. So if you were to build this or something like it for a client or a content team, they could upload new designs and colors on their own. And you can see that the skateboards are a really high quality 3D model with great textures, even up close. It just looks really solid, and it's a fun way to interact with this rather than just like, you know, a bunch of PNGs over top of each other. So you're going to want this website in your portfolio to show that you can build interactive websites and related 3D e-commerce apps. You're going to learn a ton in this really robust course. We're building a website and app in one Next.js project. We're using Prismic to handle all content and speed up our development. We're animating with the fan favorite GSAP. We're handling our 3D with React 3 Fiber, a React renderer for Three.js. We're using Tailwind CSS for all of our styles, and even touching on Matter.js for some physics Easter eggs at the bottom, and we'll deploy it all on Netlify. This is all going to be free. It's just we're building something really cool and powerful that get you a lot of attention, really show people the skills that you've built, and it won't cost you anything. So if that sounds like a lot, don't worry, because we're all taking it step by step. Now let's just get into the code. No more waiting. Let's go. All right, let's get started building the Suburbia Skate website. So go ahead into the YouTube description and open up the course resources here. And in this page, you will have everything that you need to complete this course. We have our assets, like our images and other things we're going to use in the website. I have a lot of links to documentation in case you get stuck or want to copy some of the code that I have on the screen or anything like that. We have components and files. There's a lot of files in here that, like for instance, the logo, the SVG, I'm not going to have you write out that path. So we're going to copy that in when the time comes. And then if you are having any trouble in this course, open up the troubleshooting tab. And as problems, might pop up, someone discovers a bug in something, I will add it here. Otherwise, go ahead and open a thread on the Prismic community forums, and we will try to help you out. Once we are done with this, we will have final code and final site links here. We're going to be doing that. We're creating that final code and site right now, so that'll be up there. I have some extras. First off, credits. Lots of people helped me build this site and this course and everything, so big shout out to them. And then also, if you want to know what fonts and themes I use, go ahead, click there. Great Three.js course and more Prismic courses below. Now, we are going to get started by creating a Prismic repository. So go ahead and middle click that or just open that in a new tab. Keep this open. We're going to need this open for the whole course. So I already had it open, but yeah, go ahead and open Prismic. If you don't have an account, it will look more like it is on the left, or it'll say get started. And then you want to say sign up with GitHub or email, up to you. But when you do sign up, right past this window is a little thing of saying, how did you find out about Prismic? Please put video. That allows us to kind of get credit for your sign up, and that allows us to create more awesome sites like this and awesome courses that we can give out for free. So please put video if you sign up. And once you're signed up, go ahead to the dashboard if you're not taking there already. You won't have all these different repositories, but you will have the Next, Nux, FeltKit, and something else buttons at the top. We're going to go ahead and create a Next.js app. We have three options here. We can start with a minimal starter with some pre-configured things. We can do a full website demo that has, a full example with a couple pages and all the slices have filled out content already. If you want to poke around that, you can. The GitHub is right there. But for us, we're going to start with a clean slate, a brand new Next.js project, as well as a brand new Slice Machine implementation with nothing added yet. So we're going to say select this, and here I'm going to come in and say Suburbia, and you won't be able to do that. You'll have to come in and say Suburbia Steve or whatever your name is, or I've seen some people do like that with like the Fizzy course and everything. So up to you, call it Suburbia something, and then display name, I'll say Suburbia Skate. And then what made you create a repository today? You are following a tutorial to learn Prismic. So go ahead and click that and then say create repository. We're going to keep it on the free plan. You see it's a very generous free plan, and we don't need to change anything about that. So now we are inside our Prismic content repository, and we're going to go ahead and select our content language. I'm using English United States. And then it says to create a Next.js project. So go ahead and grab this code, so the little copy button there, and open up a terminal. I am putting mine inside the repos folder. If you have a folder where you put your projects, go ahead and do that. And I'm going to paste that in and run it. It's going to ask me a few questions about how I want to set up my Next.js project. We're going to say yes to all of these except for the last one. So TypeScript, yes. ESLint, yes. Tailwind, source directory, app router, turbo pack, but no to import alias. We're going to leave this as it is. So it sets us up with, not a custom project, but a project that has a lot of the things that we're going to want. And as soon as this is done running, we are going to move into that folder and we will run our Next.js project. And I'll show you a little bit of that. So go ahead and I'm going to CD into Suburbia. And then I'm going to say code, period, now that I'm inside that folder. And that opens a new VS Code instance running in the Suburbia folder. If that didn't work for you, you might not have the code shortcut set up. So you can just go ahead in your VS Code and go ahead and open folder. But I'm going to close this one out. I'm going to move this one over. And now that I'm in here, I have my Next.js project. I'm going to go ahead and run npm run dev. And as you can see, I like using the built-in terminal in VS Code. I'll be using that a bunch. You can even have multiple tabs. Most terminals allow you to, but we'll be using 2 tabs in this terminal for the most part. So now that it's up and running at localhost 3000, go ahead and open that. I'm going to command click there, and we see that we have our Next.js project up and running. If you are not familiar with Next.js, no problem. This is the most popular React framework for the web. It is, heads and shoulders above other frameworks in terms of its popularity. Many people use it, many big companies. So you're in good company learning how to build a website with Next.js. And it has a whole bunch of different features that can be powerful and allow you to scale up as you build out the website, as you build out your application. Whatever you're building, it's going to be handled without much of a problem by Next.js. Here it says built-in optimizations. We will be using the automatic image and font optimizations. And down here it says React server components. These are components that allow you to use React without sending that additional React code to the client if you don't need it. So that makes your site load a lot faster and makes your bundle a lot smaller. And I won't get into all of the features, but yes, we'll be using quite a few here. And we are using Next.js 15. As of right now, this is the newest, latest, and greatest. So we're going to be rolling with that. And the documentation is here at nextjs.org/learn. No, sorry, that's their courses, their docs. So if you need anything outside of this course, maybe you want to take this course a little bit further, go ahead to the docs and you will be set there. But for our purposes, I will be walking you through all of this, so no need to go there. So with our Next.js website launched here, we want to take a look at the files that we have before we add any new things to it, just to see what our baseline is. So the most important stuff is in the source app folder. At the beginning, we chose the app directory. The old way of doing Next.js is the pages router, but now we're going to be using the app router. If you have used the pages router before, there are some substantial differences in the way that you do things like fetching data or even what JavaScript gets sent to the client, because server components are only possible within the app router. If you haven't used Next.js before, you don't need to worry about the comparison. We're just going with the app router. By default, every component we create in the Next.js app router is going to be a server component, and then we can opt in to using client components. Client components allow us to write interactive UI that gets pre-rendered on the server and then can use client JavaScript that runs in the browser. Anytime we're using GSAP or Three.js or anything interactive in the browser, we need to opt into a client component. But for now, let's take a look at the file conventions. Here we have 2 that we really want to pay attention to, are layout and page, because we see those 2 over here. This layout is a shared UI for a segment and its children. And then the page is a unique UI of a route and makes routes publicly accessible. So think of the layout as just something that wraps around pages. It says here that a page makes the route publicly accessible. You can't just visit a layout. So here, if you look in our layout folder, we have some things that are going to be on every single page. HTML, body, and then children is basically the slot that we put the page and everything else inside of that. So that's just kind of like the hole inside this layout. And then we also define things like the fonts here and the metadata so that those are available to every single page and we don't have to define this on every single page. Then if you look at our page, this is the actual content that we're seeing. If this was more of a typical website, you would probably put the layout, or sorry, you'd probably put like the footer and the header in the layout file, and then the page wouldn't get those because those just need to be applied to every single file. But for us, because we have two very different kinds of pages here, we have this like app, and then we also have this web page. We want to have one that has the header and the footer, and then another one that doesn't have that same UI. So we're actually going to be using two layouts. You can nest layouts inside folders. You can do a lot with the different file types like pages, layouts, and templates. But don't worry, we will be getting to that. I just want to show you how our base project is set up so that we can go from there. Beyond that, they've installed Tailwind for us, and we have a basic Tailwind config right here. And that Tailwind is then brought in through the globals.css right there. And then that is brought into our layout. So this will be available on every page that we have. And here in our CSS folder, we see that we have some basic starter CSS. You can go ahead and actually start getting rid of that. If you want to go ahead and erase that, hit save, we should start to see a little bit of a difference there. And we could go ahead and nuke the page and the layout and all that stuff, but I don't think it's going to be worth our time because we're going to replace this page with something that Prismic Slice Machine is going to give us. We don't have to write too much for this single page component. So let's go ahead now. Let's go back to our Prismic repository here, and we've done that. So now we can say set up Slice Machine, and we're going to run this command. I'm already inside my Suburbia folder, I'm pretty sure, or at least when I open my terminal here, it's going to say Suburbia. So I'm just going to run the second one, depending on where you are in your terminal, which folder you're at, you might have to run a different one. This is going to ask you to log in most likely. I'm already logged in, so it probably said that, or it's going to in a second. But yeah, if you have to log in or just open a thing in this window, no problem, go ahead and log in. Yep, I'm logging into Prismic. Oh, no, I have to do it myself. There we go. So you'll see something like that. You're logged in, you can close that window. Just a nice way to connect the terminal to your browser. And it says continue with next steps in Slice Machine. Want to run Slice Machine? I do. So I'm gonna hit EY, and that will start Slice Machine. The way to run Slice Machine without that, just so we know, is npm run Slice Machine. Just like that. I don't need to do that, but in case you hit N or something, you're not stuck. So now I'm gonna open it at localhost 9999. Close that window, and then we have our Slice Machine here. I'm gonna move this all the way to the left, and I'm gonna move this all the way to the left too. I'm gonna put them there because these will be the three windows that we kind of work between. Slice Machine is gonna be where we create our page types and our custom types and our slices. And then this is where we're gonna put our content. And then these are to like look at for the example of what we're building. So now that Slice Machine set up, we can go ahead and hit continue, and it's gonna say run Slice Machine, continue, and then now it's waiting on us to create some models and then push them up to Prismic. So if you look here, this is at prismic.io, and then this is at localhost 9999. This is running locally from a local server, and this is basically like in the cloud. This is on Prismic. So we're going to go ahead and create a page type. We want to create our home page. And it's actually going to be very simple to do. We're just going to hit create. We're going to say a single type because we only want one home page. And for a display name for the page type, I'll say home page. And I'll make it like capitalized, but we'll keep the ID lowercase. Hit create, and there we go. It's been saved successfully. And all right, what just happened exactly? I'm going to minimize my console. And ooh, we have a new folder over here called custom types. Interesting. If we open that, we see that we actually have a folder inside that called homepage, and then that has a JSON file. So we just created this JSON file, and you see that it already has some SEO and metadata fields and a couple other things. And if you look, it automatically created these fields for us so we don't have to do it later. It's just a nice handy default. The rest doesn't really have much to it, but it has this slices button where we're going to add the different page sections that we see on our website. So when I introduced the site, I went section by section, right? Each of these sections is what we call a slice. So this is like the product grid slice, and we're going to build that as its own component. And then our editors will be able to move that around and change the content in that as they want. So we build one slice at a time. That's a slice, and so on. So we now have our home page. It's just going to be pretty simple on its own. The complexity comes within each slice. So once again, with Prismic, you build simple pages, complex slices. And this one JSON file, of course, is not all that Slice Machine and installing Prismic in our project has done. You might see a lot of things like slicemachine.config and Prismic types. We will touch on those as relevant, but I'm not going to walk you through each of these. You will see all of that in due time. But we now have our page, and we see that over here, we have this little one. You probably see it more like this if you have yours says full screen, the review changes. So if you click that, and we see homepage, new, you can go ahead and click push. It'll do a little spin, and it'll say, good job, you did it. And then if we come over here, we can say I've pushed my models. And by over here, I mean Prismic.io. And there we go. So we are now in the Prismic page builder, and I'm going to go ahead and just create a new page. And we're not going to be able to do much here right now, but I just want to show you how this whole flow works. We created a page type in Slice Machine. We pushed it up to Prismic. We now create this homepage in Prismic. And I'm going to go ahead and say, because there's nothing really here in main, we're going to go to SEO and metadata. I'm going to say metadata, I'm going to say Suburbia, Suburbia, Skateboards, and say the best. Just for now, I'm going to hit save, and I'm going to publish this. And so now we have our first page published in Prismic. If we go back to our site, we're not going to see anything. We haven't wired up anything here to say, hey, I want that information, however little it is, to appear here, please. We need to change the code of our page.tsx to make that happen. Luckily, Prismic makes that incredibly easy for us. So if we go back to our page types right here, I'm going to go open the home page. We see at the top here, we have a page snippet. Go ahead and click that. And look at this. So it even, remember I was talking about App Router and Pages Router? We're doing App Router, but even if you're doing Pages Router, if you have like an older site that uses that, we still have the code for that. So go to App Router, and you are just going to copy this, and we are going to go to your page.tsx that is within your app directory, and I'm going to wipe it all out, and going to paste and hit save. And let's see. That might throw an error because we don't have any slices yet. Let's see if that does. Yeah, okay, so I'm going to, okay, we'll come back to this. Let's go ahead. I thought that might work, but it doesn't. That's okay. We're going to go ahead and add our first slice. We're going to say add, create new, and we're going to say hero. All right, slice name hero, target library. Don't ever change this. This is for much bigger projects. We don't need to, but if your project is so big that you need like nesting, you need to have different folders for your slices because you just have like dozens and dozens, you can change that. For us, we're just making like 5 or 6. So go ahead and create that. And now we should have a slices directory that just got created. And we don't need to change anything here yet. That just fixed our error. And now we should reload. And the only thing we're going to see is at the top, Suburbia Skateboards. That is the SEO content that I put in over here. And that is all we're looking for right now. But I want to show you how this automatically gets imported here, right? There's not a lot happening yet, I know, but I don't want it to get too magical and have too much going on before you really, before you understand what's happening, right? So let's take a look at this page file. It is relatively small in terms of it, like it's 22 lines of code, and this is going to be this is able to render out like entire pages because of the power of slices and the slice zone. And this second part is really only to generate the metadata. So we can kind of ignore that for right now. If we just look up here, this is where the work is happening. So first we say const client equals create client. Create client is coming from a local file. That's that @ local file Prismic.io. And it runs this function create client. Let's check that out. Let's see what that does. Prismic.io, if we open this up, we scroll down and we see this create client file. This is automatically generated for us to pull in our accurate repository name, the routes that we define up above here that we're gonna change and add to as we build it out. That's why there's a to-do here for us. Nice and handy. And then it also gives basically the defaults that you want to have. Don't touch these because this is perfectly set up so that your Next.js app cache isn't going to give you any trouble. And this setup also allows us to use the Prismic previews feature later on. And this is just our standard create client that we won't have to touch at all. So we're going to be calling this into anywhere we need to fetch data, and it already has all of our configuration set up for us. So that's what we do first. We create this client, and then we call for our home page because Slice Machine knows what we're inside. And so when it creates a page snippet, it creates it to match that page type. Very handy for us. And then it is going to get that page, and then on page is data.slices, and we pass that to this slice zone component. And basically what this slice zone component does is it maps over an array. The API from Prismic sends back an array of slices. So here, if we're looking at the Prismic homepage as an example, we received back an array of these slices where the first item is the hero and has all the data. It's going to pass it to that hero section and it'll render it out. And then the next item is this main logo type section, and so on and so on. So it's really just, it's rather simple under the hood, but it's very powerful because now your marketers can go in and go, actually, you know what? I want this section to be over here, and they can shift things around, right? They can go like that, but not in the DOM actually, but like this is pretty much what they can do inside Prismic, and you don't have to get called in. They can edit all this data without bothering you or any other developer. They can just move really fast, even if it's your day off. So this is the general concept. And so we pass an array of slices to our slice zone, and it gets rendered out and creates our web page. And that's why we can make a home page that is 22 lines long. The simplicity isn't here, it's in each of these slices. So if I go back to Slice Machine, I'm going to open up this hero. So before we add our first field, let's take a look at what we actually need to do here. This is our hero, and we need to look at what are the different things that we need to have fields for. So first we need a heading field. We need them to be able to change this content as they wish, as well as some body content. So that's 2 fields. We have a third field. This button is going to be its own field. We can change both where it's going as well as this text within the same field. And then that's kind of it for this hero. We're not going to be doing the 3D aspects of this component just yet. I don't want to overwhelm you with Three.js and React 3 Fiber and GSAP before we get the hang of Next.js and Prismic and Tailwind and those things first. Those are like the good fundamentals, the baseline that we want before we jump over to this. Hey, if you're enjoying this course so far, it would mean so much if you could hit that like button and even subscribe. It really helps with the algorithm and allows me to keep making creative projects like this and teaching you about animation, 3D, and just building amazing websites. Also, I want to hear from you. If there's something you want to learn or some kind of website you want me to build, drop a comment below. I would love to hear your ideas. Thank you so much. Let's get back to it. So for now, we're just going to have a skateboard image here without any animations or anything, just as we build it. And we're going to like hard code that in just because it's going to be a placeholder. This will be hard coded as well because you can't put like a 3D model into a form field. So we have 1, 2, 3 things that we need to add to our slice. So let's go ahead and do that. First, add a field. We're going to choose from one of these fields. You see we have pretty much everything that we would need here. And down here, we even have repeatable groups. So if you need, if you have cards or something like that need to repeat, you can choose one of those. But for now, we're going to choose a rich text because I need a heading 1. So we're choosing that, but I'm going to say heading. And I am going to unselect all of these different options. So these give your editors options. And if I click H1, that means that they're only going to be able to write in H1. I'm going to turn off allow multiple paragraphs and then click done. And now we have a heading. If we go ahead and add another field, we want that body. Let's say rich text, body. Unselect all, paragraph, bold, italic. And I'm not going to allow multiple paragraphs for that one either. And I'm going to say done. So I'm allowing bold and italic because here I'm using like your board and like it's not that big a deal. I'm not going to allow them to put images in there, but those things aren't that big of a deal. Next, we want to add a link field. It's going to be our button. And the placeholder, we don't need to worry about that. But we do want to make sure this allow display text is checked, because that gives us the power to not only define where it's linking to here, but also to allow them to type in build your board, because that is important. All right, let's click done, and we have our fields. Now you might wonder, what did that actually do? Well, if we go and look at our slices folder here, and we see hero, that's exactly what we created. And we'll see that we have 3 files in here: index, mocks, and model. So index is just going to be pretty boilerplate right now. It says placeholder component for hero, and then it gives the specific variation. That's one feature we'll get into in a little bit for this slice. And so, yeah, just a little bit of boilerplate React that we are going to add to in a second. But let me show you model.json. And this is kind of similar to the page model, and you can see what we created. Here's our heading. It says that it is a type of structured text. That's just another word for rich text. And it only allows heading. And these allow for paragraph, strong, and bold, emphasized. And then that is our body. So we see our fields here, and we don't have to, mess with JSON. We just get to create it with this nice little UI here in Slice Machine. So you will never have to touch this model. Don't worry about it. The mocks, we're not going to get into too much, but it's nice that it creates mocks for you as you're building this. And yeah, just don't worry about the model, but just know that this is what's happening. And this happens locally so that we can version control this. And so it's placed right next to our code, rather than it happening in the cloud, like happening on Prismic, and then we can't version control that right next to our code. So this has that added benefit. So now I'm going to close the model and close the mocks. And here in our index, under the hero component, I want to start to bring our data in. And you might be used to setups where you have to fetch the data and find where that data is located in that, nested object, and do all these like console logs and everything. Well, that's not the case with Prismic and Slice Machine. It's really nice. Check this out. So the same way that we copied a code snippet for our page before, we can click show code snippets here. And then each one of these gets its own little code snippet. So we're going to grab these one at a time, and I'm going to paste that in. Just go ahead and grab each one. Don't worry about the squiggle there. Little error. We will fix that in just a second. And I hit copy instead. Let me see. Paste. Cool. So now I have, let me close my sidebar. I have 3 Prismic rich text, well, 2 Prismic rich texts and 1 Prismic rich, or Prismic next link. There we go. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit Command period, and you will see a little quick fix thing come up if you're using VS Code, at least. Otherwise, you can just follow the next step. But I'm going to say update import from Prismic.io/React. And now you have Prismic rich text in there. And I'm going to do the same thing, hit enter, hit Command period, and then enter. And now we have our imports here. So what we can do now, we can do a couple things, right? I'm just going to show you really quickly this simulate feature. I said we're not going to touch on mocks too much in this course, but if you want to start building this out now and styling it, you absolutely can, because Slice Machine comes with this mocks feature where you can simulate your slice. So if I were to come in here and say, don't follow this, but I'll just say text red 500, and I'm going to wrap this around that Prismic rich text, and that should do something now. So I know why, and actually follow me on this one, okay? Because this is something that we all need to edit. So we're going to go into our Tailwind config, right? Remember, this is the default that Next.js gave us, and what this content array does is it tells Tailwind where to look for classes, right? This way, Tailwind isn't combing your entire project looking for the classes that it needs to put into its bundle, because we're using the just-in-time bundler. But instead, we're only going to look in source, pages, components, and app. Now, if you notice, we don't have our slices folder in that list. So go ahead and copy this last line, source, app, and just add slices instead. I'm going to save that. And then as soon as I do, I get a red familiar. So now that that's fixed, I can go back to my slice. Yeah, so that just shows how you can update your slice and build it in real time without having to go into your CMS and create a bunch of content, right? So you can immediately be effective. So text, let's go 5XL, right? You can see how quickly that updates, and I'm just immediately getting down to business, and you can even edit what that says. And you'll see it just updates. So I'll save that, that mock content, but we're actually gonna go in and add that content now, just so that we can start building it out inside our page, because this is still our page. We just have this heading here, and I wanna give us a little bit more to chew on than that. So actually first we have to push this up to Prismic, okay? So we have our component locally, and we created this model with the heading, body, and button, but if we look here, that's our review changes tab. We have a couple things that have been modified. First off, homepage has this new slice. If I were to go back here, there's nothing that says add slice. And so if you ever see that on a page, you probably don't have slices added to it. Now there is. I need to push that change as well as this new hero, right? So I'm gonna hit push. Those will both be updated, and congratulations, your content has been updated, and that should update here, but we might have to just reload it. There we go. So now we have this add slice button, okay? Inside our homepage, I'm actually gonna change this real quick to homepage because that's what it is. I'm gonna hit add slice, and right now we don't have much of an option. Soon we'll have the hero and the product grid and the, I don't know, what else do we have? Yeah, the text and image component. So we'll have a bunch of slices here soon. But right now, we're going to add the hero, and we're going to check what we're writing here. So escape the cul-de-sac. You might not be able to copy that because it's behind the Three.js. So just escape the cul-de-sac. So I think that's a French term. And if you're not familiar with what a cul-de-sac is, this right here is a cul-de-sac. So it's very common in the suburbs, hence why it's being used for suburbia. And it's just one of these round, like end of streets where you kind of have a few houses around that circle. So if you ever see one of these, this is a cul-de-sac. And yeah, so escape the cul-de-sac just kind of means like, you know, get out of this circular around and around. So, and then for our body, we're going to, clicking everywhere, we're going to get not just a board, your board, design a board that's as real as the places you take it. For everything else on this page, we'll be able to copy our content, but for this, because we have this 3D in front, we're gonna have to type it out. All right, so I just typed it in, and if you would like, you can make that italic or make any part of it italic. It's your choice. And then here for the button, I'm gonna choose a link type, and we're gonna say link to web page, and we will just say /build, just like that, and we will create that page later, but for right now, we'll just put it there. And then our display text, I believe, is build your board. So go ahead. Cool. If we hit save here and publish, and we head back to our web page, hit refresh twice, and then you'll see yours won't look like that because I added these styles. Let me get rid of those. But you'll see that our content is coming in, and we didn't have to do anything when it comes to figuring out how to pipe this through. So I just want to show you one more time how this content is getting rendered here. So it starts at the page, we create our client, and then we say, hey, can you give me a single document back? And it's called homepage. Prismic says, cool, here it is. It becomes this page. If you look at page, it's just a general all document type, right? And I'm actually looking at the generate metadata part, but it's the same thing. So we go page.data.slices, we pass that to the slice zone. We also pass our components. Where's components coming from? This is coming from our local slices folder, and it's the index file right here. All index does is it imports every one of our slices, and so far it's just hero, and puts it on this components object. So when the slice zone sees that, oh, this is a hero component, it's going to go and fetch the hero, like that React component. So it's going to match what Prismic is saying with what our files here have, and then pass the data into that hero. So if you look at the hero, this slice comes in and it has type of hero props. And inside that, because Prismic is giving us automatic type generation, we know exactly what is on this slice. So if we just go here and I say slice dot, you'll see we see ID, items, primary, slice label. So these are all the things that are on that slice. We're typically going to go into primary, and then we hit period again. It has this autocomplete, and we see body, button, and heading. Those are the fields we created. So even if we go even deeper, go to button, and then we can see link type or text, right? And there will be more as long as you check to see if that already exists, because right now it's not sure if this is even filled out. But basically, Slice Machine gives us, like, one of the benefits for it being local is that it generates types automatically. And real quick, I'll just show you that. But this is another thing that you do not touch. See, it says do not edit. This is handled for us. But you'll see this nice long file of all these types. This is going to be pretty big by the time we're done. Trust me, I am so thankful I don't have to type these out and figure these out on my own. It would be half of the build, but it's just done for us. So if you are messing something up, like title, you're going to know, right? Like you're never going to run into a thing where you're like, I shipped it, but it's not working. I'm not sure what's going on. It's going to yell at you before you can even make that mistake. So very, very handy. And that's how our data gets rendered out here. All right, now to make our lives a whole lot easier, we're going to go to our resources, and we are going to come down to assets, and you go ahead and download the Suburbia site assets zip folder. And when you open it up, you should see something like this. So we have a few places to put things. We have to add to Prismic, add to the public folder here. We have some slice snapshots. I'll show you where those go, our icon, and a Prismic repo icon. So let's start with the last one first. So if we go to our Prismic repository and we go back, we have settings down here. Go ahead and click that. And we have this Suburbia skate icon here, this blue little, well, mine will be a different color than yours likely because it's just random. Go ahead and click that and navigate to your Suburbia course assets and just choose the wheel, and we're gonna hit open. And then I'll say apply the settings. And if we go back to our documents, we'll see it up there. And if we go back to Prismic itself, you have a cool little icon there. So just a nice little touch, nice and quick. And that's always a little bit better for content people to come in and see. It just, spruces it up so that you showed that you put some care and attention in there. Next, we can go ahead and grab our icon, and you see right here where it says favicon.ico, you can drop it right on there and it'll put it next to it. And then go ahead and delete favicon.ico. And you see that it already changed. Next.js automatically looks for those files here in the app directory. And if you have certain file names like icon, it will say, okay, that's what they want for their icon. You don't have to put it anywhere else. It takes care of it automatically. Easy. Next, let's clean out our public folder. These are a bunch of SVGs that were used by the page when we deployed or like when we built the Next.js project to begin with. We can delete those, and those are gone. Now go ahead, add the public folder in here. Go ahead and select all, and just drag everything into, you guessed it, the public folder. So yours should look something like this. Your icons on the side might be different just because that's a VS Code theme kind of thing. But yours should look similar to mine in terms of all the files that you have here. Next, we can go ahead and grab the add to Prismic folder. These are a bunch of assets that we are going to be using for the website. You might recognize a lot of them from the preview and everything. Here's one of our skaters, for instance. Opened over there, So go ahead and select all, and then we can go back to Prismic, and we have this media library here. Go ahead and click that. And right now, all we have is our skate wheel. But if we click upload media, I think that'll do it. Yeah, so I'll go add to Prismic. I'll do it this way. You can go either way. I think I could have dragged it in, but I'll click open on all of those, and those will all start to upload. I'm gonna give it a second. All right, mine's done uploading. So we will be using these throughout the course. It's just easier to dump them all in at once rather than having to go back and grab them one at a time. And just to show you what these slice snapshots are, if you go to slices and you see this update screenshot or snapshot, whatever you want to call it, click that, and if you click slice snapshots, I'm going to grab this hero.png, drag it over. All I did was take a screenshot of the finished product, and that should download fully. Let's give it a sec. Let me try refreshing mine. There we go. And I'm just going to hit push, and I'll show you the effect there. So if I go to my home page, now in my Prismic slice selection menu, I have nice pictures that show me exactly what I am choosing rather than just saying hero or text and image, that sort of thing. And you'll see this live editing thing, but we're going to set that up as soon as we have something to actually look at, because right now there's not much here. Let's continue to kind of build out this ground structure that we have. So one of the main issues that we have is that we are just right up against the edge here, and we definitely don't want that. We always want to have some padding on either side. We don't want it to, and we want that to be consistent all the way down. So I want the edges to be rather aligned as we go all the way down the page, right? I don't want things to jut out farther on one side than it is on the other. So we need some kind of a component, because I don't want to write those classes over and over again. Luckily, we have this component called bounded. Go ahead and grab this, and I'll talk to you about what it does. You see, we have components /bounded. So that's what we're going to create right in our source directory here. So we'll have app slices, and we're going to have a new folder. So right-click source, choose new folder, and say components. And then inside that, create a new file and name this bounded.tsx for TypeScript. And we're going to hit save. And let's take a look at what this component does. And what it does is it tells us we need this thing called CLSX. It says I can't find this. And we will install that in just a moment. I'll tell you what it is. But let's take a look at the rest of this. This is a component that just wraps around whatever you pass into it. And it defaults to a section, because most slices are going to be semantically a section element, but you can override it if you pass something here as. If you want to render as a div, you can say as equals div. So comp is going to be a section. Then we have this class name that first creates a section with these classes. And what CLSX does is it combines different strings for us. So it's class string compiler, or it just allows you to create strings at the end after doing some kind of logic or just combining lots of strings. So see how it says true and bar, so bar gets passed in. So you can do conditionals, and that way it allows this component to have some defaults here, and then we can also override or add to those defaults by passing in this class name. And it's also very light. So we're using this over Tailwind merge, which is another option, because this is a lot lighter if we're passing it to the front end in some of our client components. As you see, it's going to create two components in order to achieve the bounding that we want. And we're going to pass our children into it. It's kind of a simple component. That's why I'm not going to have us write it. But we will be writing plenty of components, but things like this, I would just rather explain to you rather than have you write it. But let's go ahead and take care of this CLSX problem right now. And there's also something here. If you see this little tilde, I think it's called, the wavy dash, pretty sure it's a tilde. That is something called Tailwind Fluid or Fluid Tailwind. Yeah, so it's Fluid for Tailwind CSS, and this allows you to use responsive design and use less code. So honestly, you see how much it tidies this up. So I get really annoyed by how verbose classes can be with Tailwind, and it gets tidied up just to this. So this basically says that, I'll zoom in a little bit. So at the smallest size, text is going to be large, and that's what this says too. And then at the largest size, it's going to be 2XL, and then that's what this says, right? So it just saves you a lot of time. And the cool thing is it is going to gradually scale between those two. So it's going to just kind of ramp up. If I can show you this is a small example, but you see how it doesn't snap. It just slides up. So that same principle, and we will see it in action soon, but we need to install these things. If you go to the resources under documentation, you'll see I have the Fluid Tailwind plugin, and the CLSX docs. Go ahead and open both. And under CLSX, you can go ahead and grab this npm install save CLSX. We could install them all at once, but let's go ahead and just run each command. So open a third terminal if you'd like. And I'm going to go ahead and run that. Oh, I hate when the $ copies and just you have to, yes, yeah. So copy that outside the $. Cool. So that's installed. And now I'm going to grab Fluid and click Get Started. And it'll scroll me down to this. Copy that. Paste that in. This one has a couple more steps because we need to add the plugin and the extractor. So here it tells us to open our Tailwind config. Let me make that bigger for you. And that's what I want to do. Let's say, if you don't know, over in VS Code, Command P and then just type Tailwind and then hit enter. It gives you a fuzzy search. So you can quickly get between your files. I'm gonna try to avoid moving around and clicking in here as much as I can, just to keep the tutorial nice and tight, and also teach you some best practices. And yeah, also I'm closing this terminal by hitting Control and then the little tilde at the top. So right under the escape key. It's like the backtick in the tilde. So in Tailwind config, we need to first import Fluid and extract from Fluid Tailwind. I'm going to put that right underneath there. And then it's saying you're not using those, so don't worry about the errors. And then export default content files. You see how it has us instead have an object with files as an array, but that's not what we have here. So instead what we need to do, I'm going to go ahead and wrap the array in curly brackets or braces. I always forget which one that's called. And we're going to say files, just like it says, and hit a colon. Now it's happy again. It says, okay, you can do that. Because if we pass in an array, then it assumes it's files. And then after that array, we're going to say extract. See how it's helping us even? So let's see what it says for that. Yep, doesn't tell you much more than that, but we need it like that. And then plugins, we're just going to say Fluid. So down at the plugins array, just pass the word Fluid. And if we save that, now we are able to use this cool Fluid plugin, and CLSX is no longer yelling at us because we installed that just before. Now, if we look at our website, nothing's changed. And that's exactly what we expect because we have bounded as a component here, but we're not using it yet. I'm going to hit Control P and I'm going to go to hero. Just type hero. You'll notice that it's index.tsx, but VS Code picks up that you are searching for that file, basically. So here we have a section, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to select section and start typing bounded, B-O-U-N-D, and you see it comes up as like, hey, do you want to import this from @components bounded? And I say yes. I'm going to hit enter, and then a lot of times VS Code doesn't autocomplete the bottom for me, so just be aware of that. So I usually have to go in and type the rest, and we see that we have our import here. Now, it's good practice or procedure or whatever to pull the things that are in your project, like your custom components, down so that it's easier to see what you're importing from like NPM packages and what you're just importing from other parts of your project. So separating it out like this is good practice, and we will be doing it as much as I remember to throughout this project. So if we hit save now with our bounded component wrapping around our 3 items, wow, we get a little bit there. But it's going to be more dramatic if we open it up a little more. Or if we say, if I say class name, and then I say border, say that, and then you should see a faint little gray line there. But sorry, the border is going to be on the outer element. So that's actually not going to change anything. But if you zoom out, you'll see that, like, yes, it is centered there. It does have that effect of giving it some padding on the side and centering it. So this is what we're looking for. It's a nice little component that we don't really have to mess with too much again. So I'm gonna get rid of my little class name border that didn't do anything, but you know, I tried. All right, next, I actually want to bring in our fonts because this is going to continue to not look like the final project as long as we are using whatever this, I think this is Geist. This is probably their built-in font. So app layout. Yeah, we're still using the built-in fonts that they have installed locally for us. So we still have this fonts folder. We can get rid of that fonts folder and pull in our fonts and make it look a little bit more Suburbia now. So if we check the documentation here, you'll see, let's see, fonts, we have Bolby1 and DM Mono, as well as the link for adding fonts to Next.js. That's the only one we really need. I just included these in case you want to check those out. So if we look here at using multiple fonts, we see that what they're doing is they're importing these from Next Font Google. So just in case you don't want to go and find the docs here, I'm just going to type it out for you. And we're going to say import. And a little trick, if you do the braces like that, and then you say from next/font/Google, that will give you autocomplete within the braces. But if you do it the other way, if you start looking in here, it doesn't have like that narrowed list to search from. So now we can say Bowlby, B-O-W-L-B-Y, and we get the Bowlby 1 and Bowlby SC. SC is for small caps, and that's the one that we want. And then we're also going to say DM mono, and there we go. So you have those nice autocompletes for us. But now we could copy this, but because we're using Tailwind, they actually have specific Tailwind CSS instructions down here that we want to copy, because we can use it with Tailwind CSS through a CSS variable. And we are using Next Font because they really optimize the performance of our fonts. It's much, much better than using Google Fonts the way that you might have used it before, where you add it as a script tag and stuff like that. Don't do that with Next.js. It's better for a lot of reasons. One of those reasons is it's going to bring that font in locally. And so when your page loads, your users don't have to make a request to Google, which can give you some GDPR issues. So one of the many reasons why you should use the font package, even if it seems a little bit confusing compared to what you're used to with fonts. So they have a similar setup, but now go ahead and copy the, we'll copy one, and then we'll copy that later. So const inter equals inter. Instead, we're going to say const Bowlby. It's a weird word, but roll with it. I'm going to spell it wrong a bunch. But we're going to say subsets Latin, display swap, variable. We're going to say font Bowlby, SC. And then what it's yelling at me for is it's saying, hey, we need a weight here. So go ahead and say weight. And we're going to say 400 in quotes like that. And now it's just saying, hey, you're not using Bowlby. So copy this, and we're going to do the same thing for DM mono. So DM mono like that. And then here we'll say DM mono, because these are just functions that take an object. That's what we're importing here, these functions that take an object. And here for the variable, we're going to change that to be font DM mono. And instead of weight 400, it's 500. So yours should look just like this. And the key here for Tailwind is this variable. We are assigning this to a CSS variable that then we can use here to extend the font family. And we're going to do pretty much exactly this. We're going to call Bowlby our sans and DM mono our mono. But first, we need to pass it on the HTML element. And so you can go ahead and grab this class name. Or actually, if you still have Geist sans and Geist mono, just swap out Bowlby and DM sans. So Bowlby. And this is one of the last times I'm going to say Bowlby, so don't worry. This is not the Bowlby tutorial. And then we want to head over to our Tailwind. So I'm going to Command P, Tailwind. And then we have this extend colors background. We don't really need that because we're not going to be, like that's not our code. We are going to be just not using it like that. But instead, we're going to say extend and then font family. And we're going to say sans var. Oh, actually, I'll just copy it from here. I'm not sure why I'm having us type it out when we have the code right there. Work smarter, not harder, people. So sans gonna be font Bowlby, SC, and then DM instead of Roboto here. And if we hit save there, let's see if we have any changes visible here. So we do have changes, but that's only because we are not applying these fonts to anything. And we've gotten rid of the Geist fonts. So if we head to our layout, we can see exactly where we're putting this. We have this body class name. So what we have to do, because we're passing these fonts on the class name of body, and then we have one more property here, anti-aliased, and that just gives us some nice font smoothing. That's a good default. We're gonna hit a space after anti-alias, and we're gonna say font mono, and that's going to set the default font for everything as mono, and then we'll specify out of that for our headings. We'll say font medium, text zinc 800, and this is a built-in color with Tailwind, and that's all we need there. We're gonna hit save, and we see that we are starting to get a little bit more into our styling. So that's looking much, much better. If we change mono to sans, there we go. So both of our fonts are working, but we're gonna keep it mono, and that's gonna be most of our body copy. All right, we're building it little bit by little bit, but it just, a lot goes into building a stylish website like this. There's fonts, there's colors, there's a whole bunch of stuff. So don't get overwhelmed. There's just lots of little details, and we are taking it one step at a time. So the next step on making this hero section look a lot more like this hero section is going to be to bring in our colors. If you're not aware, Tailwind ships with a whole bunch of colors that you can use right out of the box. And they're really easy to use. You just say like orange-400, and you will set your text or whatever to that shade of orange, like that specific color. But the colors that we're using are not, these are not Tailwind colors. They are custom colors from our designer. And so instead of grabbing something like this, we need to come down here to using custom colors. So you'll see it's inside theme, and we say colors, and then we can name these whatever we would like. And it's like a bubblegum or Tahiti, and then it becomes that value. And it shows right here, BG Midnight, text Tahiti, and that's how we're going to use it. And then Tailwind will understand that and set those colors accordingly. So if we go to the resources, you should see a Tailwind config right here. And I put this in here. There's a lot here, but we're not going to use, don't copy all of this just yet. Because I know it's kind of a long file, and I want to show you bit by bit as we go. So go ahead and grab just this colors portion right there. Go ahead and copy that, and then open your Tailwind config. And right now you should have theme extend font family, and here we want theme extend colors. So we're going to put it after font family. The order doesn't matter, but that's where I'm putting it. And I'm going to say colors, brand blue, brand lime, brand navy. So anytime we want to add these colors to our project, we're just going to say like BG brand blue. I'm having us copy paste this because there's no real educational value in making you copy hex codes. So now if we pull up our site and go over to our index, we can add a class name right at the end of our bounded, and we can say BG brand pink. Just like that. If we save, there we go. Not the most impressive thing yet, but we are getting there. So we see how we took colors, added it to our Tailwind config, and now we have it available anywhere we want it. But while we're here, I want to add a few more classes to our bounded component. So go ahead and say relative, then DVH. And if you're not familiar with DVH, it stands for dynamic view height. And that is a unit that essentially means the height of the viewport with any kind of toolbar on mobile, like if on iPhone, when you're scrolling, the little bar at the bottom pops up for the URL and the toolbar at the top pops up, and that changes the height of a mobile device. DVH takes that into account. So if those bars are showing, the value will be smaller than if the bars are not showing. Normal VH will not take those bars into account, and stuff can get hidden underneath those bars. So that's why we're using DVH. Then we'll say overflow hidden, because we don't want anything overflowing this slice. The logo here, when it's small, can sometimes go off screen, but we don't want it to bleed over into the latest drop component. So that's why we have that. And then we're going to say text zinc, and that's going to be 800. And if we save that and go back here, we see that our height is now the full height. The text isn't going to be too noticeable. No need for overflow hidden showing up just yet. But one thing we don't have is our nice subtle little background texture back there. So we have that file already inside our project. That was one of the files we dumped into our public folder. So we just need to create a class for it. So I'm going to go ahead in, where's the bounded? Here we go. I'm going to go ahead in here, and I'm going to say BG texture. And that class does not exist yet, so it's not going to change anything here. And we're not going to put this in Tailwind. We're actually going to put this in our CSS file. So I'm going to go back to globals, and we're going to create a new class here called BG texture. And then from that, we're going to make a few background properties here. So background image first, and then we're going to say URL parentheses quotes /bg-texture.webp. Now, anything we put in the public folder is going to be available at that root, at that /. If you look at the public folder, BG texture exists right at the root. Then this is going to be nested. So any file here is going to be available at like suburbia.com/hdr/warehouse. But this stuff is going to be available at suburbia.com/BG texture. So that's how that works. We can just use the / to access it. If we save that right now, we should see our texture. This is not how we want it to look, so we're going to add a couple more things, but we already have it up and running. Next, we're going to change the size on it. So background size, and I'm going to say 720 px and 460 px. There we go. It's a little bit smaller, a bit more detailed there. And we're going to say background repeat, and we're going to say repeat, and we will say background position and center, just like that. So we now have our background texture added. And the cool thing is we can use that background texture across the entire site. Now, you might be wondering, why didn't I just use background? I could have done background URL and things like that. Let's see what happens if I just put it like that and comment this out. It loses the pink. So that's why we aren't using just background, because this would overwrite the color. But when we specify, get rid of that. When we specify background image, background size, all these things, it is much more precise, and it allows our brand pink background here to work alongside those other things. So that's why we want to specify here. Don't try to take a shortcut and use the shortcut background property. Okay, next up, we could put the logos in there, but I would actually love to get the headings and the buttons brought in. So let's do that. In our resources, let's go ahead and close that. We have a heading component here, and you'll see that it's pretty simple at its core, but it has a switch, and that's why I just don't want to have you type these sorts of things out. It becomes a little tedious. So the file name shows you where to make it, so go ahead and do that. In components, I'm going to say new file and say heading.tsx, hit enter, and I'm going to paste that in, and we're going to go over it briefly. So if you're not familiar with TypeScript, this type here allows us to say exactly what heading should expect. So the as, once again, just like in bounded, it says, hey, these are the things that this can show up as, right? So we're not going to allow this heading to be anything at all. We're not going to say it can't be a div, can't be other things. It has to be one of these H1 through 6. Then we also take a size property, and both of these are optional. This as question mark means that this is optional, as well as the size, as well as the class name. We don't have to pass those, and you'll see that the as has a default of H1, and the size has a default of large. And the class name doesn't really need a default, but children has to be there because what's the heading if you're not putting text inside? And then that's what we will be passing inside of it. That's why it says children is a React node. It's getting that inside. So here we have our default classes. So first we just want to set it to font sans and uppercase. And then depending on the size that we pass in, we give these different class sizes. So as we see here, this is our fluid type, and it goes from 2XL up to 4XL, depending on the width of the viewport. And so for XL, it's going to be from 4 to 8. It's a pretty big shift, but we'll see it as we start to play with the screen width. And then at the end, we allow for anything to be passed in. If we want this to be a blue heading, we can do that. If we want it to be white, we can pass that in at the end. And that's really it. That's the extent of this component. It just makes it so that we don't have to type these all throughout our project, especially if you want to go back and change them later. We would have to go throughout our project and change all of this stuff all over the place. So it's good to have this code located in one spot. So now that we have our component, let's go ahead and use it. So right around our heading, we're going to go ahead and say heading, and I'll hit enter just at the end, and it should import. There it is. Heading from components heading, and I'm going to close that, and I'm going to wrap it around our Prismic rich text like that. If I save it and check out our work, we see we have this little tiny text, and we have one error. What is that error? So we are nesting an H1 inside of an H1 because Prismic rich text is actually giving us an H1 to start with, and then we're putting another H1 around it. We don't want to do that. So Prismic has another component that we're going to use a bunch of, and if we get rid of the rich, we're going to drop it down to just a Prismic text. I'm going to hit Command period, and we're going to update that import, and now we should see Prismic rich text right there, and I'm going to hit save, and that should get rid of the error. But we still have the issue of this text being way too small for what we're expecting. Now the issue is we need to do one more step in our fluid setup here, and we need to import screens and font size and pass those to theme. So open up your Tailwind config one more time, and after extract inside the curly braces, say screens and then font size. And then right here inside theme, you can say screens and font size. Just like that. I'm going to hit save, and when we go back, we should see it. And there we go. So as I scale up, it gets bigger. As I scale down, it gets smaller. That is the beauty of this fluid plugin. So now, and it's a little bit jittery from the left. It should be smoother coming from the right. There we go. Yeah, just because the left seems to mess it up for some reason. Well, and that's just a Chrome thing. Anyway, you see now that we can scale our text along with everything else, and it doesn't snap, and it allows you to have much more uniform styling and designs. All right, let's keep styling this. So heading, we can pass a couple more styles to, and we want to. So first I'm going to say size is LG, and it already is, but it's good to specify. I'm going to say class name is going to be equal to relative max W2XL and place self start. And that's not going to have too much of an impact just yet, but around our heading up above, we want to wrap this in a grid div or a div with class of grid on it. And grid stands for display grid. So to do that with a little shortcut, we can just type period grid and then hit tab. And that's going to create a div with class name of grid. And to move it down and up like I'm doing, I am holding Option or Alt if you're on Windows, and just doing up and down. And it's a great way to shift things around with your keyboard. You're always going to be faster with your keyboard. So if we do div class name grid like that, I'm going to add a few more classes on this. I'm going to say absolute, inset is 0, mx auto, margin top or MT is 24. I'm going to say max W6XL, grid rows, and for now we can just say 2, but we're going to come back to that. Place items end PX means padding on the X, like padding to the left and right on the X-axis is 6, and tilde, or the the swirly thing, right? Tilde PY is 10-16. And this, once again, is the smaller end, or like the min value and then the max value, all right? Because we are using clamp under the hood with that. So you see that it's saying, all right, clamp, the min is 2.5 rem. It's going to find something around the middle for that like sweet spot value. And then it's going to go up to, it's going to be that plus 2.67. Don't worry about these values. We're not writing them. We're just kind of showing you under the hood. It is using clamp to do the math between those two parts. And so that is a div wrapping around what we have here. And it makes sense that it shifts because if you look, we actually pulled it outside of the stack. So this isn't being counted. And so this just shifts up. This is now positioned absolute. And so if we delete it, like nothing else moves around, right? I'm going to refresh to bring it back. But that's why everything shifted, because we're starting to position absolutely. So now that we have our heading looking good, let's go ahead and check out the way we want to structure this layout. So if we inspect, we can see that we have a grid where you have some padding around the outside, and then we have this heading up at the top left. And then at the very bottom, we have a flex row that has the body on the left and the button off to the right. So that's what we're going to go ahead and build now. So back in our hero component, we are going to create a div that wraps around all of our content here. And then down here, later we'll have our skateboard absolutely positioned. And just as a little marker there. Here we're going to type period absolute and then hit tab, and that will use Emmet, which is a plugin that's baked into VS Code and many other IDEs to auto-complete that for us. And I moved it up and down using the arrow keys while holding Option or Alt if you're on PC. So just a few tricks that are going to make you a lot faster moving around your IDE. So we're going to add some more classes here. We're going to say inset is 0. I don't like when this pops up, but what are you going to do? MX auto. I'm going to say MT for margin top is 24. Then we're going to say grid for display grid. I'm going to say max W6XL. That means the maximum width of this will be 72 rem, or yeah, you can see all the values here. Oh, one thing that you might not have that I think I just kind of skimmed over, and we'll restart extensions real quick. That's cool. You should have the Tailwind CSS plugin for VS Code. If you do not have this, definitely install this. That is how I am seeing those values. So apologies that we got this late into the video without me mentioning that, but definitely download this. You just type Tailwind in for extensions. It's the one by officially Tailwind Labs that is quite excellent. And then you'll be able to hover over anything and see the values for it. And it does autocomplete as well. It's great. So back to where we were, max width 6XL, grid rows. We're going to just say 2, and then we'll say place, items, end, and then PX 6, and then squiggly, the tilde, PY 10/16. So we will save that. And now we get this kind of weird thing. And let's take a look at why we have this set up the way it is. So our classes are working. We have the grid here. Now this looks very different from the other one. And that's because both of these rows are going to be the exact same height. That's because here we have grid rows 2. And if you hover, it's going to repeat 2. And they're both going to essentially be 1 FR, and that FR is like a fraction. So this is 1/2 and this is 1/2. So they both take up equal space. We actually don't want that. But what we do want, Tailwind doesn't have a class for that. Tailwind doesn't have a class for literally everything because it can't have a class for width 1233, right? Like it just can't have that many classes. But what you can do is you can use what's called an arbitrary value in Tailwind. And this works with pretty much anything that we're going to come across. We're going to use quite a few of these. But in Tailwind, you can say grid rows and then these square brackets. You can then put whatever you need to in there. Just make sure you don't use any spaces. You need to have just commas or underscores or something like that, because a space will make a new class. It has to be one solid string. So we're going to go back to our class here, and we're going to say grid rows instead of 2. We're going to wipe that out. It's still going to be 2 essentially, but we're going to say 1 FR, comma auto. And now when we do that, the auto is going to take up just the space that it needs, and then the 1 FR is going to take up the rest of it. So now we can put the escape the cul-de-sac, we can position this up at the top left, and then we're going to put these two in a flex div. We can do that just right now. Go ahead and type period flex, hit tab, and then move this down, and you'll see we have that on the left and build your board on the right. So this is looking really good. Let's add some styles to our heading now, class name, and we're going to say relative max W2XL place self start. And that should move it up and to the left, looking great. The relative bits will make sense a little bit later. There are some Z index tricks here because this is behind the skateboard because we don't want it to interfere with any of the tricks and have it so that this whole div is covering up the skateboard and we can't click through. But also we need to be able to click this button. So that's why we're doing some of this relative and just basically changing the way that the Z index works on this component. So it'll make more sense when we get to the actual skateboard itself. And just in case you are curious, the way that I have those markers, in case I didn't say it, you just hit grid and flex, and then it'll show those as long as your DevTools are open. So just keeping those open so we can see the lines that we are creating. So now here in Flex, we're going to add some classes. In this div here, we're going to say relative width is full. We're going to say flex col, so that on smaller devices it is flex col, which means it will go, it'll stack rather than be side by side. We'll say items center, justify between, and we're going to do the tilde gap is 2-4, and LG, we're going to do flex row. Now, the reason we are not using this when it comes to row and column is that you can't really like smooth between those two, right? Like it's either row or it's column. There's no in between. But between 2 and 4, there's 1.4 and other things. So there are values between 0.5 and 1. There's not really a value between column and row. So that's why you can't use that everywhere, but for where you can, it's really nice. I'm gonna hit save, and there we go. So right now it is stacking, but if we make this a little bit bigger, it is going side by side. You can change those values if you would like, but I'm gonna keep that right there. But I really don't like the way that this is stretching the whole way. You shouldn't have text that spreads across your whole page like that. You should really have a max width on your text. So let's go ahead and create a div and wrap it around this Prismic rich text, because we can't actually pass a class to Prismic rich text. That might not make sense. You might be like, why is that? Why can't I do that? I can do that in other places with Prismic components. Like on the image, you'll be able to pass a class. On the link field, you can do it, I believe. Let me see, class. Yep, you can pass a class name, but if you look, or if you go to, there's just nothing there. TypeScript says, yeah, we don't have that, buddy. That's because Prismic rich text can return a bunch of elements, and so with that, you don't really want to add a class to all of those elements. And if you do, you probably just want to put a wrapper div around that. So Prismic rich text just returns those elements, and if you want to style them, it's probably best to do something like this. So we're going to say class name, and we'll say max W, and then in brackets, because it's a custom value, 45ch. That's for character. So it's going to be 45 like letters or characters wide. And we'll say font semi-bold, and we'll say tilde text LG/XL. Because once again, these are values that we can kind of tween between, right? So now that's looking a lot better. And when we make it a little bit bigger, yeah, that's what we're looking for. Let's compare it. Yep, looking pretty good. So it's looking good, but one thing that I want to do is I want to hit this biggest breakpoint a lot sooner. I don't want to wait until we are at like a really wide screen, like the XL or the 2XL, according to Tailwind sizes. Sorry for the jumping and jittering. I want to hit it much sooner. And to do that, we can go to fluid.tw, and we can go ahead down to configuration. There we go. And it says custom default breakpoints. So this is how we change the start and end. So this is like the smallest that the screen's going to get. And like once it gets smaller than that, it's going to stop going. And then this is going to be the largest. So once it gets to the screens.lg value, which is based off of Tailwind, that will be as big as it grows to. So we're going to copy just from Fluid down over here. We're going to paste it at the top here in theme. We're going to get yelled at. First, I need a comma. And then what you need to do is you need to wrap this entire thing in another parenthesis. And it's still going to yell at you, but you're going to go to the end of this and type satisfies. And I'm going to say fluid theme config, just like that, and make sure that imports from Fluid Tailwind, just like that. So the satisfies keyword checks that an object matches a specific type without changing how TypeScript understands it. It's not going to change the inferred type. So now that we've made TypeScript happy by making sure that our code is correct, we can head back and actually see that difference. Now over here, I've had this zoomed out a bit. So if I unset my zoom, you see that this is really what it's looking like right now. And we'll see that same exact look in our version of the site. But I've been zooming it out just because I have it, on the half of the screen. And I really want to try to build the desktop version before we build like the mobile version, I would say. So that's what we're working with. I'm zooming it out just a little bit, but yeah, you can keep yours as you want, but for me, that's what I'm doing. All right, now that we have our heading and our body set up, let's get these buttons pulled in. We want these awesome buttons in our project. So to do that, let's head over to the course resources, and we're going to go and grab button link.tsx. So we have up here React icons. We'll install that in just a second to get the shopping cart and the plus sign. But other than that, just copy this and let's go ahead and create a new component called button link.tsx. And I'm going to capitalize the L. There we go. And I'm going to paste that in and save that. And let's take a look at it. So here at the bottom, we just have this skateboard icon. This is a custom thing for Suburbia that was drawn. Where's the site? So that is like part of the logo. See it there? And so we're not going to be able to pull that in from any kind of icon pack. This is just a custom SVG. But we are pulling in the shopping cart and the plus sign that we'll see. Is it here? It's somewhere. I think it's actually on the customizer itself. But we need to install React icons. And for that, we can check out the React icons documentation, I guess you can call this. And if you see, we're getting it from FA6. That's Font Awesome 6. And we don't actually need to go in here, but just to show you how React icons works, it is basically an easy way to get icons from pretty much any set you can think of. Well, at least a bunch of sets. And you just pop them in there as a component, and it's very, very simple. And the best part is you only get the icons you import. So rather than installing like all of Font Awesome in your project, we're only going to be pulling in these two icons. So we have a really small bundle. So it says npm install React icons. We're going to do pretty much just that. Go ahead and open your terminal. I have this new terminal down here. So I'm going to npm I React-icons. Going to hit enter. And now we have that in our project. Great, and this should fade away in just a second. There we go. Now that we're set, I'm gonna save that. And now let's take a look at this button. The reason we are not creating this is because I think I mentioned it before, Adam Kuhn, who is just a brilliant developer. He's super creative. He is one of my favorite like CodePen developers. He has so many cool things. Go check out codepen.io/Cobra Winfrey. He whipped up this button for us, and my coworker Angelo was able to bring it into Tailwind along with some CSS that we'll paste in a second. But yeah, it's a complex button, and it's all thanks to Adam. So shout out to Adam. We are not going to be coding it ourselves. You can see some of the complexity that he's got here, but I will be talking about the things that actually matter that like we can handle ourselves. So first off, we have these props. We have color, size, and icon. So they handle exactly what you would think they would. The color, the size, and which icon we're going to get. And icon is optional, so you can just ship it without an icon. And then down here, we have our CLSX at work. We have all of these styles. You see button cutout. That is going to be some CSS that we put into our CSS file. But then we have several things here. Group is actually how Tailwind allows you to inside this basically tell, hey, if this like parent is hovered, I want to do some stuff inside. So if we see group, is that yeah, so that's used down here. So if group is hovered, then we want to rotate the icon down here, and that's why when you hover over the button, the skateboard does a little pop up like that, because the group is being hovered. So that says, hey, if group's hovered, let's rotate -25 degrees. And then down here, you see if icon is cart, show the cart. If icon is skateboard, show our custom skateboard. And if icon is plus, show the plus. And then down here, this is the shadow that we have there. So we can go ahead and pull that into our hero component. It's not going to look perfect yet because, like I said, we need to add a little bit more CSS, but let's go ahead and swap that in anyway. So just above Prismic next link, I'm going to say button link, and I'm going to hit enter, and then I'm going to close that like that, or I'm going to close it, and I'm going to say slice.primary.button.text. So we're passing in as a child the text. This Prismic next link here isn't going to be used because we're going to pass the different things to this. Because one thing I missed here is that Prismic next link props is also being put on this. So we're saying, hey, everything that Prismic next link can take, we want to say that's part of the type, and we want to combine that with color, size, and icon. So apologies for not mentioning that first. So this does act like a Prismic next link, and then it also takes color, size, and icon. That's why we have a Prismic next link that we are returning that has all these styles and these the sizes determining what the classes are. But at its core, it is essentially a Prismic next link. So we are going to be getting rid of our Prismic next link here, passing the text in the middle, but then up here, it's saying, hey, we need something else. Basically, we have to pass it a field. So field is equal to, I'm going to say slice.primary.button. And now it is happy, but we want to specify a little bit more. So we're going to say icon is equal to skateboard. And it even tells us what icons are available. Let's hit save there and see if we see anything. So we see the build our board. We can get rid of this Prismic next link. Get rid of that so we don't have the duplicate. And that should shift over, looking better. Let's also make it a little bit bigger. So we're going to say size is equal to large. And we want to add some more styles to this. We're going to say class name. And it's going to be Z20, because remember, we need to pull it up above the canvas that we're going to be adding later. We also want a margin top of 2 and block. So if you hit enter, there we go. That's looking pretty good. And now we just need to go ahead and add the styles that make up the like crooked side and everything. So if you come here, we have this globals.css, and we see that we have this button cutout class, as well as an and hover nested inside it, and then and before, because we're using pseudo classes, or at least Adam is using pseudo classes here. And you start to see why I am not going to be teaching you this, because this is kind of a course unto itself, but it's such a cool button. I told Adam, we can't not use that. So I'm going to go ahead and click there and go up and grab it here, button cutout, and I'm going to go to my CSS. And if you copy the entire thing over, like now, that's fine, but it might be easier for you to understand if we paste it in bit by bit. So once again, there's a lot of filters, a lot going on here. If you want a separate tutorial for this, let me know in the comments. I'm happy to teach some of these things. I used to write about these all the time over at Front End Horse, and yeah, they're just a lot of fun. So if we hit save there and go back here, we should see this awesome button now come to life. And just to go over it quickly, we'll see that the clip path is actually what is drawing those things on the sides. Let me get rid of this so we can see it a little bit better. So the jagged lines on the sides, if you get rid of these, and honestly, that's the way I recommend figuring things out, start to tweak this a little bit. See how this is the before, and now we have this smooth side. The clip path is actually what's giving it that jagged side, or that jagged edge, and same with the after. So you'll be able to figure it out if you start to tweak this a little bit. All right, the hero is pretty much where we want it. We can put an image in the middle, but for right now, I think we can just leave it blank, because we're gonna come in with this 3D stuff later. So for now, let's actually move to adding our navigation up here, our nav bar. So we're gonna go ahead and create a new component and call this header.tsx. Different from heading, this is the header. Now the header is going to be the first component that we make kind of from scratch here. Everything else we've either had created as a slice, or we've brought it in from the resources. A great way to build things from scratch is to use React snippets. And right here, oh, that's not the one. It just moved. Here we go. So I use the ES7 React Redux React Native snippets by DSZ Njedder. These are fantastic, and we're going to use a couple of them to make our creation a little bit faster. So make sure that's installed. And then if you, inside this component, say TSRFC and hit enter, we get a TypeScript React functional component. So once again, that's TSRFC. And there's a few to choose from. You can use whichever ones you like, but to stick with what I'm going to have at the end of this, go for one of these. The only thing we're going to do is just remove the export default. For this project, we are pretty much never exporting default, and we're going to use curly braces to import everything that we, all of our components. So first things first, we want to change this div to a header. And now that we just have the word header, let's go ahead and save this and bring this into our layout component. So let's go layout, open this up, and we want to import this in. So I'm going to, actually, let's go ahead in here, and in our layout, we're going to add a main element like that. And then inside that, we're also going to add our header. Make sure we import that from @/components header. It's going to space my global CSS out a little bit, and I'm going to put that on the bottom. And now we have our little header. It's perfect. Let's continue to build out our header now that we can see it in our page. So inside header, I'm going to create a div. And inside that div is going to be our 3 parts. We're going to have the logo on the left, the nav in the middle, and the cart over on the right, at least on desktop. And so first I'm going to import link from next link. I'm going to say href equals /. I'm going to close that. I'm going to say logo for now. We will import our logo soon, but now we see its logo and it links to, well, this page right here. That's good. Next, we want to have a nav, so NAV. And inside that, we want to have an unordered list. And inside that, we are going to map over some data that we get. But for right now, we're just going to say li, and I'm going to say item, or I'm going to say, I don't know, boards. And let's go ahead and save that. And then underneath the nav, we are going to have a div. And inside that div, we're going to have our button link. And we can close that. Inside, we're going to say cart, parentheses 1. And then we need to pass some values to button link here. So href, because this is not actually going to be like a functioning cart, we're just going to say it doesn't lead anywhere. Icon is going to be cart. We're going to have color is equal to purple. And aria label is going to be cart 1, just for some added accessibility. And you'll see why, because on the actual page, when we get down to smaller sizes, see how it just turns to 1? We still want it to say cart 1 if someone's using a screen reader. So that's why we have that aria label there, and we will make it so that that changes out. So this is looking pretty good. Let's go back and start to style things out. Header, we're going to say class name, and that's going to be header absolute. And I'll explain why we have that header class, because that is not a Tailwind class. That's something that we are using in our bounded component. I'll show you that in a sec. We have left, if I can spell it, 0, right 0, top 0. And then we have z is 50. We want that above everything else. And we want to use a tilde h32 dash, or slash 48. Tilde px /6, tilde py /6, and md, so on medium screens and above, we're going to go height is 32. So once we do that, we see that our pink suddenly slides up, our background slides up, and so does the rest of the content. Why? Well, that's because we took it to absolute positioning. So if we remove the absolute, you see that it takes up space in our viewport again, or like in the stack. But once we make it absolute positioning, it comes out, and we can have it seem like it is part of the hero component practically itself, but it is not. But now we can go ahead and add some styles to these divs, to this div. Class name is going to be MX Auto, grid width full, max width 6XL. Oh. We're going to say grid calls, and we're going to give it a custom value of auto. Items center, gap 6, MD grid calls, and then brackets again, 1FR auto 1FR. So when it is less than medium, right? So on medium screens and above, we have 3 columns, and then on screens smaller than that, we only have the 2 columns of auto. If we save, we will see the effect of that. And if we inspect real quick and toggle the grid here, we can see where these different grid columns are. So here's one grid column. The second one is just auto, so it takes up just the space that it needs, and boards doesn't need that much space, so it starts and ends here. And then the last column is here, so we just need to push this all the way over to the right. We'll do that in just a second, but we can see that our grid is working the way we want it to. Just to make sure the logo is always where we want it, we're going to add a class to the link element. I'm going to say justify self start. And on the nav, we're going to add some styles. First, we're going to say give it an ARIA label. You should always give your navs an ARIA label so that it is clear to screen readers whether this is a main nav or a sidebar navigation or a footer navigation. So here we're just going to say main. And then we'll say class. We're going to give it a col span full. There we go. Row start 2. MD col span 1. MD col start 2. And MD row start 1. And kind of like switching between flex row and flex column, we can't do the responsive fluid styles between 1 and 2 and things like that. So that's why we have to use these. But you immediately start to see like, man, wouldn't it be nice if we could use these and not have all of these very similar values? But we can't. Oh, I meant to save that. Here we go. So we save this, and these styles will become more apparent once we go into more of a mobile nav. So as you might remember, the logo and the cart stay up there, and then the navigation drops down, which you kind of have to think about it like, wait, isn't the order 1, 2, 3? Why does it become like 1, 2, 3 in a sense? Well, that's because of the styles we just added. At its smallest size, or like on mobile essentially, we have a full column span. So however many columns we have, it's going to span all of them. And we say that, hey, this element starts on row 2. But on larger devices, we are going to say this only spans 1 column, and it's going to start at column 2, which is right here, and it's going to start in row 1. So that's why we have the order we do for desktop and then mobile. All right, style our UL now. Let's get back to our website actually. And for the UL, add a class name. Let's say flex wrap, items center, justify center, and gap 8. And we don't have much to see there, so I'm just going to copy this a few more times. And now we see boards. And that's working pretty much how we want it. There's not too much complicated there because we're not doing a super fancy like mobile nav or anything. We have so much other fancy stuff that if you want a fancy mobile nav, there are lots of tutorials for that. Not too many kick flipping, skateboard, 3D things, so figured we'd focus on that. And we will be fetching data for this LI in just a minute. We're not going to hard code these values. We will be creating a custom type in slice machine to bring in these links. But for now, let's go down to this div underneath our nav. We'll say class name. It's going to be justify self. Oh, didn't get any help with there. There we go. And that's looking pretty good. Is there anything else we need to hit? Let's go ahead. And because we are hard coding this cart value, we're actually going to create two spans. So we're going to say span, and I'm going to copy that. In the first span, we will say 1. And then in this second span, we're going to say cart, parentheses 1. So here on the first span, we're going to give it a class name of MD hidden. And on the second span, we'll say class name is hidden, and then MD inline, just like that. So now, if it's desktop, we see that cart 1, but if it's mobile, we just see the number 1. So exactly what we want. All right, so before we call our data in, let's go ahead and actually bring in our logo. So if we go here to components/logo, just go ahead and copy that and create that component right here. So logo.tsx, hit enter, paste, and save. Then in header, we should be able to replace logo to import logo like that from period logo, or sort of from period/logo. Then we're going to style it with a class name of text brand purple and tilde h12/20. And we need to close that and hit save. And we have our logo, and it links to our homepage where we already are. But why does text brand purple change the color of this logo? So like if we do green, green, or is it lime? It might be lime. There we go. If we do lime, it also changes the color. Why is that? This is an SVG. It's not text. Oh, let's go there. There we go. Fixed it. So the reason is because we're using fill current color, and current color picks up literally the current color value from its parent. So because we are setting color to purple, the color, once it gets into this SVG, is going to be that purple. It's a handy way to allow colors from outside and not have to worry about, like, do you have to set the fill and the stroke and other things. It just allows you to grab current color, and then you can treat it like text. It's really handy. All right, we can finish the header off by just removing this props type that comes when we create the component from a template, and then just clear that out so we no longer have any errors in this file. Save that, and since we are in the realm of importing our SVGs, let's go ahead and import the ones that we have in the background here, both that wide one and then the tall one that we have on mobile. So if we go to our resources, go to components and files, and then you'll see we have tall logo and wide logo. Go ahead and grab each of those and add it to the hero component, or I should say the hero folder. So the three files I have open are the header, the tall logo that I just pulled from here, and the wide logo, which I pasted in as well. And just a reminder, we want to put it in the hero folder. Why in the hero folder? Because we're only going to use these components in the hero slice. So it's easier to co-locate. That way you don't have 1,000 components where, like, bounded, we are going to use that in many different places. Same with button. And then things like header doesn't belong anywhere but in this general components folder. So that's the distinction here. So let's open up our hero, and right underneath bounded, we're going to add a div in here. I'll say period absolute, hit tab, and then open that up, and we'll start typing wide logo, and it imports like that. And I'm just going to close that. And here I'm going to say tall logo, and it's going to auto import when I hit enter. And if I save this, we aren't going to see it just yet because we need to add some classes to give it a size. So for wide logo, I'm going to say class name, and I'm going to say W full, and let's say text brand purple. And there we go. We actually get both of them because it just gave this div a size. Because right now, this is taking up the size of its parent, and the parent is an absolutely positioned div with nothing else really going on. So let's give this div that wraps our two logos a little bit more style. So we'll say inset 0, and that is basically a shortcut for top 0, left 0, bottom 0, right 0. So we're setting all of the sides to 0 so that when we hit save, it brings it to every single side and just makes it a full screen thing. Now we're going to say flex and items center and PT 20. So that's padding top 20 so that it doesn't override or it doesn't like overlap. That's what I'm looking for with our nav bar. Let's give our wide logo a few more styles. So right after text brand purple, we'll say hidden and we'll say opacity 20, mix, blend, multiply, and LG : block. If we hit save, we see that it stays, but it fades out a little bit. Now, go ahead and copy this whole class name and bring it over to tall logo. We have a couple things that we want to change. First, we want to get rid of this hidden. And instead of block for LG, we want to say hidden because we need to swap it out for the background one. So now let's go small. And there we go. That is looking good. And if we do this, let's see, like that, we aren't going to see that overlap. So remember when I was explaining the overflow hidden? That's why, because it can overflow if you have certain dimensions, and we just don't want that. So that's looking pretty cool. Now I want to bring in the subtle little animation, the little squiggle, as I call it, that we have on in the background. So to do that, we need to first get this SVG filters component. So I'll walk us through what this does, but go ahead and grab that components, new file, SVG filters.tsx. So create this component, and we have this SVG that doesn't have a height or a width, and it just has this defs element. And we're using this to declare these filters, this filter of squiggle and then index within the DOM so that any element on the page can reference this without having to add this over and over and over again. So we're going to make 5 filters with a little bit of JavaScript here, and each filter is going to use the FE turbulence and the FE displacement map SVG filters in order to make that effect. Let's first add these to our project, and then I'll come back and we can tweak these values and you can kind of see what each of these does. Basically, turbulence passes to displacement map, and then that's the output that we see. But let's first go to our layout, and make sure I open the sidebar. And underneath main, we're just going to go ahead and say SVG filters. Oh, and there it is. I'm going to close that. We don't need to pass it anything. And now in our DOM, we have these filters that are being rendered out. And if we look, we can see that the ID is squiggle and then an index. So before we animate it, we can actually go and see this effect on our elements. So I'm going to apply it directly here. I'm going to say style, and then I'm going to give it double brackets. I'm going to say filter. And then in here, you don't have to follow this. I just want to show you how this is working. So I'm going to kind of hard code in this filter, the URL, parentheses, single quote, close parentheses, and I'm going to say squiggle, or sorry, hashtag squiggle, because it's an ID, and I'm just going to say 1 for now. And you might not be able to tell, but it changed very subtly. And I can zoom in and we change this to squiggle 2. I'll hit save, and you see how it just moved around. So that's essentially what we're doing. We're going from squiggle 0 to squiggle 1. I'm not sure if I saved it, or to squiggle 2, right? So we are looping through the 0 to 4 indexes, and we can now go ahead and play with the SVG filter a little bit, and you can tweak this to your heart's content, but I think the values that we have are going to be the best ones for the rest of the site. But you can kind of see, base frequency, the lower it is, the bigger the waves, so to speak, and then the higher it is, the more fine grained. It's kind of like a spray paint effect there. So we're going to go with 0.5, and then number of octaves is really how detailed each one gets. So I would keep it at 2. We don't need it too detailed. And then scale for the displacement map. This is pretty much how much are we affecting the outcome. If you go to 40, if we go to 400, you see it just becomes absolute mush. So we're going to keep it at 4 for just a little bit of a warp. And this one is important right here, seed. This is why the effect changes for each index, because we are changing the seed. And if you're familiar with generative art or randomization at all, the seed determines how the randomness plays out. So if you give it a different seed, then the different squiggles will be different. If you were to remove the seed, this wouldn't change. They would all be identical because they're all playing off of the same default seed. So with our SVG filters added, I now want to go ahead and first wipe it off the wide logo. Let's get rid of that. And what we're going to do is we're going to add a class to this that will take care of that animate wiggle for us. So we're going to import CLSX from CLSX, and in here we're going to say CLSX parentheses class name, and then after class name we're going to say quotes animate squiggle, like that. And absolutely nothing should have changed because we haven't defined this animate squiggle just yet. But go ahead and copy this and add it to your tall logo. It's going to replace the class name there, and going to copy our import over. And now we are ready to add some animation to our Tailwind setup. Head to the resources, and we want to grab Tailwind. Where's that? There it is. And we want to scroll down a little bit. We're not grabbing this whole thing. Go to keyframes, and you see keyframes, we have squiggle. And you're going to grab all the way down, and then also we're going to grab this animation. So copy all of that, and what's in Tailwind config.ts, put it right inside the extend bracket. So I'm going to put it right after colors, paste that in, and if we look, we see that as it animates, it's just going to go from 0% at squiggle 0, and it's going to cycle through 1, 2, 3, 4, and it is going to loop infinitely. And the entire animation from squiggle 0 to squiggle 4 takes half a second. So now because we put it in the animation part, or we passed it into the animation object, we can now use animate squiggle as a class anywhere we want. So if you've saved this, we should be able to go back and you should see fun little effect just like that. And we can zoom out and grab the mobile version just to check it, and we see the same thing there. Fantastic. So for now, this hero is done. Let's put it on ice. Let's put it back on the shelf, and we'll come back to it in a little bit. Next, let's get into our latest drop component. Let's get some skateboards going. All right, we're just about done, but before we move on, I want to make sure that we get actual links in here. And to do that, we're going to create a custom type that pretty much every site needs. And that is a settings custom type. So once again, or just for the first time, go into Slice Machine, click here for custom types, and then it says here, custom types are models that your editors can use to create menus or objects in the page builder. So if you have something that isn't a page, you are going to create a custom type for it if you need to have that data entered in. It's going to be a single type because it's like the settings for the entire website. So settings, and hit create, and we get this blank area that we can add our fields to now. Click the plus sign, and the first thing we're going to do is we're actually going to put our site title here. So go ahead and say text and site title, just like that. Hit done. We are also going to add a meta description, another text, like that. So you should have 2 text fields there. Next, we are going to add a fallback OG image. So when you share something on Twitter or Slack or whatever, and you get that image, that's your OG image. And we are able to set those for each and every page. So like here we have the ability to add this meta image or an OG image, but it's good practice to have a fallback that if your editors don't set it for a particular page, it then falls back to this generic one that just kind of covers the brand entirely. So say fallback, there, OG image. Cool, and I'm gonna hit done. And next, with those basics out of the way, we are now going to add our navigation. So hit the plus and scroll all the way to the bottom here and choose repeatable group. We're going to call this navigation. And we are going to keep the repeatable check there. And this actually doesn't do anything yet. This is essentially like a folder for your field. So now you see we have this add a field button here. We're going to click that, and now we're going to add a link there. And for that, we're just going to call it link, and we can keep the defaults. And This is really all we need for our settings file right now. Later we can come back and add some things for the footer, like these skateboards are going to be part of the settings, but we don't need to do that right now. So go ahead and head to your Review Changes tab. See that this is the only thing that we need to push, but go ahead and push that. And as that gets pushed up to Prismic, go back to the page list and click Create a New Page. If yours isn't ready, hit refresh, and there we go. Now I have my settings. It's saying you can't create a home page because it already exists, right? Makes sense. So instead, I'm going to create a settings type. I'll first name it up here, settings, site title, Suburbia, and meta description is going to say the best skateboards for now. And the OG image, I believe, we actually did upload that with the rest of everything. So if you scroll, well, I'm not sure where yours will be because I think it's based on upload order, but Suburbia OG.png, that's what we're looking for. So we can go ahead and add that. That's great. And now we see our navigation and we can go ahead and choose link type. We're just going to basically say like /. These aren't going to be real pages, but I do want to show you how we might link to an actual page. I'll say boards, or I'll say team, and then for the next one, you see how we can continue to add items here. I'm actually going to say customizer, and for choose link type, we can go ahead and just say /build, and we haven't created this yet, but later this will work. And then here we'll just say about, and I'll choose link type, link to web page, and just about, but yeah, well, let's just do / so that we're not actually sending anyone to a 404. Cool. If we go ahead and hit save, there we go, and publish that, we can now fetch that data from wherever we need it. And particularly, we need it in our header. So open up your header. And the great thing about React Server components, if you're familiar with the old way of building with Next.js, which is the pages router, there you had to fetch only at the page level and pass it down everywhere if you wanted that data to be fetched on the server side. Otherwise, if you put it in a component that was like a bit further down the line than a page, you would be fetching on the client side. Not only is that slower for the client or for your end user, but also makes you have to ship more JavaScript, have to just ship more things in general. It's just a lot slower. So instead, with the app router, we are able to fetch data from anywhere we want because this is a React Server component. And so we don't get any penalty for fetching our data here. And we get the benefit of not having to pass it down. It's called prop drilling in React. It's kind of a pain because you have to keep track of all these things that you're passing through like several different components. So just above the return here in your header, go ahead and say const client equals create client. And we want to import that not from @prismic.io/client, but just @/prismic.io. I know it's a little confusing, but make sure you're importing it from the local one. We want our specific create client, not the general concept of that from the Prismic client package. That's a little bit trippy, but make sure you get that one and just call that function. And then we're going to say const settings equals await client.getSingle, and we're going to say settings. These single types are easy to call for. It's just this one document, so it's pretty straightforward. But with the Prismic client, pretty much everything is easy to fetch because it's so well typed that if you were to call for something that doesn't exist, it's going to yell at you and say that's not a thing, and it just really helps you out. Now we're getting an error here. It's saying, hey, you can't do this just anywhere you want. You have to do that only in an async function. So right here, export function header, we're going to say export async function header, and that should go away. Now we're just saying, or now the error is only saying that, hey, you're not using the settings thing. Don't create something that you're not using. So we are going to head down to our unordered list, and just above the LI, we're going to use curly brackets and say settings.data. And you see here, it helps us out. So you don't have to guess at anything, no console logging needed. .navigation.map, because that's an array. And we're going to pass that an arrow function where we get item equals and then arrow, then parentheses. We're going to open this up and we're going to move our li inside there. Now it's going to not be too happy because this needs a key. See, missing key prop in iterator. So say key equals item.link.text. And if we save that, we will see 3 boards. Only thing is, this isn't a link right now. We want to pass the link in so that we can render out a link. So go ahead and create or use the component Prismic next link, hit enter to auto import it. I'm going to say field is equal to item.link, and then class name is equal to tilde text, and then lg/xl, and close that Prismic next link. So now we made the text a little bit bigger. That's why that bulked up. And we are using the actual text inside the Prismic next link. It's automatically pulling that text off, putting it inside the A tag if we inspect it. And it is automatically linking to where we told it to link to. If we look at the li, we see it's linking to /build that we're going to have later. So that is how easy it is to add a little bit of navigation. And of course, if you wanted to move things around, add more links, whatever you want, it's got a drag and drop feature. Pretty standard stuff, but it's easy to get up and running. So now that we have that, we are good to put this hero on ice for a little bit, and let's move on to our latest drop component. And we've got a few different things that we're going to create here. We're going to create a custom type to hold this skateboard data so that we can choose which skateboards to display in our latest drop. We're going to have a heading, and we're going to have a body copy. And yeah, let's get to it. As always with slices, we start by going and creating a new slice. We have our hero already. Go ahead, create, and we're going to say product grid. Let me make that a little bigger and hit create, and we get our slice. This is going to be similar to what we did for the hero. Add a field. We're going to use a rich text, unselect everything. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. There we go. And we're going to choose an H2. Make sure you don't put an H1. Each page should only have one H1 component. And so we're going to call this heading, and we're locking it to an H2. Don't need multiple paragraphs. And we are done there. Add another field. This is our body. Unselect everything. Paragraph, bold, italic. Once again, you can customize it as you want, as you wish, but I am sticking with those. Now, we're going to add another field, but it's going to be a group, a repeatable group, and we're going to call this product. We're going to add a field inside there, and we don't want a link here, but we actually want to scroll down, and we see this content relationship, a reference to a Prismic document. That is what we're going to choose, and we're going to label this skateboard. And then here, it allows us to choose what types we want to make available to pick from here. So if this was, say, like a featured blog post section, you would want to narrow that down for your editors to just blog posts. You don't want to have an author or like something else popping up in the blog post section by accident. Now we only have 2 types right now, homepage and settings, which means we're just going to hit done and leave it as open. So like right now you can choose anything, and we're going to go ahead and create a second custom type called skateboard. So head over to custom types, hit create, and this one's going to be a reusable type. We need multiple of them. So type skateboard and hit create. Now this is a little different because for the first time, we start out with a field here. Why did that happen? Because we are using a repeatable type, and those need some kind of a unique identifier. So that's the UID. So that comes standard. You have to have that there so that Prismic can kind of tell the difference between one and the other. So go ahead and add a new text field. And by the way, this is text string without formatting. When you just want a string back, use a text field. That's why we have been using them in things like the website title and the meta description, because we don't want to have to like unformat things. We don't want to get JSX back or HTML back. We just want a string, and that's what we want here. So here we're going to say name. This is the name of the skateboard itself. I'm going to move name up above UID, and you'll see why in just a little bit. Next, we're going to add an image, and that's going to be just the image of the skateboard. I'll say image. And then we are going to say that we will add the price. So go ahead and scroll down a little bit. We want a number. And I'm using dollars, but I'm going to say price, parentheses, cents. So you'll see what that looks like. And then you have to erase. I was going to put price here. We don't need the rest of it. So I'm going to hit done. For the record, this is what you're going to be like accessing in your code. So we didn't need to like specify the cents part. That's mainly for our editors so that they know to input cents, not just dollars. And then last for this custom type, we're going to put link, and this isn't going to come up just yet, or at least we're not going to add to it just yet, but this is going to be customizer link. And later on, once we have the customizer up and running, you will see what that is. But that's basically how we were able to link directly to this board layout and that board layout and all that stuff. So now that we have that, we can head back to our slices, open the product grid, and in Skateboard, inside our group here, this Skateboard content relationship, we can go ahead to types, and we want to choose Skateboard. Now we can add multiple, but we don't want to here. So I'll go ahead and hit done. And now we have a couple things to push up. But before we do, one thing that you'll notice here is we only have one type that has changed. Oh, and we can update our screenshot as well. Only one type has changed, and that is kind of a red flag when you've just created a slice. We have a brand new slice, but our page type hasn't changed at all. So we need to go to our page type, our home page, and we still only have one slice available for that page type. This is because you can have a bunch of slices for a website, and you also have a bunch of different page types, and you don't want every slice to be available on every page type. Most likely, like you might have a blog post page type, and you're not going to want this wild skateboard hero to be available within the confines of a blog post, right? It makes the whole thing messy, and you're just setting content creators up to just not do the best thing. So that's why you have to like opt in to each of your slices. And so yeah, there we go. We have two on there now, and I'm going to go ahead and open up product grid one more time and say update screenshot. Going to select file, or you know, I'm going to paste it in from here. We have our product grid. There we go. So it should just look like that. And now go to our review changes. We have our homepage, we have our skateboard, and we have the product grid. Go ahead and push all of that. It might take a second because of the, never mind, I'll say because of the image, but it was speedy. So if we head back to Prismic.io, we're going to go to the page builder and create a new page. Oh, got to reload. And we have our skateboard here. I'm going to go ahead and create this skateboard. And I'm going to see, we want the Oni mask. So that's what that board is called, Oni mask. And now this is why I put the UID after, because if the UID comes first, we don't get this benefit of it automatically creating from the fields before it. So put your names first and your UIDs after that so that you don't have to type there. So that's taken care of. Now the image, I'm going to say select image, and I need to, let me see if I can find it. ONI. There we go. Not this one. This is a texture for the 3D board. But this one right here is what we're looking for. It's been great. Oni mask complete. Select that one. Add to page. And then price in cents. You can put whatever you want here. I'm just doing just like that, $59.99. I don't know what a skateboard really goes for, but that seems like a good deal. It's actually, that seems very cheap. Anyway, and we can leave the customizer link blank for now. Go ahead and hit save and then hit publish. And so we have one skateboard to select. Now in our home page, we can come in here and we're going to hit the plus and add a new slice. This is our product grid. We can come back and grab the content that we want here. So latest drop, heading latest drop, body, grab our freshest designs before they sell out, paste that in there. And we're just going to do one product for now. And we're going to say link to Prismic page. And this is only going to give us the one option because we're locked into skateboards. It's all I can choose. So Oni mask, $59.99, and we can choose that there. Hit save and publish. Now, one of the best parts about Prismic is that your content team will be able to see what their slice looks like, but we need to hook up the live preview. And this is actually pretty easy. For right now, we're going to go ahead and grab our URL just of our local dev server. So I'm copying localhost 3000 and I'm heading back to Suburbia and saying get the live preview, click that and say get live editing. I'm going to paste that in and it should add /slice simulator to the end. And if it does, you hit save and then boom, we should start to see our slices populating in. That one is just a placeholder component. And then the hero should be looking a little bit better than that. Let me see if it looks decent on reload. Yeah, so the size was just locked from the initial load. But now you can see that we are getting a nice little demo. And if we remove that word, we can say escape the boredom. There you go. It updates. Bring it back cul-de-sac. And yeah, that's a really beneficial feature. And just like that, we are hooked up. Before we launch or deploy our site, we're going to change that URL to actually point to our production. Well, I guess it's going to be after we deploy our site. We will change it to our URL on Netlify. But for right now, working locally, that is just fine. And I don't need to publish it again, really, because I changed something and just changed it back. But it doesn't really hurt. If we head to Suburbia on localhost, we should reload and see a little tiny placeholder component down here. Placeholder component for product grid variation default slices. So let's start building out that slice in our JSX. So go to product grid index.tsx. Once again, we've created a placeholder component. You can wipe out the placeholder component part. We're going to change section to bounded. And that should have imported. I'm going to move it down just like that. And bounded isn't happy because it needs some children. And what we're going to do for that is head back to Slice Machine, open up slices, click our product grid, and we're going to show code snippets and start passing this stuff in. So copy and paste, copy and paste. I'm going to make a little space. And then product, this, like I said that this isn't a field and it's not, but luckily they give us the slice.primary.product map. So we can loop over however many products we have and render that item out. And inside there, I'm going to put a Prismic Next link to that item. And that is complaining because it needs a key prop, of course. So I'm going to say, do item, comma index. We're not going to do this normally, but for right now, just to kind of see anything load out, this is what we're going to do. So key equals index. That will give us a unique key. And now we need to import everything. So go ahead and hit command period on Prismic Next link, import that, and same with Prismic rich text, even though we are going to likely be using the Prismic text for this again. But if we save this and head to Suburbia, we see latest drop, grab our freshest designs before they sell out, and we see link. And the link doesn't work right now because it doesn't really know how to link to a skateboard. Like where does that live? What URL is that? It's not really sure. So it just kind of goes, I don't know, but here's a link, right? But it is giving us the right number of items. So let's start styling this little slice we got down here. So we have our bounded component already, but let's add our background color and our background texture. So class name, BG texture, and BG brand gray. There we go. And that's looking better already. Now for the heading, we're going to want to drop this down to a Prismic text, command period, import that, wrap this in a heading. Typing all over the place. And that's already looking a lot better. We're going to add a couple more classes to this heading and say text center tilde MB 4-6. Oh, I had a space there. And that's it for the classes. And then we're going to say as equals h2, just to specify that that needs to be an h2, not an h1. Great, looking really good. We'll style our body by wrapping this in a div. I'm going to say period text center, hit tab, wrap it around, and give this a margin bottom. So I'm going to do tilde MB slash or 6/10. Hit save there, and there we go. Now we're going to bring in our products. Now the thing about the way the content relationship works is that this skateboard item that we have here doesn't really have all that much on it. If we were to log this out like this, you see I have console log, slice, primary, product, and index 0. This is what we get here. We get skateboard with an ID, type skateboard. We don't actually have any of the images or our price or anything like that. We just have a UID, an ID, and a couple other small details. So what we need to do is we need to fetch this data. And so we're going to create a specific component for each skateboard. And inside that component, we're going to fetch the skateboard's data. So from within your product grid, go ahead and create a new file. And I'm going to call this skateboard product.tsx. I'm going to use our shortcut tsrfc like that. And I'm going to go ahead and say, get rid of the default here. And we're going to set our props. We only need one prop that we're expecting is ID. That's going to be a string. And then we can destructure ID here inside the brackets. And now what we get to do with that ID is we get to call for the skateboard document based on that ID. So like we've done in other files, we're going to say const client equals create client. And remember, we want the @/prismic.io. That is our local one. Call that function. On the next line, const product equals await client.get by ID, like that. And we're going to first type this. I'm going to say content. And as soon as we do, it's like, do you want the Prismic.io client content? Yes, we do. That's what we want. Content dot skateboard document. And then we're going to close that and say ID like that. And once again, await, we can't use that without this being a async function. Now everyone's happy. Product just needs to be used somewhere. And the reason we had to type this ourselves is because get by ID can return lots of different types, and we just wanted to make sure that it gets set to a skateboard document. And once again, those are automatically typed for us. Like we don't have to go create these skateboard document types. Slice Machine does that for us. So let's come down to our div. Let's knock out the skateboard product thing, and let's just render out our image to start with. So I'm going to say Prismic next image like that, and we're going to say alt equals, we don't need to have alt text for this one in my opinion, because we already have the text there. We're going to say field equals product.data.image, and we're going to say width equals 150, just like that. And we're going to close that up. Now let's save that, and now we need to pull this in, or use this in our product grid. So instead of this Prismic next link, we actually want to use our skateboard product. But first, I'm actually going to wipe out this whole thing and also remove the item and index here. And we're going to destructure skateboard off of that item, so we don't have to pass it later. And here first, we're going to use a Prismic helper function. So I'm going to say is filled, and you see this is importing from Prismic.io/client. And this does kind of what it sounds like it's going to do. It returns a Boolean for whether or not a field is filled in or not. So the reason why we use this and not just something like skateboard question mark and then something, right? Because things like rich text return an object, images return an object. Like, it's not just an easy truthy falsy value. So this is filled helper does that hard work and figures out if it's actually filled in or not. So is filled, and then we need to tell it what type of field we are passing it. So we're going to say content relationship, and we're going to pass it our skateboard. So now it's like, okay, cool. I'm good with that because skateboard is a content relationship field and it's happy. If we pass it something else, it's not going to be too happy. So if that is filled, then we're going to say and. We're going to say parentheses, and then we'll do our skateboard product. So skateboard product key is going to be skateboard .id. That will be unique. We don't need to use the index anymore. Not great practice there, so we're going to avoid it. And then the ID is what we need to pass in. So we're going to say ID equals skateboard.id. Close that up, and we'll save that. And let's head to our page, and we see that we are now rendering out the image. So what's happening once again is we are getting the data for this slice, and it has this product group that has all these skateboards on it. Right now it's just one. And all we get from that is a couple of things. We get the ID, and so we're using that ID inside our skateboard product to call for that skateboard and display it. And once again, these are all server components, React server components. So none of this is going to happen client side. It's all going to be very fast. The way that we are calling for this data is not going to be any kind of problem on the client side. So if you're used to this being kind of like an anti-pattern, it is now a good way of doing this. Also, you can remove the import React from React. That automatically happens with Next.js now. I'm going to shift my imports around, and that's looking good. All right, so there's a lot to style inside this skateboard product component. But first, let's go ahead and finish up wrapping this inside a grid container so that as we add more boards, it'll be aligned nicely. It'll have a nice little gap between them and so on. So let's wrap this in a div. I'm going to say period grid and open this up around the slice.primary.product.map. And inside here, we're going to add some more classes. So we're going to say w full grid cols 1, gap 4, md grid cols 2, and lg grid cols 4. And I'm going to go ahead and save that. And we shouldn't see really any change, but if you inspect real quick and see the grid, yes, we have 4 columns there. And as we shrink down, it goes to 2 columns, and then it goes to 1 column. So it's listening to what we're telling it to do. Perfect. Now for the skateboard product. First thing I want to do is I want to display the price. So right after we call for our product, so we're going to say const price, because you need to do a little bit of calculation. We're going to say is filled right there, Prismic IO, make sure that is added to your imports there. So is filled.number, and we're going to pass that the product.data.price. And so if that exists, if that is filled in, then we're going to use a ternary to return a string. And then after that, if it's not filled in, we're just going to say price not available. But inside these backticks here, make sure you're using backticks. We're going to say $$ curly braces. I know it's, if you're familiar with using backticks and these template operators, you might be confused, but that's for the price. That's for the $. So that's why we have that there. And then inside here, we want parentheses. I'll say product.data.price. And we'll say divided by 100. And then on the outside this parentheses, 2 fixed. And then pass that a number 2. And what does that function do? Well, that makes sure that it sets, it returns a string to that number of decimals. So we want to make sure that we always have cents there that are represented. So even if the number that we're passing it comes out to like .00, we still want to show those. So 2 fixed is going to give us that. And I'm just going to come in here and I'm going to add a couple of elements that we will style out in a little bit. So say div, and then inside there say span, and then we're just going to say price. Save that, and we should see $59.99 right there. Perfect. I'm going to move this to the side again so we can do both. And inside the div that we just created, I'm going to say class name, flex, item center, justify between, and tilde text, or I'll just say fluid, right? So anytime I say fluid, that's what I'm saying. So fluid text small sm slash 2xl. So we have like quite the difference between those two. Next, I'm going to create another span, but we're going to use Emmet to add a class to it right away. So span, and then dot inline flex. Hit tab, and there we go. We have a span with inline flex, and add a couple more styles: item center and gap 1. Great. Now open up that span, and in here, I want to go ahead and say fa star and import that from React Icons Font Awesome 6. Pushing that up because it's an npm package, and I'm going to close that and save just to check that it shows up. Nice. And the nice thing is these icons from React Icons come, or they're using current color. So we can go ahead and say class name, and we'll say text yellow, and I'm going to go 400. Cool. And after fa star, I'm just going to put 45 or 37. Go for it. Great. So you have 37 reviews on that one. Okay, we're going to keep building this out bit by bit. Wrap Prismic next image in a div, and let's say div for now. And we're going to add a class name to that. And we're going to say -mb1. So this can be negative margin bottom 1. So it's actually going to shift whatever's underneath it up. And I'm going to say overflow hidden. And py, padding y, is going to be 4. That's not going to do much right now, but you'll see once we have the lines built in that it's going to make a bit of a difference. Underneath, we want to have our h3 for our product name, right? The actual name of the skateboard. So we're not going to pass heading or anything for this one. We're just going to say h3, class name, I'm going to say my2, so margin y2, text center, font sans, letting tight, and fluid text lgxl. Like that. Oh, I didn't close it. Make sure you close it, or it's not going to be happy. And inside we say product.data.name. Save that. And we have our Oni mask outputting, looking good. And then underneath our H3, we're going to add the button. So yes, later it's going to not seem like it's underneath the H3, but it is. It's going to be on top. So H3, I'm going to go a little bit down. I'm going to say period absolute, tab, and inside here we'll say button link. And I'm going to close, or no, I'm going to open that up and say customize. But inside here, we have to pass it a field. So say field is equal to product.data.customizer link. And now it's going to be happy. So we don't have anything in there just yet, but when we do later, that's going to take us right to the Oni mask. You'll see how we do that. Let's add a few more styles to this div here. So after absolute, say inset 0, flex, item center, justify center, opacity 0. And one thing I don't think I've mentioned, you might be noticing that I'm kind of typing sloppy, right? So watch, I'm going to say transition opacity. So instead of typing out all that, I'm going to go kind of just get a few of those letters across the whole thing. So TROP. See, I kind of went like, okay, first couple letters of that, there's probably not going to be many of these classes that have those letters in there. And so once I see the property I'm going for, I just hit enter. That way I don't have to go through all the transitions. So if I do it the other way where I go transition, see how I have to like really go through, but TROP gets me right there. So little tip, that's why I'm kind of just typing. I'm not worrying about the hyphens too much, just trying to get a series of characters that gets me close enough to that. So duration 200, say DOR2, boom. Group hover, and I'll explain this in just a moment, but group -hover : because this is a media query, much like when we do large and medium and small and all those things. This is, if hovering, Then we want to say opacity is 100. And other than that, it's going to default to opacity of 0. So right now we don't have a group on it. So even when we come down here, it's never going to show. So to make that work, let's go all the way to our root div in the skateboard product. And let's give this a little love. So class name, we're going to say group relative MX auto W full max W72 PX8 and PT4. Hit save on that, and that's looking a lot better. So it's now taking up the full width, and look, on hover, we get this cool customize button. That's looking a lot better. If you're not aware, you have to have a relative on a parent item for this absolute to know where its bounds are. So that's why we're putting relative here. We want the button positioned relative to the entire, to like the root div. I'm just gonna toss this on here real quick. Don't you do that. Oh man, you can't even see that. Let's go border 4. There we go. So that is the constraint of this product, or this skateboard product, and you see that everything's kind of positioned nicely in the center there. Getting rid of my border. Honestly, this image is a little boring right now. Let's spice it up. I'm going to add a class name at the end, and we're going to add quite a few things here. So MX auto, I need to get help. MX auto, there we go. Nope. MX, there we go. So we're going to say W hyphen square brackets 58%. That is just kind of a specific number so that this looks and works good with the lines and everything else that we have here. Sometimes you just have to dial in those specific numbers. Luckily, Tailwind gives you that way to do it. Origin top, transform GPU, transition transform, duration 500, ease in out, and group hover is scale 150. All right, save that, and now we see quite a shift here. So we don't want the skateboard to actually take up 100% of the width like it, well, I don't think it was before, but it definitely was getting close. We want it to kind of be zoomed out a little bit, and then from that, scale in once we hover the whole thing. And that's where the group hover comes in with that scale 150. And this right here is really important. If we if I mess up this class so that it doesn't work anymore, you'll see that the board overflows everything and it covers the name and just doesn't look as good. So that's what the overflow hidden is doing for us there. It's covering up the board. All right, let's look at our final product to see what else we need to do. We need to bring in the straight lines, the horizontal and vertical lines behind it, as well as that scribble animation. And with that scribble, we need to bring in the color for each part. So we've got just like 3 things left to do by my count, but I've been wrong before. Let's start by grabbing those lines. So if you go to components/line, and actually this could just be located right next to the skateboard, because I don't believe we use that anywhere else, but just in case, we will stick it with how I put it here. So go ahead and grab this, hit copy, and then let's go to components. In components, create line.tsx and paste that in, hit save. And now in here, you'll see that we have a horizontal line and a vertical line. It gives us those wavy paths. So save that and head back to skateboard product. Let's start at the very top, right after the root div, create a little space, and we're going to add 2 vertical lines and a horizontal line here. So go ahead and add that vertical line, and then another, I'm just going to copy it, and then horizontal line. Excellent. And we need to pass this some classes, otherwise it's going to do this. And I don't know if you remember the design, but this is not it, my friends. So I'm going to be passing vertical line. I'll pass both of them the same classes for the most part, but then I'm also going to pass it like one class that'll determine its position. So one will go on the left, one will go on the right. So for that reason, I'm actually going to come up above our function, right below the props. And I'm going to say const, and in all caps with underscores, vertical line classes equals, and we're just going to write a string out here. Tailwind won't help us out here because it doesn't think that we're writing classes here. It just thinks that we're creating a string. So I'm going to type out everything here, but let's go ahead. Top -0 h full stroke 2 text stone 300 transition colors group hover text stone 400. And we're going to come down to vertical line, say class name is equal to, give some curly brackets because we're using CLSX, baby. We are going to be combining some strings, like I said. So vertical line classes, comma, I'll open this up a little bit so you can see, vertical line classes, comma, and we're going to pass it a string left -4. And if you see here, we are using absolute. So once again, this will be our bounds, and we're going to position it to the left. Give this the same treatment down here, but you're never going to believe it, right 4. So I know your mind's a little blown right now, but that's what just happened. And there we go. So the horizontal line is not actually styled yet, but it has been kind of brought to heel by the fact that the vertical lines have gotten a lot smaller. And this is looking better already. So for horizontal line, let's go ahead and I'm going to copy this part of const vertical line classes, say horizontal. And just in case you're not aware, when you do all caps underscores like this just shows that this is meant to stay static. This is not meant to change at all. It just makes it very clear that these are things that will not be mutated, or it's not like a typical variable. So for horizontal line classes, create a string, then say -mx8 stroke 2 text stone 300 transition colors group hover text stone 400. So we could have copied some of that stuff, but we're actually not positioning this one absolute, but we are making it take up more space than it kind of should by making the margin, and I can't hover and show you that, but by making the margin on the x-axis spread out. So that's how we're going to get this overlap effect. Now we're going to add it, class name. I'm just going to actually copy. Actually, no, we don't need CLSX with this one. This is exactly what we need. Class name, and we're going to just pass it horizontal line classes like that. And there we go. It's looking better already. And then as we hover over it, it changes from the text stone 300 to text stone 400. That's looking much better. And we are not positioning this absolutely. So to position our next horizontal line, we're actually just going to copy this and go down just above our H3, paste it in there. And just like that, it is set. Looking really good. Okay, so it's scribble time. Let's go ahead and find, here we go. So scribble right here, product grid /scribble.tsx. Go ahead, copy that, and product grid, new file, scribble tsx, paste that in. And once again, this is mostly just an SVG, but it also has a filter built in here, right? And we have some classes that are already placed on this path. Now, Tailwind doesn't actually have a stroke dash offset property or like any of those classes. So you can do it completely if you just wrap everything in brackets, and that's what we have here. And you can see that we are checking the group to see if it's hovering. Then we set the dash offset to 0. You might not know what this is. Don't worry, I'll show it to you once it's all set up. But all we're going to do is drop this scribble into our skateboard product right behind the Prismic next image. So go in here and we're going to say scribble, hit enter to import it. And we're going to say class name is equal to absolute Let me go ahead and close it so that it helps me with my classes. Bottom 0, left 0, right. Actually, we're about to use all of them. So let's just do inset 0. Okay, so back that up. Inset 0. So we're going to do all 4. So just let's save some time. H full and width full. All right, save that. And let's see, are we seeing anything? We are not. Here's what we want to do. We want to also pass it a color. So color equals, and I'm just going to go ahead and pass it hash, let's say F00. And so if I save that, it gets a red little scribble behind it. And you see it is drawing in nicely, and that's working pretty well. We're going to get this color from the image. We're going to fetch that in a second. So to briefly explain what we're doing, this is a great CSS Tricks article by Chris Coyer called How SVG Line Animation Works. And if you want to learn it, go ahead and give this a read. But basically, the strokes can be dashed, right? So that's how, this is pretty much the core of the trick. And what you want to do is you eventually want to make the dashes as long as the path is entirely. So you basically have one dash that takes up the entire thing, and then another one that is and then the gap is also the same size. So imagine a dash that is so long it covers the entire shape. Now you shift or offset that stroke. Instead of covering the entire shape, it not covers the entire shape, right? Now you just shift it back. So like to start, it's pushed off and then it moves back in, rides along that shape. So that's what's happening, is we are changing the offset by which it is set. So once it's hovered, it comes back. But if it's not being hovered, we push it off by 1700. It's just a unit. So that's how it works. And it provides cool little effects like this. So back to what we're doing, it's looking pretty good, and it has that little filter on it, so it looks a little bit jagged, just like our logo up top, but we want to get that color. So we can close our scribble, and inside our skateboard product at the very top, I'm going to put this actually above the props here, and I'm going to create a new function called async function, because we're going to be doing some fetching, get dominant color. And I'm going to pass that a URL. That is a string. And we're going to open that up, and we'll say const palette URL equals new URL parentheses URL. And URL is a built-in interface that we don't have to like import anything. So new line, we'll say palette URL dot search params dot set, and we'll say palette, and then comma JSON. So two strings, palette and JSON. And then we're going to say const res equals await fetch. We're using the node fetch that's built in. We're going to pass it the palette URL with these new search params added to it. And then we'll say const JSON equals await res.json. So when this returns, when the fetch returns, we are then going to cast that as JSON and return parentheses. We want to return one of two things, and we'll actually go ahead and console log what we get back so we can see exactly what we're getting. And we're going to return JSON.dominant colors. We're not going to get any type help here. And we'll say period vibrant question mark dot hex. So if that exists, then we want to return that. Or if that doesn't exist, we'll say JSON.dominant colors dot vibrant underscore light question mark dot hex. A little bit complicated, but you'll see what is happening once we log out this JSON and why we're doing this weirdness. So we're going to pull the dominant color down into our skateboard product function right after price, say const dominant color equals is filled. So we want to make sure that, yep, that's right. The image is actually there before we start fetching based on it, right? Image, or we're going to say product.data.image. And if so, let's go full screen because we're making a ternary. So question mark, await, get dominant color, because remember that is an async await. So sorry, this is an async function, so we have to await it. Get dominant color parentheses product.data.image.url. And if not, we're going to say dominant color is undefined. All right, go ahead and save that. Oh, but actually first we should probably use the dominant color. So pass it instead of, where was it? Scribble, here we go. So instead of the red here, we're going to pass in dominant color. And hit save. Now, what do we get? We are getting a nice little result. That does indeed look like it is coming from our skateboard. You can definitely see how that matches. So if we open up our console, we actually do see what we are logging out. So these colors in, so first of all, I'll say that we have a few different values here, but we have an array of colors and an array of dominant colors, okay? And the colors by themselves, to be honest with you, I don't fully get what these are supposed to be. There's just 5 random colors from the thing. I'm not exactly sure. I found that using the dominant colors when they come back is a little bit better of a result. Now, the reason why we are saying up here in our function, give me vibrant or give me vibrant light, is because vibrant doesn't exist on all of these or like on all of the images, but vibrant light seems to exist everywhere. So your mileage may vary, but some of the images that I used didn't have a vibrant on it. So I wanted a fallback, obviously. So you can pretty much have them all as fallbacks, but it makes more sense if you have each of these skateboards use the same type of color, right? Like you wouldn't want one muted and then another one vibrant and stuff like that. So that is looking awesome. Now we just need to add more skateboards, and that's just a matter of adding more content in the Prismic page builder. So go ahead, take a minute and add a couple more of these. It shouldn't take you too long. You don't have to add these exact ones, but these are the ones that I chose. These are kind of my favorites. Just make sure that you are choosing the right skateboard texture. Go for it, and I'll meet you on the other side. Just as a reminder, you create a new page, skateboard, and then so I'm going to do thank you. I'll just walk you through it really quick. Thank you. And we're grabbing that one with the transparency. Add to page. I'm going to say it's, let's go $69.99. And customize our link, we can leave that blank. Hit save, hit publish, and then when you've added all of your skateboards, then go back to the homepage and add those in. Okay, I've created 3 more skateboard types, and so I have 4 total. I'm coming into the homepage, and I'm going to go ahead and add 1, 2, 3 more items. And you can see we have our preview over here. I'm going to say link to Prismic page, and I'll choose the pink drop first, and then we'll do the thank you, and then the yellow and black. And as you see, as we add them, they all load in over there in the preview. I can hit save, and I can hit publish. And when I come back to Suburbia Skateboards on localhost, I'm gonna hit reload one more time. You might have to reload it twice or 3 times. Yeah, usually the cache needs to be cleared, so twice reloading should do it. Now let's see if our colors are working good. That's looking great, awesome. So not sure which boards you chose, but hopefully those colors are looking good. If not, go ahead and tweak some of those values here. Wait, where is it? In here. Choose different ones of these or choose another fallback or something. But with my mileage, these worked great. So great job building out your second slice. Next, we're going to build out this text and image slice, a little bit of parallax and this cool stacking effect. So let's get into that. So to create this slice, we're going to go ahead and head back to Slice Machine. Now, remember, we can create slices one of two ways. So we can go into a page and create a slice from inside here, create new, or use a template. If you see the templates, I have a couple templates here that we don't really need, but in case you're curious of like, how would I build customer logos? In fact, we're actually going to pretty much build this alternate grid component right now. But we can also just create new. And you can also create it from slices like that. The difference is if you create it from inside a page type, it automatically gets added to that page type. So go ahead and create a new one from inside the home page. We're going to call it text and image, just like that. Not the best name, but it's always the best name that I've been able to decide. So go ahead and click into this, and we're going to start off with the screenshot. So say update screenshot, and I'm going to pull in the text and image default, so the blue one, and just grab that and pop that in there. Now let's take a look at what we need for this component. So we need a heading, we need a body, we need a link, and we need two images, one for the foreground and one for the background. Now, all of the backgrounds are going to be the same, but by adding the background image into the CMS, it allows us to change it at a later date if we would like to, if we want that not to be the same exact like paint swatch every time. And we also need a background color, right? So blue, orange, and that sort of thing. The last thing we need is probably the most obvious one. Where does the text go and where does the image go? Text left, image right, image left, text right. So that one we're going to do with variations. The rest is going to be actual fields that we add, but we're going to create a variation that flips that part. I'll show you in a sec. So let's just build out this slice right here. So head to Slice Machine and add a field. We're going to start with a rich text, and we're going to call this heading, and unselect H2, and we are done. Next, we're going to create a body, unselect all. You know the dance by now. You can allow multiple paragraphs if you want. And we need that link in there. So go ahead, choose link, and I'm just going to call this button. Hit done, and now we need our images. So add a field, image. We will call this background texture, or sorry, background image. Yeah, let's go with that. And then create a second one. Image, I passed it. That's foreground image. I think I typed this before. And then we could give a color here and just allow them to put any color they want as a background. That is generally not a good idea. You don't want, content editors just being like, I like this purple. That is how you don't stay on brand. So the way to stay on brand is to use a select field. So we're going to call this theme, and we are going to set the options here. So option 1 is going to be blue. Option 2 is going to be orange. And add 2 more options here. I'm going to say navy and lime. And make sure you capitalize the first letter here. I guess it shouldn't matter too much, but just consistency is going to help if you need to match my code, which you do. So we can go ahead and hit done. And I'm actually going to move the theme all the way up to the top just because that can be the first thing that they set. So that is great. Now here's the other part. We want to create that variation because we want to be able to flip it. So right here it says add a variation. And as for your variation name, and I'm just going to say image on left. And there we go, duplicate from default. So it's going to create pull the same fields over so that we don't have to re-add those. The cool thing about variations is that if we wanted a whole different set of fields for these variations, you can do that. So say like, I don't know, I'm going to make something up. But say the variation also had like a little bit of text above and maybe like some text underneath over here. I'm just making things up at this point. But you can have those extra fields on this variation. And then as they switch over, those fields would not be here on that second variation. Let's go ahead and add our screenshot. I still have it up over here. Drag the orange one over. And there we go. As we switch between the two variations, nothing changes here, but we will handle that in our code so that it indeed does change. So let's review our changes. We see that our homepage has been modified, and we have the text and image with 2 variations. So we're going to push all of that. And if we go and check out Prismic, as long as that pushes, that should push. Although it has 2 screenshots or snapshots to upload. Let's see what we've got. Has it been added yet? Maybe not. So let's go ahead and reload. And we now see our text and image, and we can choose either one. So I'm going to go ahead and pick this one to start with. And I just want to show you how this works in the editor at first. So we're going to say blue. The heading is going to be crafted for the kickflip. Just going to basically recreate the content from here. I'm going to grab this body, and then all the buttons are just going to say shop boards, and that's fine. Choose link type. Just going to say /, and then shop boards. Background image, we're going to select, I forget what it's called, but it's pretty distinctive. Let me scroll and see. Well, I hadn't actually added it, but it should be in the zip for you now. So it's called paintbackground.png. Go ahead and add that to the page. And then for the foreground image, go ahead and select image, and you should have our friend right here. Guy 1. Add to page, and nice, we have our images here. Not sure why they're shaped like that or whatever, but the cool thing here is that we can go and say change variation, and right now it's the default, but we can change that variation and say, actually, we want this one, we want image on left. And nothing's actually going to really change visually, but also all the data stayed in our fields. And that's just what I wanted to show, is that it doesn't wipe out the data. So that's the power of variations rather than creating a whole new slice. If the slice is pretty much the same thing, it's way better to create variations, because if that was a second slice, I can't change this into a different slice and retain that data. So I'm going to change the variation back to just the blue one. Once again, it's not really like changing anything, because we still have our placeholder component, but I just want to kind of show you that's one of the really powerful parts of using a variation. So I'm going to publish this content, and then let's get the style in it. Reload our page maybe twice, and there we go. Placeholder component for text and image variation at the bottom there. Let's open up that slice, text and image. Boom, here we go. Our gorgeous placeholder component. Let's head to these slices, and we have our text and image. Let's grab these code snippets. The easiest way to get started and start piping fresh, hot data into our slice. So copy. I'm just going to drop all of it in, and then we can work with it. I'm going to actually create some space there. Paste. Did I get this one already? Yeah, it's body. Cool. Next. By the way, I'm petitioning that we have just one button to copy all of these. Drop a comment if you agree that one button to copy every field and just paste it in would be a nice addition. In addition to the individual copy buttons, I think having both would be really handy. It would have saved us, at least a minute on this course, and that's a minute of your life you're never going to get back. So I'm sorry. All right, so we are moving in to I guess being a little bit more serious here. Let's see what we got though. We got 7 errors. What is that? For the next image, it's missing an alt property, of course. So we will handle that. No worries. Thank you for those errors. We appreciate it, because that is important. So we have our images. It's just rendering out at whatever size. We have our theme color. We have crafted for the kickflip. All this good stuff. Once again, if you've not worked with other CMSs, you're getting spoiled here, because this is usually like having to figure out the shapes of things and pass them down and figure out which components go where and what prop you need to pass. Yeah, this is just like even though I said we're hitting copy a bunch of times, it's still so much faster than any alternative that I've ever worked with. So, all right, this is our third slice doing this dance. So I'm going to go a little bit faster from here on out. Not kind of walking through and explaining each part, but bounded, we're going to go ahead and import that. I want to add a class here. So class name is going to be curly braces. I'm going to say CLSX to import that because we're going to have quite a lot of logic on this one. So go ahead and hit parentheses, open this one up, and we want to say, well, first we're going to be saying slice.primary.theme equals, and it should give us, no, it doesn't. I thought it was going to give us some type blocks blue. Is that understanding that? Whatever. I thought it was going to give us types, but it's not. So we're going to say and BG texture, BG brand blue, and text white. But I don't want to have slice.primary.theme over and over and over again because we need to do this for each of these themes. So I'm going to go ahead and just do this kind of simply. I'm going to say const theme equals slice.primary.theme. And then we can just say theme. So it makes it a little bit easier on us. Hit save there, and then put a comma at the end and copy this out 3 more times. So theme equals orange, theme equals navy, and theme equals lime, and change each one appropriately. BG brand lime. Get rid of text white for the last one. Yes, I'm going out of order. But for the navy one, we are going to do navy and keep the text white. And for orange, we will also keep the text white. And so you save that. And now we have our blue background. And then remember, the BG texture is what gives us that cool background texture. So looking great already. We can go ahead and kill off this theme there because we don't need to display the theme. We're already showing the blue. This is going to become, because it's the heading, we're going to drop it down to a Prismic text, import that, wrap it in our heading component. And we, of course, need to pass a size. It's going to be LG and an as H2. That's looking good. And then we're going to have a div that wraps around this body. So I'm going to say div, actually, let's do max WMD. I always feel weird saying WMD, but anyway, text LG and letting relaxed. There we go. So the letting is just line height, so it just spaces it out, each line a little bit vertically. Next, we can swap Prismic Next link out directly for button link. And then we also want to change the color depending on what our theme is. So inside here, go ahead and say color equals curly braces, theme is equal to lime, question marks, we're doing a ternary. Then we're going to pass it orange. Oh, if you can spell it. And then if theme is not equal to lime, then we're going to make it lime. That's going to be kind of the default color, but we don't want lime on lime. That is some kind of crime. That was an unintentional rhyme. Oh, I can't stop now. This is not good. All right, inside the button link, we want to pass slice.primary. Oh, slice.primary. If I can type, there we go. .button.text. And once we have that, we have shop boards looking good. And it's lime on blue. We will allow that. And then down here at the bottom, we have these 2 Prismic Next images. For right now, I'm just going to comment out the background and bring our guy up. And we are actually going to create a second component to handle that parallax effect where they're stacked and they move around and stuff. But for now, just for like laying out this component, we are going to go ahead and bring him by himself. And to create that layout, we're actually going to create a div just inside the bounded component. Give a little bit of space. I'm going to just say .grid and open that up. And I'm going to cut that div and put it at the bottom inside the bounded. So it's going right inside. It's going to contain everything in there. And we are going to add more classes to it. So say grid calls 1, items center, gap 12, MD grid calls 2, and MD gap 24. If we save that, there we go. We are seeing, at least we're getting that split, but it makes sense why, because this has several children rather than just 2 children, which is what we need. So heading is a child of it, div is a child, button, and so on. So that means we need to wrap everything but the image in its own div. So I'm just going to say div for now. You'll see why. I'm going to cut this div and put it just so it wraps around button link. And that should fix that problem. Looking better already. But let's give this div a class name. But instead of quotes, we're going to do brackets because we need CLSX to do a little bit of work. So we're going to say flex call, item center, gap 8. Oh, try that again, gap 8, text center, MD item start, and MD text left. So let's see how that looks. Looking pretty good. All right, that's really nice. Now, how do we get the variation to change which side these things are on? Pretty simply, actually. So we're going to have a comma there. I'm going to say slice.variation is equal to, let's see if it helps us with the types. It does not. That's interesting. I'm not sure why that's happening, but usually it'll say, okay, maybe it's doing it there. That might be it. Let me see if it, yeah, see, it is kind of helping us. It's saying, you need to have one of these two. Image on left isn't available. So once again, the automatic types do help us out. So if the variation is image on left, then we want to also add the class of MD order 2. And that is going to make it so that with flex or grid, we can change the order of elements, even if like this comes first and then that comes second. By saying order 2, we shift this in the DOM, well, not in the DOM, but in terms of the order it takes within the flexbox row or the grid, it shifts it forward above this as if it were there, but it doesn't actually shift there in the DOM, just with the CSS. So we just need that one line and we can move everything over. Let's go ahead and try it. Let's switch back to our variation. Change variation. I'm going to go for the orange one. And just to rub it in, I'm going to even change to lime to really see if this is working. So I'm going to say save and then publish. And let's go back to our thing. Let's hit reload. Maybe twice. There we go. So it shifted over. It's lime. That's why our button is now orange. And that's looking great. Even our text switched back to black rather than white. And this component is already looking pretty sweet. I'm going to switch this back real quick. And it's looking normal again. I think I'm importing Prismic Next link. Go ahead and remove that. And now we don't have any errors in our component. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and create a new component inside text and image. I'm going to call this Parallax, P-A-R-A-L-L-A-X, image.tsx. And inside here, we're going to use tsrfc, hit enter, remove the default, and we do want to set our props right away. So I'll say foreground, image field, and we want to import that from Prismic client. I'm going to say background, image, same, image field. Oh, that's not what I wanted. And then class name, question mark, colon, string. So we don't have to pass a class name here, but this gives us the option to, and it's nice and handy. Inside the brackets, we're going to say foreground image, background image, and class name. Can save that And we can already bring over some of the code from here. I'm going to uncomment this and then just cut it. And let's say parallax image, and we're going to say foreground image is equal to slice.primary.foreground image. And I'll say background image is equal to slice.primary.background image. And we can hold off on passing any classes and stuff for now, but we're passing those through. And then I copied our images from there, and I'm going to paste them in here. And now instead of slice.primary, I'm just going to go ahead and have background image, but I'm going to pass, and I need to remove the underscore. So go ahead and do that. Just say image like that. And I need to import Prismic Next image into this component. So that is looking good. Class name we're not using yet, that's okay. And now we're not using Prismic Next image in this project or in that component, so we can get rid of it. But you see, it is now rendering out those components from within Parallax image. So we are one step closer. Now we want to stack these two images on top of each other. And there are tons of ways to do that. My favorite way is just by using grid and putting them basically in the same row in the same column. So let me show you how we do that. We're going to put a class on the parent div, and we're actually going to use CLSX here. So CLSX, import that. And then we're going to use quotes to say grid calls one. I'm going to say place items center, and comma after that quote, or after that string, we'll say class name, and that's where we're going to use that. If we need to pass anything, it is there for us. Now let's wrap the background image in a div. I'm going to say period call start 1 tab, move this down and add some more classes here, row start 1. So we're basically saying, hey, this element should be in column 1 and row 1. Put it there, no matter what, just place it there. I'm going to say transition transform, and that should help us for when we are shifting it around. And I'm going to go ahead and just copy that exact class name. And actually, just copy this whole div because we're going to put it around our foreground image as well. Make sure you have the element nesting the right way. Don't worry about the errors. Those are just for the alt text that we don't have just yet. But already we see it is stacked just like that because we're saying, hey, this is going like in row 1, column 1, right? So it just goes, okay, I'm going to put them right on top of each other. Boom, just like that. I'm going to add a few more classes on the foreground image one. That's the second one down here. And they might not make any sense now, but they will help with the overall styling as we go from mobile to desktop and everything. So I'm going to say hfull, wfull, and place item center. Oh, that's self. And we already have transition transform on there, so that is good. Now on Prismic Next image, we're going to go ahead and add this alt equals empty quotes. We don't really need alt text for these. And that should take care of our errors there, and looking good. So next we're actually going to add some Imgix params. And what this is that whenever you host an image on Prismic, whenever you upload an image to Prismic, it is going to be served by an image CDN, which means it's going to be really performant, and it allows you to get back a very fast format. So even if you upload like a JPEG, it's going to serve it as an AVIF or a WebP, which are very compressed formats. They look great, but they're very tiny. All kinds of benefits that come with using an image CDN. One of those is that we actually get to pass different transforms to our image, and they get built into the URL, and it allows us to like upload a larger image, but get a smaller one back. And that's actually what we did with our skateboards when we specified that we want I think we put like width 500 or something like that. So we're going to say Imgix params, and we're going to put a bracket there and say height is 600. Just like that. And we shouldn't see too much of a difference just yet, but it's just going to help with all of the images that we use for all these different skaters. And last, we're going to say class name is hfull max h, and we're going to put this in square brackets and say 500 px and w auto. Save that. Once again, not seeing huge differences, but he got a little bit smaller. Let's go to the Prismic Next image for background image and add a single class here. And just say class name is W1112. So this is, at first I thought it was gonna be a fluid size, but it's actually, we're just doing 91%. So it's 11/12 is what that is. And it's just gonna shrink that down into a good size. And if we check our final version, we see that it's pretty much perfect, just not moving around yet. So let's get that animation going now. Let's go to the top of our Parallax image component, and we're going to say use client. It needs to be the very first line, and this turns this component into a client component. So now we can have the JavaScript-based interactivity that this component needs. We've been using server components pretty much exclusively up until now, and that means that this will render as HTML on the server and get shipped to the client, but this one will come along with some JavaScript to run on the client, aka the browser. So what we're going to do here is we're going to be targeting both the foreground image and the background image, and when we do that in React, it's really good to use refs. That allows us to access HTML DOM elements directly. So I'm going to say const background ref equals use ref, and it's right there. Import that from React, and we're going to use angle brackets to give it a type. We're going to say HTML div element, like that. Hopefully your autocomplete is helping you as well. And then in here, I'm just going to say null. So it starts out with a value of null, and we're going to copy this and do the same, just say foreground. And we're going to put those on the divs that are wrapping around the next image. So not on next image, but I'm going to say ref equals foreground. And here, this div, ref equals background. Make sure these match. So background, background. Oop, I have a typo here. I said background image ref. I let the autocomplete go, and yeah, it didn't help me there. So now we can move these images by targeting these refs. But the cool thing about use ref is that we can, well, use it in other ways. So we're going to say const target position equals use ref. And here we're actually going to have values as a default. So x is 0 and y is 0. Let's put that inside an object. And the reason why we are going to be keeping the target position, aka the place that we want these images to move to inside a ref, is because use ref, when you update a ref, it does not trigger a re-render. You might be familiar with state, like set state, the use state hook. The reason we're not using set state is that the component would re-render every single time we updated it, and that is like 60 times per second, and it just would not be able to keep up, and you would see a lot of jank. It would be not good. So we're using a use ref, and we'll be using that inside of a use effect in a moment. Next, we're going to use the browser's mouse move event to track the cursor. We need to put this inside of a use effect hook. So let's type use effect and import that from React. It's going to go up and make sure that that indeed imported. Looks good. And we're going to pass this an arrow function inside. And then at the bottom of it, we are going to say comma and just square brackets. We don't want this to run more than once. So it's going to just set up our functions and our listeners, and then it'll also take care of cleaning up when this component is unmounted from the DOM. Inside the use effect, we're going to say window, and that is the browser window. And remember, this is running as a client component, and it's inside a use effect, so that's going to be fine. I think if we pull it outside of that, it might throw an error, but you want to make sure that this is running on the client. So window.add event listener right there. And we're going to say parentheses, quotes, mouse move, all lowercase, and then comma on mouse move. This is a function that we have not created yet. So we are now going to create that function. This is just a standard add event listener, and there are a bunch of different things that you can, a bunch of different events that you can listen for. And when this happens, we're going to pass that information to our function. So go ahead and create function on mouse move. And that is going to take an event, and that is a mouse event. It's like that. So that's the type. Open up this function, and we are going to say const curly braces inner width and comma inner height equals window. So those are properties on window, and we're just pulling them off. We're destructuring them so we don't have to call window dot inner width all the time. And all inner width and inner height are is the size of our browser window. Now we need to get essentially a percentage of where our mouse is compared to the size of the browser. That's why we're grabbing the inner width and inner height. So we'll say const x% equals parentheses event dot client x. And that is our mouse position on the x-axis. And we're going to say that divided by inner width minus 0.5. And then outside of that parenthesis, so I'm going to make this a little bit bigger, we're going to say times 2. Got a typo here. And this is going to give us a range between 0 and 1. Sorry, negative 1 and 1. I'll put that as a comment there. And I'm just going to copy x% down, because you can just change this to client y and inner height. And there we go. We have our x% and our y%. And just to make sure, we can go ahead and log this right now. So I'm going to say console.log, and we'll say x%. I'm putting it inside an object, and you'll see y and y%. And I'm going to hit save, move this to the side, reload our page, and I'm going to open my console. And as I move around the page, so that's why you don't want to use set state, because these fire off all the time. But you see that if we go all the way to the top, our x% becomes just about -1, and so does our y% as you shift around. So top right is going to make the x% close to 1, and y% stays the same. So you can play around with this and see what values you get. But that is our normalized mouse location. So now we can get rid of this console log, and I'm going to say target position dot current. With refs, you always have to target dot current, because this ref object itself is just a container. It's not the actual value. React keeps the current value in the dot current property. It's just because of how React works under the hood. So target position dot current, we're going to say equals, and we're going to make an object, because remember, we are trying to give it the format that it is expecting. We're going to say x is x% times -20, and y is y% times -20. So I'm going to say console log, and I'll say target position dot current. I'm going to save that and open up our DevTools over here, and we should see as we move our mouse around, we get these values. And these are essentially the pixel values that we can move our, well, sorry, not the pixel values, but values that we can shift our objects by. Now, the thing with event listeners is that if you don't explicitly remove them, when this component leaves the DOM, it could still be running, and that can cause memory leak. So at the bottom here, it's still inside the use effect. We're going to say return, and we're going to return a function. So do an arrow function, and inside that, we're going to say window.remove event listener, and we're going to say mouse move, and we're going to pass it that same function on mouse move. So once again, when our component leaves the DOM, it will remove that event listener so we don't have any memory leaks. So this is great that we are getting the target position. This is working really well. But the only thing is that right now, if we were to use these values to move these objects around, it wouldn't have this smooth feel. Let me move it here. So you see, like, I move my mouse and the objects keep moving because it has this like smooth, what's called interpolated values to shift that there, but not immediately, right? Like it's not going there. It's like a snappy kind of thing. We don't want it to. So to achieve that, we need to bring in another ref. So we want to say const current position, and I'm just going to copy this part over. And so it's essentially the same thing, but here current position is going to hold the current position of our images on the screen. So now that we're tracking both the target and the current, we need a function that gradually moves the images towards the target position. And we want to call that function over and over again, basically once per frame, so that it's a nice smooth animation. So to do that, let's create a function underneath mouse move. I'm going to actually remove that console log. We don't need that. But underneath on mouse move, it's a function, animation, frame. And this is just going to be parentheses. It doesn't need to take anything. So here we'll type const. And what we're going to do is we're going to break off these values from both target position and current position. But because they will be the same variable, right, like x and x, we need to be able to tell them apart. So we'll say x, and then we will rename it as we destructure it. So this will be known as target x, and then y will be known as target y, and we'll say equals target position dot current. And that's how we can destructure and rename at the same time. We're going to do the same thing over here. I'm just going to copy paste because I love doing less work. I'm going to select the word target and hit Command D and type current. So I hit Command D twice to choose the next instances of the word target. And now we're already done with that. Great. So if this function is running 60 times per second, how can we smoothly get the current position to eventually equal, or at least be close to equaling, the target position? Well, here's what we can do. So I'm going to say const new x is equal to current x plus parentheses target x, I gotta capitalize, minus current x times 0.01. So what that does is that for each animation frame, we are going to move the object on the x-axis by the gap between these two numbers. So if target x is very far away from current x, it's going to be a big movement. 1% of a big value is larger than 1% of a smaller value. So if these are really close, it's not going to move much per frame. And we can kind of see that as if I kind of go here and just shift a little bit, right? It doesn't move much per frame, but if I move real big, then it starts to speed up. And then as that gap slows down, so does our animation. Because if you just keep taking a percentage of something, it's eventually going to get really, really small. So now let's go ahead and create a new Y. Do this, Command D, and we have our new X and our new Y. And you might have noticed that, hey, we don't actually set the current position. Where do we get that from? Well, that's what we're doing right now. So current position is equal to, dot current. And that's a little confusing, current.current. But current position dot current is equal to X. That's new X. And Y is new Y. And we save that because it felt like dramatic. Like, check this out. And we still have some more to go. So with an updated current position inside this same animation frame function, we're going to go ahead and say if background ref dot current. So if we have been passed a background ref, because we don't want to try to transform something that doesn't exist, we're going to say background ref dot current dot style dot transform is equal to, and we're going to use backticks. I'll open my code up a little bit so you can see better. Translate, parentheses, $, curly braces to put our variable in here, say new x, and then right after that, we need to say px, or essentially, we're just creating a string that the browser is going to understand. So in here with curly braces, we'll say new y, and then put px right after it. So here we are directly manipulating the style properties of our background ref. And we're going to go ahead and do the same. I'm going to copy this. A lot of copying and pasting, and I couldn't be happier. So I'm going to do Command D and say foreground. And the only thing is we actually want to have more of a change for our foreground. I'm not sure if I mentioned, but that's a key part of Parallax, where, see, the skaters are moving much more than the background is, or at least a good amount more. And that's the whole point of Parallax, is that things in the front move more than the stuff further back. And so with that, we're going to go in here and say new x times 2.5. You can adjust that as you want. Like if you want a really dramatic difference between those, and all these values are adjustable, but these are the ones that I thought were best. And so now that we have that, we need to call animation frame once every, well, sorry to say it, but frame. And the way we're going to do that is at the end of animation frame, we're going to say request animation frame. That is a browser function that we're going to tap into, and we're calling this rather than some kind of set interval or some other time-based thing, because this will sync up with the browser's update or the browser's refresh rate. And so what we're going to do is just pass it animation frame. All right, so now we need to call this in the first place, because animation frame is still saying, hey, yeah, I'm not getting called. You're calling me here, but there's nothing to call me in the first place. So we're actually going to call it up at the top of this use effect, but we also want to assign it to a variable so that we can cancel it later. So const frame ID equals request animation frame. So now this is going to be used in our return object, our return function. So come down to the return function, underneath window.remove event listener, we're going to say cancel animation frame, and we're going to pass it our frame ID. We are responsible programmers. We clean up after ourselves. So let's check out our animation. We're going to reload the page, and now that's moving pretty slow, but it is moving. So I think I might have a typo here. Yes, I didn't mean to say 0.01. I meant to say 0.1. Save that, reload, and there we go. Much more responsive. You can see how all those values change the way that this acts. But cool, we have our Parallax skater guy moving all around. And it even works, in a vertical alignment like this, but I mean, on phones, mouse position isn't really a thing, but you get it. Just showing you that this is a responsive component that you've built, and yeah, great job on this. So next, what we need to do to make our sticky part here work is we need more slices. So go ahead and take a couple minutes and build in these slices. So copy the text here and here, use that guy and choose orange, all in our Prismic page builder here. So go ahead, press plus, and I'm going to choose that and go through and build this out. I'll see you in a sec. All right, that took me just about a minute or two, and I've got all these pasted in. And now if I go ahead and publish, I should be able to come back to our site, refresh, and there we go. Now it's not sticking. I'm not sure why that's not showing. I did have to fix this. I had a typo, but that should have updated. So we are using TurboPack here, and after a little bit, TurboPack might not work great, basically, because it's still pretty new. It only works in dev mode right now. So if you ever have an issue like that, just try restarting your server, and there we go. So that's a lot better. But now here's what we need to do. We need to wrap all of these slices, just the text and image slices, in a div, because they all need to share a parent, to have this stack effect applied to just them and then have them leave, right? So they have to have a shared div parent. But that's not really something that is built into Prismic. That's not something that's just like simple to do where you can just add a div. You can do a really hacky thing of like making a slice that is the beginning, like the opening of a div and then the closing of a div. Never ever do that, right? It's just not. It's a solution, not a great one though, and it sets up your content team to make a lot of weird errors and stuff. So what we need to do is we need to handle this actually in the page. So I'm just going to log out this page.data.slices to show you exactly what we're getting back, because we need to actually modify this array. So if we open up our terminal, we see that we have this array. It's like the end of the array, and each object is a slice. So it says what the slice type is, and this is a text and image, and we get our heading is an array. So like these are not just strings, but our theme is a string, so it shows there. You can see the one before it is another text and image, text and image, text and image, and then we get our product grid and our hero, and that's all of our slices, and it's just an array of these objects, and those get passed into the slice zone. It figures out which component to pass this data to, and then the component renders out that data. It's really that simple. So what we need to do is we need to change this array and basically look through the array, and if the slice that we're getting back is a hero or is a product grid or just basically is anything besides a text and image, we're just going to say, okay, you can go on through. But if it's a text and image slice, we're going to open a div, and then we are going to see, is the next one a text and image? Okay, keep the div open, keep the div open, keep the div open. And then once we get our last text and image slice, like, you know, the slice after it's something different, then we close that div. And so it just gives it a little wrap. And if you inspect the final site, you will see that in fact we have, not there, right here. So here is our hero, here is our product grid, and then here's just a little div that holds other slices, and then we eject out of that div and come back to the video block, team grid, and so on. So we need to edit that, the slice array, and basically pass it back, or pass a new array to the slice zone that will render that div. And to do that, we're actually going to create kind of a new slice. So come down underneath your page, just at the very bottom. We're going to create a new function called bundle text and image slices. Bundle text and image slices, and this is going to receive slices, and we're going to type that by saying content, and make sure you import that from Prismic.io/client if it didn't automatically do that for you. And we'll say content period home page document data slices slice. That's a mouthful, but that's what we are bringing in. And that is going to be an array of those slices. So make sure you put the square brackets afterwards. So array. Cool. Open up the curly braces. And first we're going to go ahead and basically create an empty array that we will return. And that will be our new array of slices. So we'll say const res, or for result, res equals empty array. But we want to type this result, or res, as I'm just calling it here. So I'm going to say colon and then parentheses, because we need to have a union here. And in TypeScript, a union just basically says, hey, it could be this or this. So we're going to say, I'm going to open this up. I'm going to use the pipe operator here. It's right above your return key, or if you have a QWERTY keyboard, but it's just that pipe. Go ahead and hit pipe, and we'll say content.homepage, that same one, document data slices slice. So it could either be just one of our standard slices, and then next line, or it could be a text and image bundle slice. So you might be saying, okay, what is that? Well, we need to define that. That is a type that we are going to make up because we are making up this bundle slice. So just above our function, go ahead and say type text and image bundle slice. I'll say equals curly braces. We'll open this up. Now we want to define the three things that this takes. So I'll say ID is a string, slice underscore type, and this is like a standard thing that the slice zone needs to see. We're going to have a string that says text underscore and underscore image bundle, just like that. And last but not least, we'll say slices colon content dot image and text and image slice as an array. So the slice, I put slice, make sure it's slices, and yeah, an array of text and image slices. So now we are getting our slices. Well, we will be getting this array of slices. We need to loop over each slice and basically check, hey, is this a text and image slice? Do this. If not, just put it back on the stack, like put it back into the result. So we're going to say for, and then parentheses, const slice of slices. And then we're going to open this up. And first we'll say if parentheses slice dot slice type is not equal to, so exclamation mark double equals, text and image, then open up that, and we're going to say res dot push parentheses slice. So if it's not a text and image, just put it back. Just put it back, right? And then we're going to say continue. I made a typo here. Let's come back to my defining of res. And you put a parenthesis around that, and this is an array. Nope, not inside. I'm not sure why yeah, there we go. That's what I wanted to do. So make sure you have parentheses and then and the array brackets on the outside of those parentheses. So sorry for that typo, but now push is happy again because that is an array now. And what continue does is it just moves on to the next slice in this for loop. But if it is a text and image, then we want to do some stuff, right? So we'll say const bundle, because we are saying, okay, it's a text and image, let's start our bundle, is equal to res dot at -1. And what at -1 here does is just grabs the last item in an array, no matter its length. And so this is basically how we keep a essentially state, or we are able to see what's the last thing that we did as we went through this loop. We want to check, was it a text and image bundle? So we're going to say if parentheses bundle, and we're just going to say question mark, because if this is the very first item, there is no previous thing. And so this would be undefined. So we want to check and make sure bundle exists first. I'm going to say dot slice type equal to, it's a triple equal, text and image bundle. If it is, if that's the slice type, then we want to just say, okay, we are already inside a bundle creation part of this loop. So we're just going to add our current slice. So we'll say bundle dot slices dot push. My autocomplete's messing with me. Dot push. I can't see it sometimes. And then we're going to just push the slice, just like that. And now we need to handle if it is not currently inside a text and image bundle, but it should be, because we've checked that, hey, the current slice is a text and image slice. So else, I'm going to handle if this is the first text and image slice that we are seeing. So, or at least the first in a series. I'm going to say res.push, parentheses, open an object. And this object needs to have an ID, and we're going to make that a string with backticks, and we'll say $, curly braces, slice.id, hyphen bundle. I'm going to give it a unique ID based on the current ID already. Then we'll say slice type is text and image bundle, and we're going to say slices is slice. So here we are creating the text and image bundle and adding slice to the slices array. And then here, this has already been created. So we're just pushing it onto this array right here. So it's essentially creating a nested array. And with all of that logic, just before the very last bracket there, we're going to say return res for result. And we can save that. And it's not doing anything just yet because we are not using it. But let's go up to the top. I'm going to back that up, and right after page, we're going to say const slices equals bundle text and image slices, call that function we just made, page.data.slices. And that will change what we get out. So let's see. Let's go ahead and log that. I have a little console log plugin that just lets me do that real quick. And I'm going to open up the console. Let's see what we're getting. And there we go. So we have here as our last object in our slices array, we have a text and image bundle with 1, 2, 3, 4 objects in it. That's exactly what we're looking for. And then everything else is the same. We have our product grid and we have our hero, and that's it, right? So it just bundles it up into this one slice essentially that has these slices on it. Now we need to change the way that we are rendering this out. I'm going to remove this console log, and to render this out, I'm going to get a little bit tricky here. First, we need to change what we're passing the slice zone. So no longer passing it the untouched slices, we're passing it this new slices array. And for our components, we actually want to pass more components than we have inside our slices. So we want to create that text and image bundle slice, but I don't want to put it in our slices folder. We're just going to put it right here. So instead of just passing this components object, I'm going to create a new object and spread components inside that object. And I'm going to add another object inside this. So we're going to say text and image bundle. Remember, that's the slice we need to create. And that is going to take a function, and make an arrow function right there, and do an implicit return with parentheses. And here we're going to destructure slice, and inside the parentheses, we are going to actually return some JSX to show what we want to render. And you'll never guess, we want to render a div, just like that. And then we want to do essentially the same thing as the slice zone does. We have an array of slices that we would like to render. So what's better to use than an actual slice zone? So let's go ahead and just use slice zone again. We're allowed to. And for slices, we'll say slice.slices, because that has that slices array on it. And for components, we're passing it the same thing. We're passing it just the components, because text and image slice is on there. So it will find our proper slice. And just the last thing I want to do is I want to type this slice. I want to say, put a colon outside the curly braces and say slice component props. And then inside here is the angle brackets. And we will say text and image bundle slice. So it knows which props that should be getting. Okay, I've saved it. Let's go ahead back to our page and reload. We shouldn't see any pinning yet, like it shouldn't be pinning, but let's check the DOM, see if this has worked. Check at the top here, and there is our div. It's holding all of our sections. If we close the div, it's on the same level as our other slices. So well done. I know that's a lot, but this is a great technique that you can use for lots of different things. If you have like a scrolly telling website where as you scroll down, certain things happen and you want to still use slices within that, but not like eject to a different document and do it, you can handle that with some logic inside of your page. And you can even like, if you're doing this several other places, you can bust this logic out of this page and put it, in like a libs folder or something, or a utils file. So yes, kind of tricky, a bit more complicated than just the basic slice zone, but now you know that you can nest slice zones. It's an advanced technique. Well done. Now that we have that container div, we want to go ahead and add our sticky behavior. So let's first just make this sticky. So go ahead into our CLSX inside the text and image slice. We're going to say sticky, and then top is 0. And if we put comma and then hit save, go back to our version. That should stick, that sticks, that sticks. Cool. So they're all sticking at the top, but that's not what we want, right? We want them to stack, but keep the previous one visible. So how do we do that? Essentially, here's what we need to do. We need to say top instead of 0. We want this to be a little bit more dynamic. Now, type this out with me. Let's go calc in square brackets, because we need to do a little bit of math. And we'll say, essentially what we want to do is index times 2 rem, like that. So, and I'll remove the spaces because you don't want to have space in Tailwind. But that's essentially what we need to do. So if it's 0, we don't want any space. If it's 1, it'll be 2 rem, right? And so on. But we can't do this like this. Well, first off, where do we get index from? Well, luckily, the slice zone actually passes us an index. So we can say index. And because this is inside its own slice zone, this slice will have an index of 0. The hero up here will also have an index of 0, but that's a, like that's the parent slice zone, and then we drop into this slice zone. So it's going to go 0, 1, and so on. So we get our index from here. And you might want to do backticks, like you might be thinking this, don't follow me here, but you might be thinking, okay, we'll just do index and then put that in a Tailwind class and boom, we're good to go, right? Not exactly, because, well, actually just definitely not, because you can't have dynamic Tailwind classes like that. Every Tailwind class has to be searchable so that as Tailwind uses this, where is Tailwind? This content, as Tailwind searches through all of these directories and files, it needs to be able to spot those classes and then create those classes. But if it's dynamic, it's not going to be able to create a class that it can't tell what it's going to be. So instead, what we need to do is basically say calc and then var. We're going to use a CSS variable, and we'll say -- index. And then on our, right after the class name, we'll say style is equal to double braces, because we're making an object, quotes, -- index, and that's going to equal index. And if we do that, let's see if that works. Yeah, so there we go. That is working perfectly. It's exactly what we wanted to do. And the only thing we need to do is now make Tailwind happy, because right now it's saying, yeah, I know all of the styles, dude, and that is not one of them. So fix it. And so basically we need to say, okay, yeah, we are creating a variable here. So we need to come up above our props and say declare module. And I'm going to say quote React. Open those brackets. We're going to say interface. And we'll say CSS properties. There we go. Spelling is not my forte sometimes. And open up another set of curly braces, and we're going to say index -- index is optional, and when it is there, it is a number. And we save that, and it is happy again. It's like, yeah, I know what that is. That's a number, or it's undefined because it's optional, right? So we have our sticky positioning. TypeScript's happy. I'm happy. Let's move on to our video component, because this one is done. So with the video component, we really only have one thing that we need here in terms of fields, and that's just the video ID. The rest is going to be the same no matter what. So let's go ahead and do our slices. We'll go to page types, into homepage, click add here and create new. And I'm going to call this video block. Just like that, camel case, or sorry, Pascal case. And we're going to open this up, and I'm going to go ahead and update the screenshot. And where's my video block? Here it is. Drop that in, and looking good. We only need one field, and that's going to be a text. I'm going to say YouTube video ID, just like that. And that should be your API ID. Let's hit done. Now go to review changes, push that up to Prismic. And that looks good. Now, in your course resources, we have a YouTube video ID right here. Go ahead and grab that. That is the video that our editor PY put together to represent the Suburbia skate brand. I'm going to go to the Prismic page builder, hit refresh, go all the way down, and I'm going to add our video block. There it is. And paste that in, hit save, and publish. Head to our local host and hit reload a couple times to bust the cache. And we have our placeholder component for video block. So let's open that up. Video block right there. And we see that it's exactly what we expect. So let's start by changing section to bounded. Just like that. And now let me break down this effect for you kind of visually. You see over top, we have a image texture with like 50% opacity. Just adds like the dust on top of that. You can see it there. And then underneath that, we have a video player. And then underneath that, we have these divs that are getting a mask, and it's the same mask that we applied to the video player. And then in the background, we have a different texture and just the background. So if we build our component up just like that, we will start by adding a class name to bounded and saying bg texture, and then bg zinc and that's 900. And I'm not going to save it yet because we need something in here. The first thing we're going to put in here is a little bit of text for accessibility. So I'm going to say H2. And we're just going to hard code this, video reel. And that needs a style, or sorry, a class of SR only. And that makes it so that it is only picked up by screen readers. It will not be visible on the page at all. But there's some text here to explain what this component is, because it's coming in as a section. It should have a heading to explain it. Now, after that, we need to create a div with class relative. So I use period relative, open that up. I'm also going to add aspect video to that, so that it keeps a 16:9 aspect ratio the whole time. And if we save that, I think we might be able to see something. Yep, there we go. So I already have my video shaped slice here. I'm going to open that up again. And inside here, I'm just going to comment out the things that we talked about. So I'm going to say masks, and I'm going to say video, and then texture overlay. That way we can just kind of have a visual idea of where we're going with this. I want to do the video part first, just so we see it show up, and then we can do things around it. And for that, we're actually going to need to create a new component. I'm going to call that lazy YouTube player.tsx. And that's how we're spelling it. And we're going to get the start of this component over here in our course resources. So we're going to do more to this, but there's an iframe here that I'm not going to have you type out, right? Like that's not fun to type out. But I still want to show you how to use intersection observers and build this out into a custom component. So let's go back to our page, and right now this actually should work. So if we import lazy YouTube player, it's taking a YouTube ID, passing it to this URL string, and it should render out a YouTube video. So go ahead in here, and I'm going to say lazy YouTube player, and then what is the class or the property we need to pass? YouTube ID. I'm going to say slice.primary.YouTube video ID. Close that and hit save. And there we go. So if that's all you needed, we're done. But there's a couple of things that we want to do there. Primarily, we don't want this to load until it is close enough in the viewport that the user is probably going to see it, right? I think I've explained that a couple times. So let's go into our lazy YouTube player and add that functionality. Now we're going to need some JavaScript happening in the browser to observe where the user is on the page and if they're about to scroll this into view. So we need to say use client. Otherwise, we're not going to ship any JavaScript with this. And so to keep track of whether or not this is in view yet, let's go to the top of our function here. We're going to use both use state and use ref. So first we're going to say const square brackets is in view and set is in view equal to use state, import that from React, and we're going to give that a default of false because it's not in view yet, right? So I think the default speaks for itself. Next, we'll say const container ref, and we're going to say use ref like that, and we want to type it as an HTML div element, and you're going to give that a default of null. And then we want to put that ref on our div here and say ref equals container ref. Nice, so that's being used. Now we need to use a use effect that runs when this is added to the DOM. So we'll say use effect, and they're going to pass that an arrow function. And inside there, we need to do some work on this container ref, but I don't want to keep typing container ref.current, so we'll say const current container ref is equal to container ref.current. Just pull that out there. And then we need to create an intersection observer. So there's a nice demo here at webdevsimplified.com, and you create an observer by saying new intersection observer, and then the entries that you get, you're going to go through each entry, and if the entry is intersecting, then we can do something with that, right? So like here, we're saying we're changing the background color from blue to orange, and we see this right here where as we scroll this into view, it's going to go from, from orange to blue. I read the ternary wrong. So that's what happens if it is intersecting. That's if it's not. And so as it scrolls into view, as soon as it just is like 1 pixel into view, it changes color. So let's create this intersection observer. So we're going to say const observer equals new intersection observer right there. And we're going to pass that for its first argument an arrow function. So go like that. And in here, remember, we get entries. And if we want the first entry, because this is an array, we only want the first one, we'll just say square brackets and then entry. And that will pull that off of the array for that first item. And here we want to check if that entry is intersecting. And we just do if parentheses entry dot is intersecting. So if that's true, then we want to set is in view to true, because it is now in view. We could, so like if you wanted your element to do something when it's not in view again, you can say else and then handle that. But we don't want this to unload from the DOM and then reload and then unload and then reload, right? Once it's there, just keep it. Don't keep de-rendering it essentially. So we're just going to set that. Once it's set, it's done. And now for the second argument to intersection observer, we get to pass it a little bit of config for the intersection observer. There's 2 properties we're going to be working with. Here is the threshold property, and this is a number between 0 and 1. The default is 0. So as we saw above, if it's just 1 pixel, then that is a true, right? So it comes back true. But if we change the threshold, so here it's set to 1, that means the entirety of this shape needs to be visible. There we go. Actually, like just everything. So it has to be 100%, and then it is set to true. We want ours set to 0. And I believe that's the default, but let's just be explicit about it. And then we are going to be using a feature called root margin. And what this does is this makes it so that, yes, this is like the official window of what should trigger it, but you can add some margin around that root element to make it so that once that is touching the element, then we turn to true. And that's what we want to do, because we don't want it to only load this YouTube player when it's like 1 pixel in our viewport. We want to load it a little bit before so that the user doesn't even notice. So we're going to say root margin of 1500 px. You could go a little bit less than that, but I found that is like a good height both for mobile and for desktop. That once they're at that scroll point, it's pretty much like, yeah, they are serious about seeing the rest of this page. So now we have our observer and our current container ref, but you may be able to see that current container ref and observer are not used. This observer does not know what to observe, and that's kind of a problem. So we need to check first and make sure that there's a current container ref and that exists. If current container ref, and then if it does exist, then we want the observer to observe it. Observer.observe current container ref. So hey, keep an eye on this, and if it comes back, run that logic there. And now at the end of a use effect, you always want to clean up something like this. So we'll say return, we'll pass an arrow function, and we will say observer dot unobserve. And oh man, typing all over the place. I'll say current container ref, just like that. We need to check if it exists. See, so that's why we're checking. That could be null, right? So I'm gonna copy this and then close those braces. So now it knows what to observe. These are both visible. And inside here, just to make sure that it's working, I'll say console log. And I'm going to say it's in view. So scroll away. I'm going to scroll all the way to the top. I'm going to open my DevTools. And as we scroll down, we should see, there you go, it's in view. And if I scroll back up, it's in view. And if you're confused, like, wait, no, it's not. Once again, that's the root margin. So if you want to check it without root margin, you can go ahead and comment that out. We'll reload. And now we're not getting the it's in view. And it'll only happen when it's in view. Yeah, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it is working. That's awesome. bringing back my root margin. And now we just need to use this isInView variable. So pretty simple. We're going to come here and just say, hey, isInView and parentheses, and let's put our iframe in there. And now let's test this out. Now, yeah, it's tough to test because you know, we shouldn't see it the way that we have it set up. But what we can do, I just reloaded the page, and we can look at our network, and we see all this stuff coming in. And as we scroll down, you actually see that Next.js is lazy loading images. So these skater guys, they don't come in until they're probably going to be used. And oh, right there, see all that video playback? That's where we now have called for that video. And if you scroll down quick, you see that that's it. So it's working exactly how we want it to. Great job on this video player. But now I want to style it because it's kind of boring, right? Like the lazy part is good, but the style kind of stinks. So let's go ahead and bring in our masks. What I'm going to do is I'm going to comment out the lazy YouTube player. So we just get our black background. And inside here, or just underneath the masks comment, what we're going to do is we're going to create a div. And I'm going to give this a class name. And this is going to be a CLSX usage. So open those parentheses, and I'm just going to self-close that div. And in here, I'm going to have a string. We're going to say absolute inset 0. Remember, that's a shortcut for up, down, or top, right, left, bottom, 0. And now we're going to say quite a few things that are in square braces because Tailwind does not have like native mask properties. So we're going to say mask hyphen image, and it's going to use colon URL parentheses / video mask.png parentheses square bracket. Next one is going to be mask mode. That would be alpha. Then we're going to need to position our mask. So mask position, that's going to be center _ center. And then mask repeat, say no repeat with hyphens. And last one is going to be mask, in square brackets, mask size. It's going to be 100% and then underscore auto. And then close those brackets. And if we save that, we don't see anything just yet. Oh, and I should show you the video mask right there. So this is the image that we are using. The shape looks familiar because it's, you know, the video mask. And the detail about it is that all of the white is solid, and then everything outside of it is transparent in this PNG. So that's how that's working, and we are specifying that with the mask mode alpha that we want to use it that way. Now we just need to add a background here. And I'm actually going to kick that outside of that string. So we're making a second string. We'll say BG brand lime. You'll see why we're doing that in a second. But there we go. So that is applying our mask to a div and then just making the background lime. It's really that simple, folks. So we're going to go ahead and create 2 more of these to create this stacking effect that you'll see here. See how it's got the white and a couple of layers of that and then the green. So we're going to create 2 more divs, but they're all going to use this string. So instead of having a lot of repeated text there, we're going to go ahead, cut that out, remove that comma. And so right underneath our imports here, let's make a little space. We'll say const mask classes is equal to that string. You know what? I'm actually going to pull out the absolute and the inset 0, and you'll see why in a minute. So pull that out, and we're going to put that back on the div itself. Here it is. I'm just going to say BG brand lime, and then absolute inset 0. That will be repeated, but we're going to say mask classes there, and now it's going to combine all these classes that we've set up there with our specific classes for these divs. So now that we have that, I'm going to shift it around because we need to actually use some transforms to move these off of each other. Otherwise, they're just going to stack as we create more divs. So I'm going to say fluid like that, translate, and that's going to be x 2/3, just like that. And then we're also going to translate y, so we'll do fluid translate, and it's going to be y, I just said that, 2/3. So it's going to be the same thing on both of those. Let me just make this a little bit bigger. So now we can copy this div and paste it twice. And instead of BG brand lime for these, I'm going to hit Command D and just say white. The absolute and the inset can stay, but we're going to change these translate values. This is going to be x 1/3. This is going to be y 1/2. And then this will be x 1/2. And we're going to put a dash or a minus sign right in front of the translate so that it's actually going to be a negative 1/3. And if we save those, go back, this is the final version. There we go. So we see that bit of separation. We're getting that cool effect, and that's looking great. And now what we can do is we can put a div around our lazy YouTube player and use these mask classes again. All right, so I'm going to create a div, and inside that, I'm going to say class name, and I'm going to make this brackets because we're going to be using CLSX on this. And the first thing I'm going to pass it is mask classes. And then after that, let's open up a string. And first, let's put our lazy YouTube player inside this div. And in this string, we're going to put relative. That's why I had to pull the absolute and the inset out. And then height is full. And if we save that, there we go. We are getting our YouTube video masked. And if we didn't have the mask classes, you can see what this would look like. It would just be the square, right? So the mask is helping us out there. Oh, didn't save it right. And that's really all we need for our lazy YouTube player. But inside this mask, I want to add this texture overlay because this is actually going to be inside there. Otherwise, it'll be square and it'll not look great. So we're going to use the built-in Next.js image component because this is a local image that we have, image texture right here. See, it's just this grungy, noisy, cool little thing. So go ahead and say image, capital I, and we're going to import that from next image, hit enter. And we're going to say src for source is going to be /image texture.png. And we need alt text of empty quotes because this isn't something that should be announced to screen readers. We're going to say fill for the positioning of it. And class name is going to be pointer events none because we don't want this to capture the mouse click or anything in any way. We're going to say object cover right there. And last, we're going to say opacity 50. I'm going to save, I was going to save it, but I need to close it first. So if we save that, we now see, and if you want to crank up the opacity to like really see the effect, right? That's like too much. You can't even see through it. But yeah, opacity at 50, and that looks really good. Now, the last thing we want to do here is not send anything to this lazy YouTube player if we don't have a YouTube video ID input into our field. So we're going to first check to see if it's filled. So open up curly braces, we'll say is filled, and import that from Prismic client. And this is a key text. You got to tell it what it is. And then slice.primary.YouTube video ID. So if that's filled, then we want to use a ternary. I'll open up my code a little bit, and I'll put that underneath. Cool. So we want to use a ternary and say, so if that's filled, pop parentheses around this. Great. That's going to be returned. Otherwise, return null. And if you save that, that should work just fine. So here is our video block. We've got it added. It's going to lazy load. It's going to loop because of some of the video or YouTube. There we go. Because of the settings in here, we have autoplay, but also loop is set to 1, and the playlist is set to itself, so it keeps looping on itself, and it starts in muted. So it's just a nice way to have a video play in the background. Now for the last of our slices, we're going to create the team grid. this is going to show skaters, which is going to be their own custom type. And when you hover over them, you get this cool scribble effect. And there's a couple of other cool things happening in here that we're going to get to. So to create this slice, let's go to our page types, homepage, add a new slice, and we're going to call this team grid. And hit create. Open that up, and we're going to update the screenshot with our team grid. Looking good. Now, the only thing this is going to take is a heading. So go ahead and create a rich text, and that's going to be an H2, and we're just going to say heading. Hit done, and now what we need to do is create the skater custom type, because that's really what we're going to be doing. With this slice, you could do it one of two ways, right? You could have a group here, a repeatable group, just a group. I'm just going to show this as a demo. And you could do a content relationship just like we did with the skateboards, right? So you could say skater and then have your editors choose which skaters to display, and that works. But just for sake of ease, and like we want to show all of our skaters and not make it too much of a hassle, we're just going to not do that. And we're just going to fetch all of the skaters within our component and just display them. So let's go to our custom types, create a new custom type, reusable, called skater. I'm going to click create. And now we start off with the UID. We explained that before. And we're going to use text for a first name and text for a last name. Then we're going to create an image. We're going to call this photo background. And then another image, photo foreground. And the last thing we're going to have here is a link field, and we'll say customizer link, just like that. And this is going to be what allows us to link to their specific boards once we have the builder up and running, or the customizer up and running. So one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to drag the UID beneath the first and last name, and then this is set. So we have several changes. Our homepage has a new slice. That slice is team grid, and skater is a brand new custom type. Let's go ahead and push all of that up. And now we want to head back to our page list. I'm going to refresh and create a new page. I want to create a skater. And so I'm going to look at my content here. I have Sophie Castillo. I'm going to copy that. And here I say Sophie and Castillo. I'm going to put it here. Okay, that page didn't work. Sophie Castillo, just like that. And we're going to choose her photo background. So select image. I think I used her name. Yeah, Sophie back and Sophie front. So you see that the background is the actual picture background, but using generative fill in Photoshop to, where she was. Now there's actual, like, it looks like it's just a photo of nothing, right? So we have that for the back, add, and then we have Sophie front, and we're going to add that. You can keep the customizer link empty for now and go ahead and save and publish that. So we can work with just her for now. The rest of it's just going to be us adding. I'm going to put Sophie Castillo like that. Cool. The others you'll just add on your own time, and I'll let you know when to do that. And now we want to go ahead and add that slice to our homepage at the bottom. So scroll down. We see all our previews looking good, our videos looking good, and now we have this team grid. Go ahead and push that. And what's our text? The team. Very original of me to think of that. The team. All right. I'm going to hit save and publish. And now let's find our newly created slice, team grid. Here it is, right here. And I'm going to open up Slice Machine to get team grid. Here you are. And show code snippets. I'm just going to copy that. And I'm going to pop it in here, but I'm not going to import Prismic rich text. I'm going to import Prismic text. You know why. And so we have that. Let's see what our content says here. The team, really small. I hope you can see that, but it's all the way down there, the team. And so now what we want to do is first, let's do some of our cleanup here. So we'll say bounded so that it's nice and centered. Let's just see. Oh, where did it go? Oh, there we go. So it has some padding too. And we're going to need to put a background on this. So class name is equal to, see, BG texture. And I believe that's BG brand navy, if I'm not mistaken. Is that not reloading? My, like I said, TurboPack is still in beta. So sometimes it just kind of dies on you and you need to restart it. There we go. That's looking good. Well, not good yet, but you know, make a heading here from /components heading. Great. And then pass it the Prismic text. Let's make sure it's an as in H2 with size LG, and class name is going to be margin bottom 8. We're going to give a little bit of space between this and the skaters. Text center. Oh, where did I go? Text center. And text white. Save that. There we go. The team looking good. Now let's actually fetch all of our skaters. So here I'm going to say const client equals create client from the local one. And then with that client, I'm going to say const skaters equals await client dot get all by type. There we go, that one. And we're going to say skater. So give me all of the skaters. And now we need to say that this const team grid equals, and it's an arrow function, so we put the async right before the arrow function, so async, like that. And now this is no longer returning a JSX element, it is returning a promise that will resolve to a JSX element. So put those angle braces around it. I'll show you like that. All right, so that's how ours should look. And now with this skaters array, we want to map over that. So let's come beneath our heading and we're going to create a new div. I'm going to say period grid and hit tab and add a couple more things to that. So we'll say grid cols 1, gap 8, and then on medium and above, we'll say grid cols 4. Great. And inside here, we want that skaters.map. And then that is going to take an arrow function that has an implicit return. So we use parentheses on both sides. And in here, we're going to get skater and index. And in here, what we're going to do is return a React fragment. And I'll explain why in a moment. So and we also need to pass a key on this React fragment. So normally you could just do that for a React fragment. That's the shorthand. But if you are doing it inside an iterator, you need to pass a key. So we say React.fragment. And we might not be importing React. So go ahead, add import from React. There we go. React fragment, and the key, we're just going to set this to index. It's not that bad for something where it's not going to be shifting around. This is going to be shipped as a static component. And now inside here, the reason why we are sending back a fragment is that we want to do a check, and you can't return a check like this. You need something around it. And I don't want to add an extra div just for the sake of adding a div. So we'll say skater.data.firstname. And remember, this is a string, or it is nothing, right? So it can either be null or it can be a string. And we just want to check and see if it is, if it's there before we call for our skater. So we'll say skater. And, oh, right, we haven't created this component yet, but we can at least leave a comment here and just say skater. Or you know what, let's go ahead and just make a div that just says skater. And then, is that everything we need for right now? Yes, I believe so. So if, or you know what, let's, yeah, no, that's good. So we have a single skater. Great, that makes sense. And now we need to create that skater component. So inside team grid, new file, skater.tsx, open that up. And I'm going to do tsrfc, just like that. And then we're going to remove the export default part, just export function skater. And we're going to set the props up here. So first prop is going to be skater, and it's going to be required. I'm going to say content, import that from Prismic client. We shouldn't need the React because we're in Next.js. I'm removing that import. And then content.skater document, just like that. So now it knows what it's expecting. And then index is a number. And we'll be using that to change the color on the squiggles so that they get different colors. Now that we have that, let's pull those props in here. So we have skater, comma, index. Looks good. So let's open up this div, get rid of that skater bit, and we're going to render out the images that we have as well as the name that we've got. So it's going to say Prismic next image. We're going to utilize that. We're going to pass it a field, and that field is skater.data.photo background. And we're going to say width is 500. That way we don't get a massive image. This tells Imgix, the image CDN, to shrink it down to that. And we're also going to say Imgix params. We're going to say we want the quality. Oh, that's supposed to be a Q. Quality actually to be pretty low because this background doesn't really matter. Just at 20, because most of these are blurry. It's all good if this is not pretty. We'll save a little bit of resources there. So we'll say alt is equal to just quotes. And then last, we'll say class name. And for now, let's go ahead and try to think. Yeah, let's just keep that empty for now, but we will come back to it, I assure you. Now, copy and paste this. Instead of photo background, we're doing photo foreground. Looks good. We'll keep the width. We will remove the Imgix params. We don't need to reduce the quality there. The default quality is good enough. And if we hit save, we should on reload. Oh, we are not using this skater component yet. Okay, so let's go ahead and just finish with our data here. And we'll say skater.data.first name, and then copy that and say last name. Cool. Save this, head back to index, and instead of this random little skater div, go ahead and import skater from /skater. And now it's asking for an index, and we'll pass it index. It's also asking for a skater, and we will pass it skater. And it is happy, so we know we're passing it the right thing. And here we see we have, in very small type, we have our background, we have Sophie with the cutout, and we have her first and last name. All right, let's add some styles to these divs now. At the top of the root div, let's go class name. And we're going to say group, relative, flex col, center, and gap is going to be 4. And now we want to have a div inside that. I'm going to say period stack layout. That's not a Tailwind class. That's something we're going to add. And I'm going to drag that div all the way down. And here we're also going to say overflow hidden, because as we hover, we want Sophie not to overflow the thing, right? So, all right, so this stack layout, we actually have it in our resources in the CSS file. So here we go, global CSS, and we want to come down here to stack layout. And actually, we can grab everything here. So stack layout and skater scribble path and skater hover, skater scribble path. Grab these 4 classes, and we're going to open our CSS, and we're going to paste those underneath, just down here. Hit save, and now this stack layout, we can look at it right here. This is actually from Small CSS, a thing put together by my friend Steph, and it has this great little, well, it has a lot of good helpers, but the stack layout is right here, and that's basically this is a more complex version of it. But all it does really is it creates a grid And it adds a single grid template area, and that's just stack. And then it places items in the center, and then everything inside stack layout, or at least one level down, gets the grid area of stack. So they all just, you guessed it, stack on top of each other. Really simple little thing, but it is really handy. So now stack layout, if we save that, we immediately have a working thing there. So now in our background, what we need to do is we need to start with it scaled up so that we can scale it down when we zoom in. So we're going to say scale is 110, transform. That unlocks all of the transform things. You just need that on anything you're transforming. We'll say transition all, like that, so that it will tween any kind of change. Say duration 1000, ease in out, group hover is going to be scale 100. So when this element gets hovered, we're going to scale it down, and then group hover again, and brightness 75. So this is a nice little filter. We're going to actually change the brightness, and you can do all kinds of things with filters. Check it out if you're not too familiar. Group hover is going to be saturate, and we're going to desaturate just a little bit, and I'm going to use a custom value here, so 0.8, and that's going to be in square brackets. If we save that, we see that, yep, it is working, but why did it go on top of Sophie? Well, because the Z index changes once you have these transforms put on it. So we just need to do a similar thing for Sophie. Or I should just say the foreground, right? So here we're going to say transform, transition, transform. And the reason we have all here is because we're not just transitioning the size here, we're also transitioning the saturation and the brightness. So we needed more than just the transform. But here we're only zooming her in, so we'll say duration. It's going to be the same. It's going to be 1000. Ease in out. And group hover, it's going to be scale 110. So it's just the reverse, essentially. And so, boom, that's how we do it. Now we're going to put our skater name in an H3. And inside that H3, well, each of these are going to be a span. So I'm going to open that up and put first name inside, and then span. Open that up, put last name inside, and then save to have it formatted for me. And inside this H3, I'm going to say class name is relative, grid, place, self, end, and justify, self, start. Padding of 2, so P2, font sans, text brand gray, and fluid text 2XL. Remember, it's a little curly, and 3XL. So 2XL/3XL. And there we go. We have Sophie Castillo right there. Now we're going to change a little bit of the styles on these spans. So I'll say class name is going to be margin bottom, and we put hyphen, and then in the square brackets, we're going to do negative 0.3 EM, and that is a relative unit to what the text is. So as the text grows and shrinks, this will still have the same gap between the first name and the last name. That's what we want. And we'll say block, just to make sure it stays on its own line and that it is movable. And then for the second one, we just want to say block also. Perfect. But now, while that is readable on Sophie's black shirt, we actually don't know what's going to be underneath. And on some of them, they're not as, like we just don't know. So we're going to put this little dark gradient that you see, that you might notice now. It's hopefully a little bit subtle. We're going to, above the H3, add a div. I'm going to start with relative. And I'm going to add some more classes to that. So we'll say height is 48. Width is full. Place, self, end. BG gradient to T. Now, if you're not familiar with Tailwind gradients, this is how you declare, first off, that you want a gradient, and then you see how has this CSS variable for gradient stop. So now we're going to declare those. So we're going to say from black, so that is the beginning, and then we're going to say via transparent to transparent. So this essentially creates a gradient from with black, and then via means it's going to be in the middle, and then transparent at the end as well. So if we save that, we don't really notice it too much on Sophie once again, but that is working. It's just taking up this space. And then at the bottom, let's go ahead and use our button link. And we're going to pass it a field, and that's going to be our skater data.customizer link. And we'll say size equals small. And inside that, we want to say build their board. And this is pretty much all we need here, but we want to bring that scribble effect in. And you might have seen in our CSS, we also copied in this skater scribble path. And if you remember the stroke dash array and stroke offset techniques that we did before, we're going to be doing that again in order to draw in a spiral. We need to grab a component from over here. I think it's skater scribble at the bottom. So go ahead and grab that. And we're going to see it says slices team grid skater scribble. So create it right there. Here's our team grid, new file, skater scribble.tsx. Paste that in, and we can hit save. Let me just open it up to show you that, once again, there's not much to it. It has a couple of classes on there already. And yeah, it's just an SVG, but we are going to animate that in. And so I went to check if it was there. It is not yet. We need to add it to our scene. So right in between the Prismic next images here. So it's going to go in between the background and foreground. It's going to be skater scribble. Import that. Class name will be curly braces, because we're going to say CLSX, and we're going to say relative. So we saved that. But if we look at our CSS, we have here skater.hover. So on hover, we then push the stroke dash offset. So right now there is no period skater. It's essentially us doing the same thing as like group. So ahead of group, we're going to say skater and hit space, and then we should see something. There we go. So have that little thing come in. Right now it's just taking the dark text that is the default, and it's animating that in. But now we can give it, so like if we do text white, that'll change the color, because our skater scribble is using current color for the stroke color. So we want to actually give it a brand color, though. We don't want it to be white, and we don't want them to all be the same. That's why we have relative here. But at the top of our skater function, we need to define an array. So at the top of our function here, we want to create an array of colors. So we'll say const colors is equal to array. Oh, that's not an array. Array, there we go. And it's going to be text brand blue, just like that. I'm going to put a comma at the end, and I'm going to just copy that a few times. In this one, I'm going to say lime, then orange, pink, and purple. And we could add navy and all the others, but this is good enough. And we don't even have 5 skaters, so it's not even that big of a deal. But then we want to say const scribble color equals colors index. And you could make it so that it loops back through by using like a modulo, but for our purposes, this is fine. But if you intend on adding a lot more people to your skater team, you'll have to do something like a modulo so that you don't get to the end here and don't have a color to add. So here we're going to say comma scribble color. And now we should see that, yep, she gets blue. Next one will get lime, orange, pink, and so on. All right, so we are done with styling this. Now just go ahead and create Dylan, Jordan, and Carter's little profiles within Prismic, and I'll see you on the other side of that. All right, I am done adding all my skaters. Make sure they are all published. And then at the top, you might just want to add Bell or like their last name, because most of them are going to come in with just the single name. And this isn't super important, right? Like it doesn't really matter. These aren't people that we actually have, but it just looks a little bit tidier that way. But now if we go over to our page and we reload, double reload, there we go. So you have different colors. They're all loading in. They're all looking really cool. And yeah, that zoom effect is just one that I haven't seen many other places. So I think it's a pretty neat effect that you can bring into other things. So we're finished with our team page. Let's build our fun physical footer. So to create this footer, we're going to first start by creating a footer component. TSX, footer.tsx, and then tsrfc. Go ahead and create that, remove the default, and we can just save this. I'm actually going to change these divs to a footer, like that. Oh, change them both. And I can save that, and if we go to our layout in app, layout.tsx, we have header here, and we're going to put footer right there. And if we check our page, we have a little footer at the bottom there, very small, but very much there. So now we can start working on our footer. So what do we actually need in our footer? We have a background image here. The logo we're just going to get from our SVG component, but we need to add this background image to Prismic, as well as have all these skateboard images. So let's head to Slice Machine, and we're going to go to our custom types. We need to edit our settings custom type, and we're going to add first an image here. I'm just going to call this footer image, like that. I'm going to hit done, and then we need a group, a repeatable group, and we're going to call this footer skateboards. Hit done, and then inside footer skateboards, we need to create an image, and this image is going to be skateboard. Like that. And now let's push that up to Prismic so that we can make those changes in our settings file. As soon as that's done, cool. We are in our settings file, so let me refresh it a couple times. And here we go. We have a footer image and our footer skateboard. So we're going to select image. We want this orange background picture. Choose that one. And then for the skateboard, well, for the skateboards, we're going to select about 8 skateboards. So go ahead and choose your favorites. Make sure it is from not these, but from the, I think if you just type complete, there you go. So any of these, choose your 8 or so favorites, and I'll see you on the other side. All right, I've picked out 8 that I like, and I'll hit save, and then we're going to publish. And those won't show up just yet. We're going to have to go and edit our footer. But let's go back to our localhost 3000 and our footer component here. And we're actually going to start by giving footer a class name. I'm going to say BG texture and BG zinc 900 and text white. And you might be wondering, where are we using that background texture? Not here, but down here. This is still part of the footer here. And so that's where we're going to be seeing that background texture. I think we're getting a little bit of overflow too from the skateboards moving around. So let's say overflow hidden there. And if that comes back to bite us, we can remove it, but that might be a little optimization there. So inside here, we're going to have a couple parts. I'm going to map it out with comments. So hitting command / and just as a image here. And then we're going to have physics boards or board physics, whatever. And then underneath, we're going to have the list of links. So that's how we're going to map this out. I'm going to wrap the image and the boards in a div. So I'm going to say dot relative. Open that up, put our comments inside, and we're going to add a couple more styles to that, starting with a height. And we're going to create this value. So square brackets, 75 VH for view height, doing fluid P10/16 and MD aspect auto. All right, so first for this Prismic image, go ahead and import that Prismic next image. We'll say field is equal to settings. Oh, we haven't called for the settings yet. All right, let me go ahead and comment that out. Let me just leave that there for now. We need to call for our settings here. This footer is not getting anything. What we can do is we can go ahead to our header and we can grab this exact fetch. And the cool thing is Next.js is smart enough that it's not going to fetch this twice. It's going to add the first time to the cache, and then it'll just get it from there. So this is not hurting our performance at all. So make sure the import's coming from the local at Prismic.io, move that down a little bit, and then export async function footer. And now everyone's happy. Now we can open this up again and say settings dot data dot footer image. And I'm just going to close this, but we're going to also add alt equals empty quotes, fill, class name, object cover. And right after that, we're going to say width is going to be 1200. If we save that, we are not seeing anything yet. Oh, there we go. Okay, so we have our image. That's looking good. We can get rid of that comment. Physics boards we're going to wait on for just a second. Let's put our logo here. So I didn't pop that there, but we're going to import logo from .logo. It's in the components. Actually, let's get it from @components. I like to do that, even though it's in the local folder, because if we move this footer anywhere else, this will still work where the relative one would break. So that's why I still like to do that, even if we are in that same folder. So I'm going to say class name and pointer events none, because we want to be able to click the skateboards right through this logo. Let's say relative H20 mix blend exclusion and I typed something and MD H28. So if we save that after closing it, save that, we get the logo right there. And the exclusion part is what makes it kind of like a photo negative, where the blue and the orange are opposites, and it's creating the opposite of that line. So it's just kind of a cool effect there. Feels a little bit grungy, like a skateboard company might do. Now, underneath this div, we're actually going to use our old friend bounded. Like that. I'm going to open that up, and inside here, we're going to say UL for an unordered list. And inside that, we are going to actually loop over the settings navigation array. So we'll say settings.data.navigation.map. And inside, we're going to have an item. And we're going to have a arrow function that returns an li. And let's put a key on that. So key is going to be item.link.text. And Prismic next link, we need to say field equals item.link. Close that. And there's no styles here, but we'll fix that in just a sec. So there we go, team, customizer, about, and that's what we see at the very top as well. So that's working well. Now let's give some extra details to each of these. So for bounded, we actually don't want this to default to a section. This is a nav. So let's go ahead and say as nav, and we'll say class name is equal to bg texture. Oh wait, we actually already have that, so we don't need this again. We are in good shape there. So just nav for now. Cool. Now for the UL, we'll say class name is going to be flex wrap, justify center, gap 8, and fluid text LG/XL. If we save that, there we go. That's looking really good. And that's all we need for that bottom part. But actually, I don't like that if you hover it, it doesn't give any kind of indication that it's clickable besides the hand. So let's go ahead and give this a class. I'm going to say hover underline. And now, there we go. Much better. Cool. So we've got that all out of the way. Now we want to create a physics component. So in your components, create a new file and name this footer physics, physics.tsx. Open that up, and now this would be a very long section of the course, and I really this is not a Matter.js course. I really want to get into the GSAP and the Three.js stuff, and so we are going to paste this in, but we have a lot of comments here so I'm going to walk you through to make sure you understand it. I think there's an error here. That's fine. I'll explain that in a second. And we do not have Matter.js installed, so that is step 1 here. So go ahead, open up your terminal. I'm going to say npm I matter-js and @types/matter.js, like that, because this will allow us to use some TypeScript types and not have to type all that stuff ourselves. So go ahead and install that. Looking good. Now it's happy again, and our warnings went away and everything. So that's looking pretty good. Now, this is a React component, and at the very bottom, you see that we have very little JSX. There's literally just a div with a ref and a class name to render any classes that we pass into this footer physics component. And as I said, it's a big component. This is 200 lines. And yeah, so let's kind of cover it quickly. We create a use ref for the scene. So we need to reference that div so we can inject things into it. The engine, this is what handles the physics simulations in Matter.js. You'll see that we're importing a few things from Matter.js. We have the world, we have the runner, the renderer, the engine. Those are kind of the main things that run Matter.js, and like every scene needs those things. Other stuff are like good helpers. Bodies are pretty common because that's like the actual like physical things that you're using. And so we create our engine, and then we are using an intersection observer. Remember to make those skateboards load in. So this is the same stuff that we had before. And this is just to see if it's mobile, because we want to show fewer boards on mobile. So here's a use effect. We have several use effects here, and this one just handles your mobile detection, and it sets this, and also creates an event listener if there's a resize, so that if they turn it from landscape to portrait, or something happens where they resize it, we will recalculate that resizing. And if it is on mobile, then we only show 3 boards. Otherwise, we go ahead and show them all. We have our intersection observer to start and stop. We've looked at this already. The only difference between what we made and what is happening here is that we want to re-trigger false every time you leave the viewport. So if we go here, if we leave and come back, we want this to happen. So that's why we're just saying, hey, set in view to whether or not that's true or false. Just set that each time, right? And then our threshold is right between 0 and 1, because we want to trigger at 50% so that the users see the boards drop. Because if it triggered only like right now, the boards would be already dropping. But I want it to be about here so that then they see it. All right. You can change that as you like, but it's a lot more fun if the user sees the boards drop rather than just seeing this, right? More intersection observer stuff. And then we are doing a little bit of accessibility here. So if they prefer reduced motion, we don't run the physics. We set the gravity just 0.5. It's not too strong, but and it's on the y-axis. And then we need to create the renderer, and we need to tell it what element to attach to. We hand it our scene div. We give it our engine, and then there's just a couple things here where like the device pixel ratio matters. And you can do wireframes or not. Like if you look at a lot of the Matter.js demos, they're all in a wireframe style. We don't want that. We want it to look kind of real with our skateboards, and no background. Then we add some boundaries to the scene. So we have this function that we made called create boundaries, and that is down here. And that takes a width and a height. And you can see what we're passing in is the actual width and height of the of that element. So the scene is that div. And so we are passing it that. So we'll say, hey, that's our bounding box. Please make walls on the top, left, bottom, and right for that scene, so that basically these skateboards hit against that wall on the left. That's how we create those. Let's go back up to where we call that. And then we go ahead and make those boundaries, and then we need to add those boundaries to the world. The world is where everything's happening, and every time you create something, you have to then pipe it into the world. The mouse interaction for dragging boards doesn't come just out of the box. We actually have to use this mouse class, I guess. Yeah, exactly, class. And we need to pass it the canvas. And here, the matter.js has some wrong types, so that's why we're saying this, because otherwise it's going to yell at us and say, whoa, mouse wheel doesn't exist. It does. There's just something wrong with the matter.js types. So we're ignoring that. And then we pass it a couple of properties for the mouse constraint. And the stiffness just is determining how much, or rather how responsive the drag is. And then this is whether or not we hide the indicator for dragging. We then add that to the world, and we have our event listener, and we handle the on resize. And this is where we just update these various parts of the renderer if the client width and height changes. And yeah, not too much here. We recreate our boundaries because the sizes have changed, so we want our floor and our ceiling and everything to move to adjust to that, right? And then yeah, we've already gone over the create boundaries. And then the runner is really important. That manages the animation loop. So this runs like 60 times per second, and it updates the engine. So this calls the engine over and over and over again and says, hey, what's the state of these things? And then the engine reports back. And then the runner, the runner will run the renderer. Render. So yeah, it gets a little dicey, but there's lots of good demos on the matter.js site that you can check out. And then here's our return function. This just cleans up everything that we've got going, our event listener, our renders and runners and all that good stuff. And here we need to actually add our boards to our scene, because so far all we've done is create our boundary and the dragability with the mouse and a few other things, but we haven't added any of the boards to the scene. So we get our world, we get the sizes of things because we want to render them within this area. And then we want to randomize the board position and rotation. So you see that we're using math.random times that, and math.random times the height, but we changed it a little bit so that it's not like poking through the ceiling. And then we give it a random rotation. And then we go ahead and create a rectangle with rounded corners, so it's shaped like the skateboard, because for collision purposes. We set the bounciness of it, we give it minimal friction, and we scale these textures down. And as long as there are boards, we go ahead and add those boards to the world. And that's, I was saying, that's it. But that's how we create this component. So if we save this and go to our footer, let's go ahead and remove that comment and say footer physics / and then we want to pass it our board texture URLs. And we could just go settings.data.skateboard, footer skateboards like that. But actually, I want to manipulate these a little bit first. So if we go up here, just under our settings, we're going to say const board texture URLs is equal to settings.data.footer_skateboards.map. I'm going to open this up. And inside here, we're going to pass an arrow function. We're going to get item and going to just say as image src. So that is a function that we get from Prismic. Let me just make sure that from the Prismic client. I'm going to shift these around real quick and move that up. Cool. And as image src gives us back a URL when we pass it a field. See, but by the way, all the Prismic SDK functions and everything have great comments. So you'll see as image src, we pass it an image field, and then we do something to it with the Imgix properties. And what it does is it gives us back this URL with that built into it. So it's a really handy function to use in times like these. So we're going to do just that. We're going to say parentheses item.skateboard, and then we're going to have a comma. We're going to pass it that object. We're going to say h is 600 because we do not want to pass in like that full big image. That'll make rendering a little bit more taxing. And then at the end, we're going to say filter. And we just want to really make sure that this comes back as a string, not undefined or not some kind of error from the as image src. And so we're going to say filter parentheses URL, and we need to type this first and say URL is string, and then arrow boolean parentheses URL. So I'll put this on a new line so we can see it. And yeah, so this is using TypeScript's type guard syntax to filter out any non-string values and make sure that this is just an array of strings. And so now we can pass this board texture URLs right here. And if we hit save there, let's see, I think we still need to add some classes to it, but okay, that's not ours. This one's ours. And yeah, we need to position this. So in our footer physics, I'm gonna bring it back to the left side. I'll say class name, and this is going to be absolute, inset 0, and overflow hidden. If we save that and reload our page, there we go. All right, nice. So I'm gonna reload mine again, and you should have a nice bouncy little skateboard footer. Now you can change any of those values that we covered. You can make it more frictiony, less frictiony, more bouncy. You can reduce the gravity. You can make it so that it's like a negative gravity and they actually float up and they stick to the ceiling. Maybe that's pretty cool. Play with it as you wish. And then if we are on mobile, so if we go all the way down, let me try to do that. Yeah, we only see those 3 boards, and that's plenty for a phone. Cool. We just finished the footer. Okay, I promise we just have one more thing to do before we start working on the actual 3D skateboard and using GSAP and all that good stuff. We, on the site over here, have a nice little effect that you saw at the beginning where as we scroll down, stuff appears, and we're using a little intersection observer for that. Boom, boom, boom. There's no button on that one. Oh well. So for that, we need to do a couple things. First, we're going to make a couple of CSS classes just at the bottom of globals.css. We'll say period slide in hidden. And inside here, I'll say opacity 0. And transform is going to be translate x negative 100 pixels. And then we'll say at keyframes slide in. We're defining a animation here. And then we'll say 2 brackets. So this is where the animation will end. Say opacity 1 and transform. Oh, it's going to be translate x, and that'll be 0. So just want to bring it back to where it should be. Now with these classes, we could go adding them to each thing that we want to handle, but it's a lot easier if you actually create a component for this. And I'll show you how we do that. Go to your components, create a new file. We're going to call this slideit.tsx. And in here, we're going to do a tsrfc. Go ahead and remove your default there. We're going to start off by saying at the top, use client, because it's going to be using some JavaScript to tell if it's in the viewport. Now let's open up our props because we need to define children. And that is going to be a React node. Next, we'll do a delay, and that is going to be optional, and that's a number. And then last, we'll do duration, also optional, and that is also a number. Great. Now let's spread that inside our props here. So we'll say children, and we'll say delay, and we will give that a default of 0, and duration, give that a default of 0.6. So like I said, we're going to be using an intersection observer. So in here, we need to make a ref. So const element ref equals use ref, import that. And this is going to be an HTML div element. Great. And then we're going to say null. It's going to be the initial value. And we're going to have a use effect very similar to the other intersection observers we've seen. And this is going to say const element equals element ref dot current, and if no element just element, return. So get out of here if we don't have that. We're not going to run our observer. Const observer, define our observer, new intersection observer. There we go. I'll get it. I'll learn how to type someday. And then in here, we are going to pull off that entry like we did before and open up our curly braces, and we'll say if entry dot is intersecting. Open up these curly braces for our if statement. Element dot style dot animation equals backticks slide in space, and then we're going to have our durations. Our duration, and then S, and then ease, $ delay, and then S right after that for seconds, and then forwards. Now this is not a class, just to make this clear. This is actually, we are setting an animation, and we're using the slide in animation, and those are the animation properties as if we were to say animation and then putting slide in, right? All that stuff. So that is what we were doing directly on the element. And then once we have it in, let's say observer.unobserve element, because we don't need to pay attention anymore. We don't need to have it watching anymore. So right after our function, we want to use our config object, say threshold is going to be 0, and root margin is going to be, in quotes, so -150 px. And so normally the root margin extends past what we are seeing. So if it's a positive value, it goes past so that it loads before you see it. But we want it to load a little bit after. So once it's 150 pixels within the viewport, then we want it to load, right? So that's why we're using a negative root margin. So then after we create our intersection observer, right after that, we want to actually tell it what to observe. So say observer.observe and pass it the element. And now we need to put that ref on here. So what do you call it? Element ref. Works for me. And then here, we need to make sure we clean up after ourselves. So return an arrow function, and we'll say observer.disconnect. And actually, I think we just used unobserve in our other part. So we're going to go back and clean that up, because the right one to use here is disconnect. Now, the difference here, it's kind of subtle, but unobserve is specific, and it says, hey, stop watching this element, right? But disconnect, you don't actually pass it an element, because this is more like we don't need this observer at all. We just want to stop all of the observation. Please stop existing, right? But this is just like, hey, stop watching this thing. So to truly clean it up, we should disconnect. And then at the end of this use effect, we actually have some dependencies here. So we'll pass in delay and duration. And down here, we just want to add a starter class of slide in hidden. Now, instead of the word slide in, we need to say children. And that should, if we save it, that should work. So let's go ahead and start wrapping things in that. So I want to go into our product grid, there we go. And all we're going to do is just call slide in, and we're going to wrap our heading just like that. And so it's a really simple implementation. You just saw it fire off. That's great. Let's go ahead and wrap this div and slide in also. And now if we save it, that'll do the same thing. Perfect. And that's really it for this. We're just going to have the skateboards stay as they are. But if we go to our team grid, it pretty much has the same setup where we have a heading, and then we have our, actually we don't have a body there. We're going to say, so slide in, import that, and we can wrap our heading in it. But here we can go ahead. I'm going to put parentheses around skater, And I'm going to hit enter and give it some space around it. And I'll say slide in. And there we go. If I save, it should format nicely. Now, if we go down to our team section, we should, let's see. There we go, the team, and they're all just gonna come in at once. That's good enough for now. We have lots of other cool things on the site. You don't need to polish that animation too much more. And last, let's go to text and image, there we go. And we're going to bring it to this component as well. We're gonna put it around our heading, our div here, and our button link. Go ahead and do that. And when you're done, yours should look just like this with slide in around button link, div, and heading. All right, it is the time you've been waiting for. We are going to be working on the hero and bringing in this skateboard. First thing that we're going to be doing is really just bringing in the Three.js and React 3 Fiber elements, and then we'll be adding GSAP and animation, everything after that. But the very, very first thing that we have to do is create a new file at the very root of our project called .npmrc. And inside here, we need just one line. So let's say legacy peer deps, and that's equal to true. Save that. And what this does is this lets npm skip strict checks for matching package versions, so it avoids any errors that we would get when some packages don't fully support each other yet. And the reason we're doing that, normally we wouldn't, but right now, as of this recording, Next is on 15.0.3, and it's using a React and React DOM release candidate. So these aren't like fully out to the public, but Next is using them and says that they are stable enough for them to go. React has just updated to version 19 like 0.0.0. It's out of the release candidate, but even with that, the things that we're going to be using, specifically React 3 Fiber and React 3 Fiber Dry, are not compatible yet with 19, or rather, they don't have a peer dependency of 19. They will work with 19, but when they list their dependencies, they're saying React 18. So that's the reason. So with that saved, we can open up our terminal, and I'm going to make this big. I'm going to say npm I. We have a couple things to put here. I'm going to say 3. This is the Three.js package. We'll say at react-3/fiber and at react-3/drei. And last, we'll add GSAP now, GSAP, and we go ahead, hit enter. And now let's close up our terminal and head into our hero folder. So source slices hero. And in here, I'm going to create a new file called interactive skateboard.tsx. I'm going to do it at tsrfc like that. Remove the default, and I'm going to save that. And then I'm going to open up the actual index.tsx, and you see how we have skateboard here. I'm just going to go ahead and call in interactive skateboard and just close that up. It shouldn't take any props just yet. And we see a little interactive skateboard text right there. So we are piping that in well. Let's go back to our interactive skateboard. And like I had in my comment in our index file, we need to absolutely position this. So we'll say class name is equal to absolute, inset 0, z is going to be 10, flex items center, and justify center. All right, save that. So we have a nice container for the 3D stuff we're going to be doing. And inside here, I want to create our React 3 Fiber canvas. So canvas like that, and import that from React 3 Fiber. And I'm going to open this up because this is going to contain everything we're doing. So the canvas is both what it sounds like. Yes, it's going to render an actual canvas element in our page, but it also gives us a lot of things built in. This is more than just a standard canvas. This comes with a camera already built in that we can then customize. This comes with a whole bunch of stuff that normally, if you're doing regular Three.js, you have to set this up, you have to add it to the world and all this stuff, but it's a lot easier with React 3 Fiber. So we are going to just give this a class first to make sure that it's showing up. So we'll say class, and we'll say min h, and then brackets 60 rem, and width is going to be full. So that's just going to make sure that we are actually seeing this canvas. And then inside here, we want to use React Suspense, which helps us manage the loading of any assets like the 3D skateboard and its textures. And it can show a fallback while everything loads, and it's just a much better experience. So we're going to say suspense, and we're going to open that up. And now React 3 Fiber comes with some great hooks that we can tap into. The only caveat there is that we have to do that inside the canvas. So if we were to call one of these hooks right here, it would throw an error and say, hey, that only works when you're inside the canvas. So how do we call a hook inside here? Well, we need to create a new function. In the same file is where I'm going to do it, but you could call this anywhere. But we're just going to say function, and we're going to call it scene, and we are going to not pass any props just yet. We will soon. And then we're going to say return parentheses. Since we're inside the canvas element, we actually have access to different elements that you can't use in regular HTML. This is another one of these weird things where, like, now that we're inside the canvas, it's like a different world. And so I can say group, and this is understood once it's passed into the canvas that this is kind of like a div if you think about it. In that way of, like, when you need to group things into a grid, or you need to have a bunch of elements that are all in a flex box, you put them in a div. Well, this is kind of the same thing where, like, I want these elements to be moved in the same way, or kind of just be bundled together. I'm going to wrap them in a group. So I kind of think of it as like the div of Three.js. And you can just return a group like this and kind of have that be your parent element. But inside here, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to try to render out a cube, just to kind of give us the basics of how rendering things in Three.js with React 3 Fiber actually work. So everything that we actually see here is technically a mesh. And so, like, if we look at this wheel, that wheel is made up of two things: geometry, which tells Three.js where the points, like where all the vertices, like what the shape is of that mesh, and then the actual material, or like the texture and how that reacts to light and everything like that. So we need to add geometry and material to every mesh we create. So we're going to say mesh, just like that. Once again, these are these custom, or not custom, but specific Three.js kinds of components. And we'll say mesh basic material, and this is one of the several materials that we have at our disposal. And then we will say box geometry, just like that. And now we want to import this into our scene up here. So we'll say scene. It's not import, but just use it. And then one key thing is that this is all going to be running on the client side. So let's make sure we go up here and say use client. And if we save that and check out our file, we see that, or at least I see that I have an issue. It says cannot read properties when defined. And this is kind of a tricky one to troubleshoot because this doesn't really point to anything. But what this is it's that version mismatch I was telling you about, where our React 3 Fiber is not expecting React 19. It's expecting React 18. And so it's kind of freaking out and going, I don't know what to do. Luckily, there is a release candidate available right now for React 3 Fiber. If you already are using React 3 Fiber at 9, like if it's already come out and is the default by the time you are seeing this, you don't have to do this. But if you got that error and you're on 8.17 or something like that, go ahead and open up your terminal. And we're going to say npm I at react3/fiber and at 9.0.0-rc.1. It's like that. If we install that, you should see it change here in your package.json. And then if we are fortunate enough, yes, there we go. We have our cube. So once again, that bug will be gone eventually, hopefully sooner than later once everything's caught up. But for now, we're on the cutting edge, and that is the only downside right now. So we have our scene, but this looks just like it's a square div. It's not like a 3D, right? Like where's the 3D here? That's because we're looking at it straight on. And in order to kind of see some directionality or some, I guess, dimensionality, we need to look at it from more of an angle. So I'm going to say here inside our canvas, we're we're going to say camera. I'm going to pass it position, and that's going to be an array of 1.5, comma 1, comma 1.4, like that. And we're also going to say FOV is going to be 55, and that's field of view, and that's kind of like where with your phone cameras, how you have the wide angle lens and then like the zoom lens. That is a similar thing where the higher that goes, the more like zoom it's going to be, the lower, the more of like a fisheye it's going to be. So now that we have that, I'm going to reload the page. And there we go. We have the dimensionality, but it's still like very flat, very plain. That's because mesh basic material does not respond to light. So it's just going to give you that solid color back. We're not setting a color, but it's defaulting to that like gray. But if we say mesh standard material, this will respond to light. And guess what? There are no lights in our scene. So cool. We can go ahead and add one just inside this group. I'm going to say point light, and I'm going to say position is going to be 1, comma 1, comma 1. And we are, we have our camera at pretty much the same position. So when we save that, we see that it looks like kind of like when you have your flash on with a camera, right? So it's just like the light is coming from us. And we can change the intensity and make that like 5. That's going to be very bright in that spot. And we can keep doing this. We can keep adding point lights and stuff, and we're gonna get like some mixed results to go like -2, and we'll have it'll look better, but it's a pain in the butt to get right. And I think at the end of the day, it rarely looks realistic unless you're really good with it. I like to use what a lot of game developers and movies and CG artists use, which is called an HDRI, which uses kind of like a picture of a room in order to provide the lights for our scene. So we're going to go ahead and use something from React 3 Fiber Dry, which is a bunch of helpers. I'm going to say environment. And here we are going to use one of the presets, and we can hit Control Space and see that we've got a few presets to work with, and we can kind of play with those. And if we save this, there we go. We have, okay, so not super realistic right now, but we can see like, okay, there's more interesting lighting happening than what we had before. And you can go through the presets and change those as you want. And the light will be like, see how that's a bit of a warmer light. Yeah, so what's happening here, let's say background, that will show us actually the scene that we are working with. And if in here, I'm going to say orbit controls. This is a great helper from React 3 Dry that we will actually be using something similar to this in the builder later. But now you can click and look around and you see like, okay, that's the scene that we are lighting this cube with. You see how like it's brighter on this side? That's because that's where the sun's coming from, right? So a really great way to get realistic lighting and shadows and everything. Well, yeah, I guess shadows, but for our scene. So we're going to keep orbit controls in there, but we're going to change preset and sunset and all that stuff. We're going to gut the environment and say files. And that is going to be quotes/HDR. And then let's actually open up that folder because this is a local folder. HDR, we have several here. We have Warehouse 256, 512, and just the full version. The smaller it is, the quicker it's going to load and the less intense it's going to be. So if you're doing something from far back, using a 256 HDR, like a small one, is probably the way to go. I already forgot the name of it. Warehouse 256 HDR, cool. So let's go Warehouse 256.hdr. If we save that, cool. We have our lighting. It's kind of subtle right now, but when we get our skateboard in there, it'll be good. We got rid of our background. And so now we actually need to bring our skateboard in. And the way that works is we have this skateboard.bin and this skateboard.gltf right here. And I'm going to right click and say reveal in Finder. Show me where this is. And what the GLTF file does, I'll actually open it here. What the GLTF file does is it is just one big JSON object, essentially, that goes through and lists all of these different things. So like these are all the different nodes that are assigned to like the wheel 1, wheel 2, and the deck and the trucks and the grip tapes, like all these different parts. And you can see grip tape is its own node and wheel 1 is its own node. And this just basically tells our file, or sorry, our computer where to go find the the vertices and like the actual geometry for these different parts. So this doesn't have all that much information in it. This just points to the information that's in the .bin file, but we need them both. One is kind of like a map for the other, right? So we want to go to our resources because we need to take that GLTF file and convert it into a React 3 fiber file. And luckily, the great folks at Poimanders, I think that's how you say yeah, Poimanders, they have created a really easy converter. So if we go ahead and grab Skateboard bin and Skateboard GLTF at the same time, you can't like drop them one after another. Make sure you're grabbing them both. And I think I feel like grabbing it. Grab them both and drop them in. Boom, we see our skateboard, and it is not textured. There's no materials on it, and that's intentional. And then we also see the JSX, the actual React component that we're getting out of it. And all it does is, well, first, let's go into the settings, and that'll help. So we have some great settings here that are really helpful. We don't have to add our own types. It'll take care of types for us. That is, oh, it's wonderful. And then we're also going to keep names, so we know what we're looking at. We'll keep groups, and that's about it there. And then we can copy to clipboard. I'm going to go ahead and do that. But first, let's just see, like we have mesh name grip tape, right? That's handy to have the name there. That's why I put it back. And it then points to the geometry for that and actually puts it into the right position for us. So this is a great tool. This would be a pain in the butt for us to do on our own. You see how like handling the rotations and all that stuff. I don't want to do that. I love this tool. Definitely use this. Don't try to do this by yourself unless you have to for some reason. I don't know. But I'm going to copy that to clipboard, and we're going to go back to our interactive skateboard, and I want to create in our components folder, because we're going to use this skateboard in a couple of different places where the interactive skateboard like scene is only going to be in the hero. But let's go into components, create a new file called skateboard.tsx, and we don't need to do our tsrfc shortcut because we are pasting in what we auto-generated. And so we just have a couple of things to tweak. Like here, we have this props that it's trying to give us. We actually don't want that. I'm actually going to create some, or a new type up here. So type, I'm going to say skateboard props. That's going to be equal to just an open object, and we can put past that here. So skateboard props, and now it's happy. And now let's go back and actually put it into our scene. So in the interactive skateboard component, we're going to say skateboard. And did I not? Oh, hold on one sec. There is a thing that you always need to do. I always forget. The default, it just calls it model. And so when I try to go to autocomplete here, VS Code's not going to find a skateboard. But if I type model, see how it finds it in component skateboard. So make sure we rename this to, you'll never guess, skateboard. And now we can go ahead and say skateboard, and it'll import from the right place. It's a self-closing component. And now if we go to our scene, we see our skateboard in like a chunk of ice. It's right inside that square, sorry, the cube. That's not a square. You gotta learn your geometry in like 3rd grade, right? So now we can get rid of the mesh, because that was just kind of to render out something simply and show you that every mesh needs a material and a geometry. All right, so we're going to remove that cube, and there we go. We have our skateboard. Now we're going to go in just a sec and add some textures and everything to this skateboard. But before we do, I want to use another little helper from the DREI library. And this one is called Contact Shadows right there. And that, if we just save it, is going to give us a simulated shadow. But that looks awful, right? So we need to go ahead and say opacity is equal to 0.6. That's looking a little bit better. And we're going to be moving this skateboard in a little bit. So let's set the position for this contact shadow. We need to move it down slightly. So we'll say position. I'm not sure why we're not getting autocomplete for this, but that's going to be an array. We're going to say 0, comma, -0.08. Very small movement down on the y-axis, which is the up and down vertical axis, and then 0. So that's all we're doing, is just moving it down slightly because we're going to be moving this in a little bit. And now with that set, let's get into our skateboard. Let's start to add materials here, because right now it says that it has a material, but I exported this without any material. So it's just kind of a stand-in. And as you can see, we're not using any of the materials that we're importing from it. And yeah, let's get into creating those materials, because we have all the geometry in the right place. And just real quick, I want to show you that we're using this usegltf.preload at the bottom that will help with our performance, so that it will preload that file. And then we use this hook to pull it in, and we pull the nodes off of it, which once again is like the geometry and the materials and everything, and that's coming mainly from the bin file, but the GLTF points towards that. And now we can do pretty much whatever we want with these objects. Like for the wheels, we will be spinning these individually, and right now we're going to be swapping out these materials for something better. So eventually this will have a bunch of props, because it's going to need to take in textures for the wheels and for the deck, and colors for the truck, and colors for the bolts, and whether or not the wheel is spinning, and all kinds of stuff. But right now, let's just build it out in here, because handling the textures by themselves is work enough, right? But the one thing that will not be changing, that we can work on and kind of have finished now, is the actual grip tape, the sandpaper stuff on top. So if we go in here, just make a bit of space between the return and your const nodes, we need to pull in a couple of textures. So we'll say const grip tape diffuse, and the diffuse is really just the color of the actual object, and then we can do other things to it to change the way that it appears, like if it's rough or bumpy or whatever. So the diffuse is going to be use texture. Now this is a helper that has to be called within a canvas element, and luckily Skateboard is right here, and that's inside Scene, and Scene is inside a canvas element, so this will not throw an error. But if you call, if I were to call the use texture hook here outside of a canvas, I would get yelled at, and you don't want to get yelled at. So we're gonna say use texture and pass this a string of /skateboard / grip tape -diffuse .web p. And we also need a very similar one, so go ahead and copy that over, and this is called roughness instead of diffuse, RUGHNESS, and same for the diffuse here, roughness. Great. Let me show you these two files real quick, grip tape diffuse. So this is the actual like color that we want to show on the skateboard, and then grip tape roughness. This is what's called a bump map, and each shade here is information for how much the material at that point should be like raised or put down. So white basically means, all right, that's all the way up, and black means all the way down. A middle gray is like somewhere in the middle. We'll see the effect of this in a bit, but this is more information for how light should affect this material, where this is just the color of like the base of it. So once we have those, we're going to say const grip tape material is equal to use memo. And this is the first time that we are using memo in our project. Make sure that's imported from React. I should get rid of React because we're inside a Next.js project. And now the reason we're using use memo is that without it, the grip tape material here would be recreated every time the component renders. What we're about to do is create a new material. We want to do that once and not do it over and over again, because that would be really expensive for our performance. So use memo, and we're going to pass it an arrow function. And in here, we're going to say const material equals new, and all caps 3, and we have imported that already because of it came with it, right? Like as we pasted this in. Mesh standard material. Remember, the standard material takes or it responds to light, and that's the one we want. And then in here, map is going to be grip tape diffuse, and the map is if you think about it like in CSS, you can have a background image. That's a map. We can also set color, and we're going to, and that's more like background color. All right. So map is our image, our texture back there, and then we want a bump map, and this is going to be our grip tape roughness. And then we also want a roughness map. And this is getting a little bit confusing. I'll break it down. Roughness map, and that is going to be grip tape roughness as well. We're using the same one. And then, I need a comma here. And then bump scale, we're going to say 3.5. Roughness is going to be 0.8. And color, I forgot that we were using it in like 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So I have 6 5s here. So 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. And now the roughness map here. Oh, and hold on. Use memo needs an array at the end of dependencies. So here we're going to pass grip tape diffuse and grip tape roughness. And now use memo is happy. So here, the bump map is, as I said, like, is it up or down? What does this look like when it gets hit by light? And then the roughness map is basically how shiny is it? And so the overall roughness is set here, but this is the same way where white is going to be very rough, I believe, and then the black is going to be like not rough at all. So we can also combine maps and just the actual roughness property there. And now what we can do is we can return material. All right. And if we save this, we can grab our grip tape material, and I'm going to move this over. And right here at the top, you should have grip tape, and here material. We're going to get rid of nodes.griptape.material and paste our own in. And when we save it, that is totally normal. That is just because we are making such a big change. It's going, hold on, what? Like it just kind of, it'll break. But that's not going to happen when we actually are like swapping in our builder. So don't worry. And yeah, not great, right? But we see the idea. We see what's happening. So down in like the recesses, you see how like in the valleys, it's shiny, and then up top, it's not shiny, right? And that is because of that roughness map. If we were to remove that roughness map, let's see, did that? I might have to refresh. But you see how like it loses kind of like all of its interesting parts, right? So because the roughness is now very rough and it's not shiny in any places. So we want to bring back that grip tape roughness. I'm going to reload my page. But what we need to do here, the reason it looks so terrible, is because we are putting this one texture across this entire board. So we need to repeat it. And we do that by editing a couple properties that are on this 3.texture object. So first we want to check and make sure that we actually have the object. If we didn't create this, we don't want to throw any errors. So I'll say if grip tape diffuse. And then we're going to say grip tape diffuse dot wrap s. And if we look at that, that is how the texture is wrapped horizontally and corresponds to the U in UV mapping, right? So wrap s, we're going to say we want this to be a repeat. So say 3.repeat wrapping. And we're going to copy that line because we just need to do the same thing for wrap t. I know the s and the t might not make any sense, but that is what they are. And then grip tape diffuse dot repeat dot set. Now here's where we say how many times we want it to repeat on each of the axes on S and T, and we're going to set it to 9, 9. Now I just saved it and nothing seems to have happened, but it actually, I think it did. Actually, I think we need to do one more thing. Let's go ahead and say grip tape diffuse dot needs update equals true. And there we go. So that just tells the renderer, hey, stuff has changed here. please, in your next pass, update this, right? So if we zoom in, we see that the diffuse has changed. That's the little colors. And so like we have all the small grains of sandpaper, but the big ones haven't changed. And that's because we haven't changed the texture of the roughness at all. So give a little space, copy everything over, and change diffuse in the second part to roughness. Hit save, and boom, look at this. That is looking so much better, right? Much more like a skateboard top. Now, the only thing I really don't like is as we get to like this like side angle, it loses a lot of detail there, right? Like a lot of textures kind of like clumps together. We still get some here. Like there's still some texture here, but everything here is just like smooth, and that doesn't look right. We need to change a setting called anisotropy. Anisotropy, I don't know, let's say grip tape roughness dot anisotropy. Doesn't give me a way to say it, but yeah, this basically talks about, or I should say that it controls the sharpness or the blurriness of textures when you're at these like glancing angles, right? Like if you're looking kind of from head on or 45, it's not a problem, but setting a higher anisotropy, let's go with it, will make this better. So if we change this to 8, so go ahead and set that to 8, we immediately see a lot more detail there. So that's looking really good, and it actually touched on something important. It's actually it's usually a power of 2, so it's always better if you do it that way. But yeah, you've added your first material to our skateboard, so that definitely is cause for celebration. And let's get the rest of this whole thing fleshed out. Next up, let's jump to a simple one and just handle the bolts, so the screws and the bolts there. So I'm going to go underneath the grip tape, and I'm going to say const bolt material equals use memo, and we're going to open that up and do an arrow function, but I'm not going to use parentheses or anything. I'm going to do an implicit return of a new 3.mesh standard material, and we're going to pass that our config object, and this is going to say color is going to be let's say bolt color, and we can go ahead and set that as a variable up here. So const bolt color is equal to quote, let's do the same color again. I think there we go. So that color looking good. We also want to set a property called metalness. So metalness is going to be 0.5, and roughness is going to be 0.3. The lower this roughness value, the shinier and smoother it is. The higher, the less it like does anything. And then the metalness, so like you can play with that and see the different effects. And use memo is reminding us, hey, I need that array, please. And so we're going to pass it bolt color, because that's all we use in here. Now, if we copy this bolt material, we want to go down and I'm scrolling a little fast. Did I pass it? No. Cool. Go to our bolts and paste in this nodes.bolts.material. And I'm going to see if there's anything else that needs it. Nope. Our base plates are getting something else. So if we save it, it should, oh, I thought it was going to break the whole thing, but it didn't. It just did the parts that we wanted. So that's looking pretty good. You can zoom in and check it out as you like, but that is doing exactly what we intended it to. So now that we have the bolt color and the bolt material, let's go ahead and copy both of these, and let's take care of our trucks. So we're going to create a truck material. And it's going to select all the bolt and say truck. But the truck actually needs something in addition to just this. So like we can go ahead and save that. And you know what? Yeah, let's actually apply this, and then we can see the difference of our next step. So come down to, let's see, wheel, bolts, wheel, base plates. So grab the base plates, and then the truck 1, and then truck 2. So you should have applied truck material to 3 things: base plates, truck 1, truck 2. And when you save it, there you go, the whole thing broke, but we can reload, and nice. So we're seeing that we are getting like a metalish kind of material. But in fact, I want this to be even more metal. Where is it? So I'm going to say metalness is going to go up to 0.8, And the roughness, we're going to bring it down a little bit to 0.25. Shouldn't change it too much, but you see it just gives it, yeah, a bit more of like a chromey kind of feel to it. But now we need to bring in what makes it like bumpy. And that is called a normal map. So if we look at the texture we're going to be using, so normal, if you open the metal normal.avif, this is going to be the normal map we're applying here. And this is information on the way that light hits our object. Very similar to the black and white bump map, but because it's using several colors, it can give more detailed information, where the bump map is just like a up and down kind of value. This can say, all right, this actually like shifts a bit to the right, and it's just a bit more accurate. And it's kind of like the gold standard, but we didn't need this for something as simple as this. So we actually have a normal map online. This will kind of show like that concept if it loads. So you see how that is like an example of a bump map. This is the normal map, and you see how like the different colors kind of show how the light should interact with it. And then here is an example of applying that to a cube. Now, why do we use normal maps? Well, because we get to save on polygons where this is just a cube, but it has a lot of detail, and that's a lot cheaper for us to render a normal map and figure out like the way the light's going to hit that than it would be to create geometry with all of that stuff, especially here, because these are little details that we don't want to have actual polygons for, but we want the light to interact with it and for that to be rendered well. So that's how a normal map is going to be used, or well, that's how it works, and that's how we are going to use it. So let's go ahead and start using it. So I'm going to say const metal normal equals use texture again, and we're going to import that from /skateboard /metal normal .avif. That's metal-normal.avif. And what we need to do here is also wrap it. We did that. Yeah, so same sort of thing, but what we are going to do is a slightly different values, right? So metal normal dot wrap s. We're going to set this actually to 1,000 to have it repeat a bunch. And then we're going to do the same thing for wrap t. And then our metal normal dot anisotropy is going to be 8, so that we have a good look from pretty much every angle. And then we want to have the metal normal repeat dot set, and we're going to say 8,8. And if we save that, I don't think we're using metal normal yet. We're editing it, but we haven't added it to our truck. So if we come here, and right after color, we'll say normal map and set that to metal normal, and normal scale, set that to new 3.vector2, and we're going to pass that 0.3, 0.3. And this vector2 is just an object that holds an X and Y value, and there's also vector3s, which also hold a Z value. And this is what Three.js likes, and it's also a very common concept in working with 3D and any kind of like Blender CG stuff. So we're going to hit save there, and we see that, yeah, it's looking pretty good. So that is telling the light how to reflect off of it, right? So that's looking pretty darn cool, looking pretty legit. Oh, and just super quick, I forgot that I had done the 1,000 and then the 3.repeat wrapping. Go ahead and grab 3.repeat wrapping and paste that in for the 1,000. If you look at 3.repeat wrapping, it is 1,000, right? But it's just better to have something like this rather than actually like hard-coded numbers. And if we look at what it says, bring it back, the texture will simply repeat into infinity, right? We just want it to repeat forever. So that's what that does. Cool, so we are done with the trucks, we are done with the bolts, we are done with the grip tape. Now we want to do the deck and the wheels are the two remaining ones. So let's scroll underneath our truck material. And I'm going to grab my truck material here, and we're just going to bring it down, and I'm going to just change this to deck. with no color, no normal map. And we want the roughness, and that's just gonna be dropped down to 0.1. It's gonna be a very shiny board. But we need a map for this. So we have a local file here. Say const deck texture equals use texture, parentheses, quotes, slash skateboard. I believe it's skateboard. Let me see. Deck.webp. Yeah, public skateboard. Cool. So capital D, well, first skateboard, and then capital DECK.webp. And we can pass this deck texture in here as a dependency, and we'll say map is going to be deck texture. Let me save that. Oh, we're not using the deck material yet. So now grab that and find deck, paste that in, and let's see if reloading it does it. It does. So we have this nice like blank deck that like needs to be painted on, right? There is an issue with this, but we will. It's not obvious here, so we'll point it out and we'll fix it once we do the wheels. And we're doing that right now. So go ahead and copy the deck texture, and we're going to instead say wheel for all of this, like that. But that is not the file here. So let's see, skate wheel1.png. I didn't name this great, but it'll work for us just getting set up. So skate wheel1.png, and we need to put this wheel material on all of our wheels. I'm gonna do something tricky. So nodes wheel one, that's not gonna work. I was gonna try to grab everything, but the geometry would stop us. All right, I'm just gonna go ahead and paste it in. Wheel 2, paste it in. Wheel 4, and there's just one more. And you can tell like the order, we can move these around. Like we could shift the wheels together. I just don't care enough to like it's not going to matter all that much. So feel free to, because moving this around doesn't change anything, because it's really the position and the rotation and all that stuff that matters. When we do that, that's not broken because I just moved that. That's the error we expected. And yeah, so the wheels are messed up, or at least the texture is. What's going on? Because it seems like it's looking good, but look, if you look closely, you'll see that it says Suburbia, but it says it like reversed, like mirrored. And that's a hint. So if you see something like that and you're going, what the heck is going on? I thought it looked so good in Blender. What's going on? Well, when you go from Blender to Three.js, sometimes the texture needs to be flipped on the y-axis. You can also flip your UV in Blender and kind of like preempt that, but it can be kind of a pain in the butt. So we want to go ahead and say wheel texture dot flip y equals false. So please don't do that. Please don't flip it. And then if we reload, there we go. And I go, okay, fine. I'll leave it the way it was. That is way too shiny for the skate wheel though. We want a roughness of 0.35. So that's better. So it's a little bit shiny, but not like super, super shiny, like it's made of glass, Great. And we need to do the same thing to the deck. Like I said, you can't really tell right now because it's just this like wood, but if it had some words on it, it would be all messy. So find your deck texture right here. And we're going to say deck texture dot flip y equals false. And that won't change too much at all. Like, do you notice a difference? I don't, but you will later. But look, we have this entire thing looking great. Like we have all of our textures on there. We used a couple of new things like bump maps and normal maps, roughness, metal. Like we hit a bunch of little concepts for our materials here, and that's just looking really slick. All right, next what we want to do is actually bring in all of these textures except for the grip tape from Prismic. So let's go ahead and head to our slices, and we're going to go into hero, and we're going to add a couple things here. We need to add 2 images and 2 colors. So first we'll do the skateboard deck texture. Just like that, and we'll hit done. Then we're going to add another image for skateboard wheel texture. And now let's add a color field, which I rarely use, but in this case, it actually is kind of appropriate. And here we're just going to call this skateboard truck color, and another one skateboard bolt color. And if we go ahead and review these changes, push that up, then in our Prismic page builder, we're going to refresh that, and there we go. We have this here, and let's choose your favorite skateboard deck texture. Make sure you choose one of these with the wood on the sides, because that's for the like side of the board. I'm going to go ahead and choose the green and blue one here. I'll make a slightly different one than the one we have on the home page. Choose that, and this skateboard wheel texture, I'm going to go with lime as well. And for the color, I'm actually going to grab one of the colors that we're using here. Let's see, color, pick color, grab this, and I'll show it to you in just a sec. You don't have to use this. In the regular one, I'm using 555555. But here, we're going to use 34495E. Copy that again. Use that for both the bolt and the truck color. Save that and publish it. And now we shouldn't see any change here. I'm just going to reload the page that shows no change. But we now can access that in our hero. So we index. It's going to open this up. And we should have some new things on this slice. So we go const deck texture URL is equal to, we're going to use that as image src function from before. So say as image, oh, that's not what I wanted. What, did I import something there? Yeah. As img src from Prismic client. There we go. And we're going to say slice.primary.skateboard deck texture, just like that. But we have an issue. What if this doesn't exist? We still want to have a fallback, right? Well, that's where the local textures come in handy. So up here above the props right here, let's set a couple of constants. We're going to say const, let's say default, deck texture, and that'll be equal to /skateboard /deck.webp, webp. And let's go ahead and make one for the wheels too. So say wheel. Oh wait, not texture. I changed the wrong word. Default wheel texture, and this is going to be skate wheel 1, and that's a PNG. And let's make some default colors too. Say const default truck color equals, and we'll say 6F6E6A, just the default that we have. I don't remember how I got that, but it's a good one. And don't worry too much about these. These should never be seen, but it's really good practice to have a fallback. So now we're going to say or default deck texture. And we're going to do essentially the same thing for the wheel. So go ahead and do wheel. I just need to make it caps over here. And then we want to have a truck color and a bolt color equals. So we would need to pull that again. So slice.primary.color. See, that's the truck color, or default truck color. And last, const bolt color equals slice.primary.skateboard bolt color, or if I can type it, or default bolt color. Okay, truck, bolt. Okay, phew, got them all. That is handled now. And now we want to pass that into our interactive skateboard scene. So let's go ahead and say deck texture URL equals deck texture URL, wheel texture URL equals wheel texture URL, truck color equals truck color, and bolt color equals bolt color. And we're getting yelled at here because it's like, yeah, this doesn't, that doesn't exist there. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm going to copy all of this and go over to Interactive Skateboard, and we're going to put this into the props. I'm just going to go ahead and say this is going to be a string, and I'm going to copy that several times. And now we're expecting 4 strings, and that's what we are receiving. So go ahead and destructure that, deck texture URL, wheel texture URL, truck color, and bolt color. Now, normally we could just call for this stuff in here, but remember, we attached it to our slice, so we do have to pass it in as props. Otherwise, like fetching it, we could fetch the document again and get that slice and everything, but this just makes a lot more sense. And so now, unfortunately, we do have to pass it one more time, or kind of two. So in your scene here, if you still have it, now I have the string. Let's go to here, copy this, because we're pasting the exact same thing in, and it's going to say that, it's not expecting that. We are going to use the exact same props, and I'm going to copy essentially this whole thing here from that bracket all the way to props, and we're going to go to our scene. I scrolled way too fast, and now everyone's happy. We just aren't using this here yet. And we have one more step of plumbing. I know this is a lot, but stick with me. We're almost there. And this will make a little bit more sense when we're using it in the builder as well, because right now what we're going to do is we're going to say wheel texture URLs equals curly braces, square bracket for an array. We're going to say wheel texture URL, because we want our skateboard to take an array of wheel textures. That's what we're going to be passing it when we are using the customizer. But here we only want it to show that one texture that we chose. So we just pass it on an array, and it's going to take the first one and run with it. Then we're going to do something you might not expect, but I'm kind of guarantee you won't expect it. So we're going to say wheel texture URL, and we're going to pass it the wheel texture URL. Why are we doing that? I'll explain in just a moment. Let's just get this all typed out first. So next we need to say deck texture URL, and this needs to be a lowercase s. So change that, URL capitals and then lowercase s. Same thing, we're going to have an array that just has deck texture URL in it. And you can go ahead and copy that, remove the S and remove the array here. And we're doing the same thing twice. I'll explain. Then we want truck color. This one's straightforward. We don't need 2 of them. And same with bolt. Color equals bolt. And we want one more thing that says constant, constant, wheel spin. Just like that, it's going to be a Boolean property. Now, once again, our skateboard is not happy with us. It's saying, I don't want any of this. Please, tell me if I'm getting that. And that's what we'll do. I copied all of these, and we're going to our last stop. We're going into the skateboard, and I will explain why we grabbed an array and the individual texture all at the same time there. But first, let's just paste these in. Let's get rid of this. And that's going to be a string, an array of strings. So string and then braces after. I'm going to copy this and paste that for the URLs as well. And then here, I'm going to say string. And yeah, basically these are all strings except for the constant wheel spin. That's a string, that's a string, that's a string. And this is going to be an optional Boolean. Like that. Now it's much happier, and we want to actually destructure this stuff here. So instead of just props, let's have curly braces and open that up. And once again, we want to pull in pretty much everything. So wheel texture URL, wheel texture URLs, deck texture URL, deck texture URLs, truck color, bolt color, and what else? So it's saying like, hey, you already defined that, so that's okay. Let's see what else we have available. Oh, and constant wheel spin. Cool. But now we can get rid of the truck color and bolt color down here. So if we get rid of that and get rid of that, we should already see a difference. The rest isn't being used yet, but let's go ahead and save that first and just see if props is not defined. We can pull that off of our group. That just is a default thing that the GLTF converter does. And if we save that, I don't see any other errors in here. So here we go. You see that we have a bluish truck color now. So that is working. That's getting passed in from Prismic. Hopefully whatever color you chose is also showing up on your trucks and bolts. And the rest we haven't done anything with yet. But now it's time for me to explain why we are doing this silly looking thing of wheel texture URLs and wheel texture URL. So wheel texture URLs, we are going to be calling all of these and fetching them all as the page loads. And that's going to matter in the builder, not so much here because we only have the one texture, but we don't want there to be like a pop or like a white flash or anything, which is what we would get if we load it as the user changes things, where we just want it to be a smooth thing, right? So like that's clearly already in the browser's cache, right? Like it's already there. We want it to be instantaneous. So we have to pass it all of the URLs to fetch and all of these images to fetch ahead of time. And then we also need to tell it which one should I be showing right now. And this fetch has to happen within the element so that it has access to it when it goes to use that texture. Well, not that one, but yeah, like this. So now that we have all of that set up, let's go ahead and fetch all our wheel textures using the use texture hook, and then get the index for the specific one that we are using by matching this to that array. So let's come down right underneath our nodes here, and we can say or const wheel textures equals use texture parentheses wheel texture URLs. All right, so now we have an array of textures because use texture can take this, it can either take a single thing or it can take an array. And it returns an array of Three.js textures. So the first thing we want to do here is say wheel textures dot for each, and this is going to take an arrow function that has texture. And here, I'm going to open this up, and we're going to do a couple things with our texture. First, we're going to say texture dot flip y equals false. All right, we know why we're doing that. And we also want to do something else. We're going to say texture dot color space equals 3.srgb color space. Now, I'm not an expert on color spaces, but yeah, it doesn't even really explain this, or it does here though. So this is all about color data and really how like the computer should interpret like what this red looks like when you're displaying it. For me, I just kind of think about it like with different monitors, things appear different, and it's the same kind of thing of like they have these different color spaces, and some are like more realistic, and some work better. I don't know. This looks so much better. Just set this for these textures, and you'll be glad you did. And later, if you're like, what was he talking about? Comment this out, and you'll see the colors are much more muted. They feel faded without this. Now we want to get our wheel texture index for like where is our selected texture inside this array. So we'll say const wheel texture index. I need to type that better. TEXTURE index is equal to wheel texture URLs dot find index. This is an array method that we can use to get this index, and we're going to pass it a function that gets URL. And it's an arrow function, and this is going to return true if URL is equal to wheel texture URL. So it will give us the index at where this URL is in this array. Great. Now we want to use that index to get our wheel texture. So const wheel texture is equal to wheel textures. There it is. And then square brackets, and we're going to paste in that wheel texture index. Phew. So now at the end of that, and it's yelling at me because it goes, hey, dude, we already have a wheel texture. So I'm going to go down and find that and just get rid of this. That was for us setting up. And now we have this wheel texture, and it is a Three.js texture. See how with TypeScript, it like, we only had to type it. Actually, we didn't type it because it got created, but then it follows it through all this stuff, and it says, yeah, that's a Three.js texture. Really handy, and it makes sure we're not making mistakes. So let's go back to our project and check it out. I've got my wheels here, the ones I picked in Prismic, and it's working great. Awesome. It's flipped on the y-axis and everything. Like it's exactly what we were looking for. Perfect. Now let's do the same thing with deck textures. The best part is, I think all of this pretty much maps over. So I'm going to grab all of this down to wheel texture, this whole part, and I'm going to, I'll even make a comment here. So wheel textures, and I'll say deck, if I know how to make comments, deck textures. I'm going to paste that in and just wheel and then Command D a few times until I get all of them and say deck. And that's looking good, but it's saying, hey, you already have deck texture, right? Same problem. Go ahead, nuke that, and you can also get rid of deck texture.flip y. Where was my, yeah, we can also get rid of this one. It's redundant. It's not going to flip it back. It'll still say set to false, but we don't need it anymore because we took care of that. And now, check it out. We've got our Suburbia skateboard right there. It's coming through beautifully. All right, we've got our textures rolling. And now the cool thing is, yeah, this feels like overkill when we're just passing in one texture, but we are set up perfectly for the builder later. So we're not going to have to change much in here. I want this skateboard component to be as versatile as possible so we can use it in lots of different places and not have to pull in all this mesh stuff over and over again and have repeated code throughout our project. So that's why we went a little overboard now so that we're set up well for later. Now, the only prop that we are not using right now is this constant wheel spin. So first off, we're going to go ahead and give this a default of false, because, you know, typically you just don't want it to be constantly spinning all the time. But yeah, this is going to do exactly what we would expect the name to do. It's going to make these wheels spin just like it's doing here, right? That's the effect that we want. How do we animate these wheels like that? Well, it's React, and we want to manipulate an element, so we need to access it, and we're going to use a ref for that. I want to put that at the very top of this component. So I'm going to say const wheel refs, and we're going to put an S there because we're going to put all 4 of our wheels on this one ref. I'll show you how we do that. Use ref, import that from React. If it's, no, I think we already have it. Yeah, it came as a default. If you didn't remove it, you should still have it there. Use ref, we're going to type this as a 3.object3d array, and then we're going to give it a default, or sorry, not a default, a initial value of just an empty array. And then underneath like all of our texture stuff, right, let's say right here, let's just say add wheel refs. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a function, let's say formula, const add to wheel refs as an equal an arrow function, and this is going to get a ref, and you'll see why. And that ref is going to point to a 3.object3d or null, just as a, you know, fallback to make sure that we're not throwing errors just in case something goes wrong. And I'm going to say if parentheses ref and exclamation mark wheel refs dot current dot includes ref And I'll explain this in just a sec. Then we want to say wheel refs.current.push ref, just like that. So if we are getting a ref when this function is called, if we get that, and the wheel refs.current array of 3D objects does not yet include this, then we want to add it, right? So this is us just saying, hey, if it's not on the array already, let's put it on that array so that we will get our 4 wheels on this array. Now we need to handle that. So come on down to wheel 1, and we'll say ref is equal to add to wheel refs. And what that's going to do is that's going to call this function and pass in the ref, and this will take care of the rest. Go ahead and grab that, add that to wheel 2 and wheel 4. I don't know why it's in the wrong order. I'm gonna move mine. You don't have to, but you know, some things just worth the extra second. But yeah, they should all have add to wheel refs on them. And now for the skateboard, we want 2 types of spins. We want the kind that is just a constant rate, spinning at the same rate the entire time. And then we also want this little spin effect that slows down every time we change the wheel. So to handle both of those, we are going to come in here, and for the first one, we're going to handle the constant wheel spin. So we'll say use frame, and this is a React 3 fiber hook. And this gets an arrow function. And we'll say if, we have to check first to say if exclamation mark wheel refs dot current or exclamation mark constant wheel spin, then we return. So if there's no wheel refs, or if this is set to false, then we don't do this. But if those are both true, then we want to rotate the wheels forever. So for parentheses const wheel of wheel refs dot current, do a little for loop over our wheels. Then we want to say wheel dot rotation dot x plus equals 0.2. So we are affecting the rotation property on each wheel as we loop through them on every frame, so 60 times a second optimally, right? And we are rotating it on the x-axis. And so if we save that, do we see this? Nice, we see it working. And if you want to see why we're doing the x-axis, go ahead and change that to y. It's a cool effect. You can't say it's not cool. And then z. I mean, if this is how you want to make your skateboard brand, by all means. But for accuracy's sake, and now because it's grabbing it just as it was, now it's going to be broken, right? So like it's catching it at a different angle, but if you reset it, it'll fix. So now that's just constantly going, and that's what we want. But we also want to handle that other use case. So we'll say use effect and pass that an arrow function. And in here, we'll check. I'm going to grab this and paste this in. We still want to check if wheel refs.current exists, but we want to do the opposite. So if we want constant wheel spin to be false for this one. So we'll say for const. Actually, are we copying the same thing? Yeah, we can go ahead and grab this too. It's pretty much the same thing, but we're going to be just kind of stubbing this out right now and just saying GSAP rotation, because we want to handle that little slowdown. So like, see how it kind of slows down there, instead of like the constant speed is easy to do just with Three.js by itself. But for that one, I want to use GSAP, and I don't want to just rush into GSAP just yet, but I do want to stub this out. And then here, we need to pass this a dependency array that just has constant wheel spin on it. And this use effect, I don't think I imported it. There we go, update import from React. And that's good. So remember like a second ago when I said we're not getting into GSAP right now? Now we're getting into GSAP. So it is time. It is everyone's favorite time, honestly. Everyone in the comments always says more GSAP. We love GSAP. We want more GSAP courses. And here we are. So in our resources, we have an animation bullet, and I'm just gonna go ahead and open up all of these And this right here is GSAP's wonderful intro, and I will take you through it. GSAP is a JavaScript-based animation platform that allows us to animate seriously anything. We can, from divs to SVGs to images to Three.js elements, like we can make that wheel spin with GSAP. And so, yeah, let's go through this tutorial like intro. So all you have to do here is called GSAP, and then you get to choose between several methods. You tell it what to target, and here we're going to be targeting this box element, and that's a class, so like any element with class box, and then we tell it what to do, and it just moved over by 200, and we'll see it again. There it is. And that x200, as it says here, is like transform translate x 200 pixels. I'll make my screen bigger so I don't have to zoom like that. All right, so, and it breaks this down. So here's our method, here's our target, and here's our variables. And we can animate lots of different properties by passing them in here. And there are 4 types of tweens. We use 2 of them primarily. So we have GSAP2, and this is basically wherever the item is. So like wherever the box is, I want to move it to this thing, right? So I want to move it to there. From says, yeah, so like it's like a backwards 2. So if this were GSAP from with the same values, it would start on the right and then move to its default position. So like wherever the box should be in the DOM, it'll finish there, and it ends at the element's current state. And then from to allows us to pass 2 of these objects, and so we could say where it wants to start, and or like where we want it to start and where we want it to end. And then set is like an immediate to, so it's just like, hey, move it immediately to 200, no animation, don't do anything fancy with it. So here we go. We can I'll toggle this. So 2, there we go. It ends at x40 and it has a fill of blue. From means we're going to start blue and then finish red. See, x -40, and it started at blue and went over. From to has us defining both. So we've passed it an object first and then a second object. And then set is just boom. As soon as that JavaScript runs, it applies those styles to the element. This just touches on that you can do all kinds of CSS selectors and everything. You can pass it an actual variable, so like box, and that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be passing it some refs to animate for our wheels. And then the variables object, like I said, you can have a lot of different properties that you want to animate. And you also add things in here like the duration. Does it repeat? Are we doing a yo-yo effect? Is there any kind of a delay? And yes, we can animate almost anything. And that's enough there for now. I have a simple demo here that you can go ahead and play with. And all I want to show you right now, because a lot of this is stuff that we've just seen in the GSAP example there. So like there, we have a from to, opacity 0, right? So this is stuff that we just saw, but the one I do want to uncomment and show you is this run timeline function. So inside this run timeline function, we create a timeline with gsap.timeline, and then we set some defaults on it. So if we say repeat -1, that means it'll repeat forever. And we have a 3-second repeat delay. So every time it ends, it'll count to 3, and then it repeats. So it's not going to repeat automatically. But you see, we have this timeline, and we can chain these methods on there, and these will happen one after another. So it's a really nice way to animate in sequence. So if we see we have a square that gets a background color, and that'll delay by just a little bit, and then we're going to move that square, and then we're going to rotate that square, and that'll take 2 seconds to be a slower rotation. Then we have a circle, and that's going to scale down just a little bit, and then it's going to move on the y-axis, and it's going to move down, and we're giving it a special ease, and the eases are really fun. And that duration is going to have it's going to be 1.5 seconds. So let's go ahead. Now that we kind of see what we're going to get, let's watch it in action. Wait for it. There we go. It changes color, spins, shrinks, drops. There it is. Wait for the delay. 3, 2, 1, and it repeats. So timelines are really, really useful, and it's just one of the many powerful things with GSAP. And for us, these tricks are going to be done using timelines, and I'll show you how we do that. But you know, I have to animate like the rotation and then the position and everything, and I want it to happen at specific times. So we're going to be using timelines in this skateboard. So let's add that bit of GSAP to our scene here. I'm going to move this to the side. It's going to be our first animation. It's going to be a small GSAP.2, just a single tween. And we're going to say GSAP and import that from GSAP. Say .2, parentheses, wheel, dot rotation. And then we need to open up that object. So we are targeting, oh, I need to put a comma here. We're targeting the specific, I guess, object on wheel. We don't just pass wheel here because we need to dig in a little bit. So we need to get to the rotation of that wheel. And here we're going to say X is going to be quotes plus equals 30. So wherever it is, we want to add 30 units. I forget if it's radians or degrees, but we want to just, you know, spin it more. We don't want to turn it to a specific like degree because then it can look kind of funny. So say duration is 2.5 and ease is going to be circ out. Now I've opened up the eases here and let me make this full screen. This is one of the most fun parts of GSAP, or just like the most powerful. I don't know. You can get a lot of really cool feels for your stuff if you change the ease. Like you can go from it being very professional to very playful. And the circ is it just felt the most natural of like the wheel slowly losing steam and just kind of dying down. So that's why we're using the circ one. So circ out. If we save that, what we can do is we can kind of reverse these really quick and see how this works. So I'm going to uncomment that, or sorry, I'm going to remove the exclamation mark there, add it there. And if we save, I'm going to refresh. And there we go. Now it's going the wrong direction. So let's actually do -30 and save that. I'm going to refresh. There we go. Cool. That's exactly what we want. And so now we also need to add here the wheel texture URL. I think I removed that before. The reason we need that here is because I want this to spin every time this changes. So if that changes, we want this to trigger. So that's why we have that. So congratulations, you have your first GSAP animation in your project. So for now, we can close our skateboard and any other stuff we have open because we need to work in this interactive skateboard. This needs a lot because we're going to be doing some pretty fancy tricks. And to pull these off, we need to not get hacky, but we need to add quite a few elements to this. Actually, before we go, skateboard, let's turn those values back. Where were they? Here we go. Exclamation mark there and remove it from there. There we go. We want our wheels spinning. Now for animating, it's usually a good idea to not animate this mesh directly because this will sometimes have its own positioning set. Like, yeah, it can get a little hairy. So like I said before, we're gonna be using groups to help us with animations and help us just like kind of like target that instead of the skateboard. And we're also gonna use nested groups and you'll see why. So group, we're gonna put one around this skateboard, move that down. And then inside this group, we need to create a ref. So we'll say ref equals, and we'll just call this one container ref, like that. And let's go and make that ref inside our scene. It's sort of way too much. So const container ref is equal to use ref. That's going to be a 3.group. Nope, not 3fm. Is that not in here? Okay. So we need to come up to the top and say import star or asterisk as 3 from 3, like that. And that just imports everything. Use reference not to, okay. I was getting to that one too. So update import from React. That's looking better. We don't want to do less than 3. 3.group And then the default is going to be null, or the starting value will be null. And if we save that, looking good. Oh, I'm not sure what that flash was. Might have just been something. And now I want to animate this container ref if skateboard is clicked on, right? We'll handle the specific positions of like front, back, and middle later. But instead of giving skateboard like an on-click handler, we're actually going to add a mesh and have that handle the click. So we'll say mesh. And inside here, we can say box geometry and close that. And here we'll say mesh standard material and close that. Now we get this box. Let's start to change it a little bit. First off, I want to change the position of the mesh. When you're doing position or rotation or on click or anything like that, you add that to the mesh. So we'll do position. And this takes an array of 0, 0.27 and 0, just like that. And we're going to give it a name, and that's just going to be middle. We will make this the middle of the board later. But for now, we're going to go and add something to our box geometry. We'll pass it args, A-R-G-S, equals. It's a fun word. And it's going to get 0.6, 0.1, and 2.2, just like that. If we save that, we see that it stretches out to cover the entirety of the board. And the cool thing is, when we want to hide it, we're going to say visible is false. And then it just goes away, but it's still there. So I'll put this to true for now so that we can edit it later. But yeah, now we want to actually add an on-click handler. So right here, I'm going to say function on click, and this is going to be an event. And what kind of event? It's going to be a 3 event from React 3 Fiber, types help, and specifically a mouse event. Like that. And then we need to open this up. And inside here, the first thing we want to do is we want to stop the mouse from clicking through things. So by that, I mean, if I were to click this box right here, Three.js is going to say, okay, he clicked this box and he clicked the grip tape underneath and he clicked the board underneath. It just drills through all of the things. If I click right here, it'll say I clicked the wheel and the bolt because it like shoots through it. What we need to do is stop that from happening by saying event.stop propagation. It's similar to how we handle events in regular JavaScript with web elements, but just because of the way that sometimes if you kind of like catch both boxes, you don't want it to do both tricks at the same time. It'll mess it up. So we stop the propagation. Now I want to say const board is equal to container ref.current. That's good. And we want to make sure that there is a board. So we'll say if no board, then return. And for later, we're going to pull the name off of it. So const name in curly braces, because we're destructuring event.object. That's the middle name that we pulled off it. And we're not going to use that yet, but it'll come in handy to determine which trick we do. And starting out, we're going to start with the simplest one that kind of lays the foundation for the other two, and that is the ollie. So we are going to have two GSAP timelines here. So I'm going to say gsap.timeline, parentheses, and now I get to chain my methods to that. So I can say period 2, and I'm going to start that on the next line, so it's a lot easier to read. And I'm going to say board.position, and comma, I'm going to pass an object. And in here, we're going to say y is going to be 0.8. So I want it to go up on the y-axis, and then we want it to have a duration. And I've worked these numbers out pretty specifically so that the rotations and the positions all kind of work together. We're going to go 0.51. And that's like why is so specific? It's just, I had to like fine tune this and just kind of tweak the numbers a bunch. There's no like math to it. It's just kind of like, that looks best. And now we're going to have an ease of power2.out. And if we look at the easings, that looks power2 out. It's that. So the reason we're doing that is because we want it to jump up quick and then kind of hang in the air before gravity pulls it back down. There we go. So ease is power 2 out, and we want a delay of, first delay of 0.26. And we'll understand the delay in just a moment. And then after that, make sure you don't have a semicolon here because we want to chain again. Say 2, parentheses, once again, board.position. And yes, we have to, unfortunately, animate the position and the rotation separately, even if you want to do them at the same time. That's just a way with GSAP right now that we kind of have to do it because we need to get this object. We can't get that separate object off a board at the same time. But we open this object and we're going to say y 0. So we want to bring it back down to Earth. And we say duration is 0.43. And ease, it's going to be the reverse. I'll just copy this actually. The reverse, we'll say power 2 in. So it goes up and it comes down, right? And so let's just see how this works. Let's see, we have our onClick. Just add the onClick to this mesh. So onClick is equal to onClick, just like that. Now let's see, does this work? It doesn't. What's our error? GSAP's not defined. That's a good error. See, I don't know why sometimes it doesn't catch that GSAP isn't defined. Like why, I don't know. It happens just for GSAP. I don't know why. Import GSAP from GSAP. There we go. Let's try it a second time. There we go. Had a little bit of a delay. And you'll see why in just a moment. But it goes up, it comes down. It looks very, not real. But this is what we're looking for. And the gravity hang feels pretty good. Now we need to rotate it at the same time. So we're just going to put a GSAP timeline. Let's see, where's our last thing? So right here. And I'm going to say, I'm going to grab this part, GSAP.timeline, do that again. And then we'll say .2, parentheses. And it'll be board rotation. Sorry, that autocomplete keeps popping up. And then we need an object to pass it. And this is going to be X. So we're rotating the X axis by negative 0.6. And it's going to have a duration of 0.26. And ease is going to be quotes none. And you'll see that we actually get help with types here. So that's really nice, none. And if we just want to play that and see how this goes. Let's see, so I'm going to click. So it doesn't come back, but if we reload real quick, you'll see it rotates back and it's trying to hit the ground, but it doesn't work great, right? Not yet, but don't worry, we will adjust. I'm going to reload. I just want to show you what we have so far, and that's why the delay is there on the other thing, because the way a skateboard has to move is that it has to. The way you get air is by the tail hitting the ground, and then the kinetic energy that comes from that pops the board into the air. So you'll see the first thing that happens is the board, the back of it slams into the ground, and then that's what launches it. So that's why we don't touch the position yet. We first rotate. All right. Now we have another, we can copy this 2 more times. So just like that. And so for the second value, X is a positive 0.4, and the duration is 0.82. It's a longer duration. And then for the last one, X is just 0. We want to return it to where it was, and that is a quick fix because it's landing, and that is just 0.12. And this one has an ease. The other 2 are none, so it's just a linear ease. So it's not that it doesn't. It still animates, but here's none. See how it just goes at a constant rate the whole time? That's what none does. Where everything else changes the rate of animation. So that's the difference. Now, we need to give the middle one a power 2.in. And now it's looking better, right? But what's the problem here? Well, it's going through the fake floor, right? So the first thing it's doing is it is rotating from the wrong axis. And if we rotate it, you'll see what I mean. Where does it need to rotate from? It needs to rotate from right here, but it's rotating from like the center. And so that's always going to mess it up. We need to pivot right from like I guess like the bottom of the wheel, right? And so for that, we honestly have to do some group trickery or some strategic stuff here. So we're going to kind of nest groups within groups here. So inside the container ref, go ahead and create a new group. And it'll make sense once we have it there. And that group can just go all the way down to here. So we can, we want to move our on-click handler box with it. So this group's in here, and we're going to move this group, and we're going to move it by the same amount that we're going to move the parent group. You'll say, so position is going to be an array of 0, comma, negative 0.086. It's very small, but we're having to move down to get at that axis. And then we want to move shift over by 0.635. And now what we're going to do is we're going to grab that same position, and we are going to shift this back, especially by this value, but negative. So we're going to shift it back. It's a little strange, but trust me on this. And then this is actually going to be 0 because we brought it down to exactly where we need it. And the first value needs to change to negative 0.25. And so we shifted everything forward, or I guess to the left with this group, and then the parent group shifts it back right into position. And the amount that we shifted it by, the 0.635, is the distance from the center of the board to that axle. And so when we pushed everything forward, the center became that axle, and then we moved the parent group all the way back to the right so that our board is still in the middle. But now its axis, its like center pivot point is right here. So when we click, boom, that's exactly what we're looking for. So it gets a little hacky, a little bit weird, because we can't do what we do in CSS of like saying exactly where we want the transform origin to be. We have to do stuff like this where we move nested groups around. But now the effect is really nice. So I'm going to reload, and just like that, we already have our ollie set and ready to go. So what we can do here is actually pull out this GSAP.timeline2 thing, because this is going to be consistent across all 3 tricks. They all are going to take the board the same amount in the air and come down at the same rate and everything. So we can cut that, and we're going to create a function down here that just says, or rather it's called jump board. And it's going to take a board, and that is going to be a 3 that group. And in here, we're just going to paste our GSAP timeline, and that should work just fine. And now that we cut that out, we're going to paste jump board, pass it to board. And if we save and reload just to make sure we're working with new stuff, there we go. It still works just great, and we don't have to repeat the same GSAP timelines across all 3 tricks. But now for like the cleanliness of our code, we actually want to take the ollie out. So this is the the entirety of the code for the ollie, which is that it's that trick. That's called the ollie, in case I didn't mention. We're going to take that out and make that into its own function as well. So we'll say function OLLIE, and that takes a board, and that is a 3.group. And in here, we're going to paste what we had. Jump board gets the board. So this is everything we need to do to perform an ollie. And then here we can say if name is equal to back, then perform an ollie with the board. And so currently that's going to effectively break our animation, because this is passing the name middle. So yep, not going to do anything. Let's go ahead and create a couple more of these on-click handlers. First off, let's bring this one back down to size. We want the middle to just have a Z value of 1.2. So it takes up the middle part there. So I'm going to copy this whole mesh. I'm going to paste it above to handle the front. I'm going to put the middle element in the middle. I'll say front is the name. The position is going to be 0, 0.27, and 0.9. So only the Z value changes. And for the box geometry, we need a slightly different value for the Y. It's going to be at 0.2. It needs to be a little thicker to handle the fact that this ramps up. It's not as flat. And then this Z value is going to be 0.58. If we save that, you see how we have like a chunkier element for that part of it. And that still won't do any tricks because that's the front. But now if we grab the front one and we put it underneath the middle, and we call this back, and our position is going to be just the opposite of this. We'll say negative 0.9. If we save that, we see that in the back there. And if we click, boom, we get our ollie back. And now what we can do is we can change these visibles to false. And we can go ahead and keep making our tricks. And only the back one, well, they all work, but only the back one kicks into an animation. Our next trick is going to be a kickflip, and that is going to have us rotate the board on another axis as it goes up. So it's an ollie combined with rotating the board around like that. So we just need another animation. So first let's find our if name equals back, and then else if name equals triple equals middle. Then we want to perform a kickflip, and we'll pass it the board. And now we need to define our kickflip. I'll do it after the ollie. Let's do it in here. I'll push jump board down, and we'll say function kickflip. I'm actually going to just copy this part. Should we just copy all the? Yeah, let's copy the ollie entirely, and let's see how much we can utilize that. So we have ollie, but we're going to change it to kickflip. We are taking a board. We want to jump the board. That's perfect. And yes, this first rotation to smack the board down on the ground, that is going to stay. As is this next rotation where with the ollie, it goes back and then it kind of evens out. It comes forward a bit. You see how it comes forward like that? So we're keeping that as well. We don't have to change any values there. But at the same time that that's happening, we need to rotate the board on this axis. We need to have it spin around this way. So to do that, we are going to squeeze a .2 in here, and we're going to pass it board.rotation. And then we are going to pass it an object. And this is going to, instead of rotating the x-axis, we're going to rotate on z. So z, and we're going to use backticks here and say plus equals $, and then here we're going to say math.pi times 2. And what this does is this gives us a 360-degree rotation from wherever it currently is. And we're going to have that duration take is 0.78 and with no ease, because it should just, yeah, you get it. And if we play it now, if we save now, right, we can hit save. The middle should give us a kickflip. Let's see what happens. I'm going to move around and zoom out a little bit so we can see. Not great, right? I mean, if you can do this trick, I think you get like 1,000 points in Tony Hawk Pro Skater, but not what we're looking for. We need that rotation to happen a bit sooner, but we're using this timeline, which says, this happens, and then this happens, and then this happens, and then, so how do we get this to happen a little bit earlier, but still be dependent on these values? Where that's where a parameter called the position parameter comes in. So after our object, we can use the position parameter. And here I just pulled up the docs on it, and we just pass it a value here, and this says to insert exactly 3 seconds from the start of the timeline. So if we just give it a number, it will start that amount of time after the beginning of the timeline. We can also use some labels. We're not going to do that. You can have it start at the same time as the previous animation. So if we wanted to start this with this at the same time, we could use the less than sign, and you can pass it all kinds of strings here, like +=1, all these things. It's a very, very, very powerful parameter. And we are going to use it just in a small way. We're going to say here, right after our object, we're going to say 0.3. So this will start 0.3 seconds into the beginning of our animation. So if we go back and I reload, there it is. Let's see how this works now. So, oh, that's the ollie. I clicked the wrong thing. I'm like, what? Here we go, kickflip. There we go. So it's happening not right away, but 0.3 into our animation. So it's looking pretty good. We've got 2 tricks down. We need 1 more. Now the last one is a bit more complicated, I will admit. The reason is, check the rotation here and see if you can figure out what is tough here. Did you catch it? I know it's tough. Let me zoom out a little bit. Are you seeing what the problem might be? So think back to the ollie. We have it rotating on this axis here because we've set the origin of that group to right there on that axis so that we can do that little animation. But this has to rotate from the center again, and we can't move the axis back like that. So how are we going to rotate this board by the center when it's also rotating back here? You see, like it's still doing that same first move. So what we need to do is add another group. I know it gets a little hairy, but this is going to be, I believe, the last one. So come down under your environment and above your container ref, we're going to say group, and we have a ref that we're going to call origin ref. We need to create that. First, I'm going to wrap everything in that group, just like that. Not the contact shadows, though. We don't want to toss those into the air. But this group has a problem because origin ref does not exist. Come on up here, copy container ref, and just say origin. And we should be good. Is that all happy now? Yes. I'm going to save. It structures it. Okay, now we have another axis to rotate around. So if we go into our, where's our onClick? Here's our onClick. We need to grab the origin. So const origin equals origin ref.current. We need to add that to our check. If no board or no origin, then get out of here because we need both of those now. And here we'll say else if name is equal to front, then we need to do a, oh, is it front side 360? So let's call that function 360. And we need to pass this a board and the origin. All right, and we have ollie, we have kickflip. Let's do our function. We should be able to get away with copying at least some of the kickflip. Let's find out. So copy the kickflip, bring it down here. This is a front side 360. We have a board and we have an origin that is also a 3.group. And we still just need to pass the board to jump board. We don't need to pass anything more than that. And yes, we do keep this first 2 the same, as well as this second 2 for the rotation. And then here is where it's actually going to change a little bit. So we're still going to do a rotation, but not on board. We'll do it on the origin. And instead of the Z axis, we want to do it on the Y, because the Y goes like straight through like a kebab there on the board. And so we will rotate it that way. Or here, let's move it. So it'll spin this way because like looking right down is the Y axis. Whoop, I clicked it. Cool. So we want the Y to go around so that we can keep that value. And the duration, I have it changed just to 0.77. I don't know if that's just typo or whatever, but yeah. And then the duration here is up to 0.14. I'm just going to put it there. Maybe I tweaked it a little. I don't know how much of a difference it's going to make, but that's all we need to do to get our front side 360 working. So let's see if it is. Pretty cool. And let's see, like, where is that rotating by, from? Yeah, see, that's actually go like right above it. Is this the back? Yeah. See, it's actually rotating like right there, I think. Yeah, it's still pretty good. We could always shift it a little bit, but I wouldn't, because our future animations are assuming that it's in this position. So congratulations, we've got 3 pretty sick tricks, and now you know how to chain them together. So any tricks that you want to do, you could absolutely do. Like if you want it, like you could add more spots here, and we'll add the hotspots in a moment. You can have one where like, it like does a grind or something. I don't know. You can figure it out, but this is pretty great to begin with. So now that we have the board doing tricks, which is pretty sick, we want to encourage people to click it, because they might just look at this and go, all right, cool skateboard, but not know that they should be clicking on it and playing with it. So we want to make what we're calling hotspots, which is little clicking areas. So inside your hero, go ahead and make a new hotspot.tsx. And in here, I want to say tsrfc. We're just making this from scratch. Delete the default. And it's going to be a pretty simple component. So we're actually going to say interface here. Interface hotspot props. And in here, we don't need the equals. And we're going to say position. And that's going to be an array of number. And that XYZ, semicolon, then is visible. It's going to be a Boolean. And we need that to determine once they've clicked it, we want to hide it. And color is going to be optional and a string. And then in here, we want to change that from props to hotspot props. And we're going to destructure position, is visible, and color. And for color, we want to have a default of hash E6FC6A. All right. And inside here, we need to use a ref. So we're going to say const hotspot, hotspot ref equals use ref. And we're going to type that as a 3 dot mesh. And we need to import 3. So at the very top here, I'm going to get rid of the React, but you keep the use ref. And we'll say import star, which means everything, as 3 from 3. And now we have our hotspot ref. It's going to be typed as a 3 mesh, and we need to give it a default of null and also call it. Now, what we're going to do is we need to create some circles, and we want them to kind of like expand, right? I'm going to close all our GSAP stuff for now. And then we're actually going to pull open the dry docs. And here I want to go to billboard. So if we check this billboard, it adds a group that always faces the camera. And that's what we want. We want to create some circles that are always looking right at the camera. And so here we're going to return, get rid of the div, let's say billboard. And React 3 dry, it's exactly right. And so we're going to say in here, say position, it's going to be position that we're passing in. And we're going to say follow is equal to true. So we have to follow the camera. And you have a couple of properties here that, we're going to keep the defaults there. So inside there, we want to have 2 meshes. And the first mesh is going to be the one that gets the ref. Ref equals hotspot ref. And visible is equal to visible. Is visible. And we need to close that. And inside, we're going to say circle geometry. Now, note that there is a sphere geometry. This is going to be a 2D thing. And because we don't want any light to hit it, we just want it to be feeling like a UI and not like part of the 3D scene. So circle geometry, I'm going to say args is equal to 0.02 and 32. So 32 is how many points around the circle there are to make it smooth. And 0.2 is the actual like radius or diameter. It's the size of that circle, right? And we're going to close that. And we're going to say mesh standard material color equals color and transparent and opacity is going to be 1. Now, you might be wondering why we're using a standard material. Well, we're going to use a basic material in a second, but we can't get transparency with a basic material, and you'll see why that is important in just a moment. But for now, let's copy this mesh, and I'm going to go down a little bit. And here we want to get rid of the ref, but we want to keep the visible is visible on there. And for our circle geometry, we're actually going to just make it a little bit bigger at 0.03. And here we're going to use a mesh basic material so that it doesn't respond to light. It just keeps its solid color. And we're going to keep the color there, but this doesn't get a transparent or an opacity. And the visibility is handled by the is visible property. And for this, we actually want to handle, if you look, and we might not have any hotspots right now, but it's subtle, but you see how I have the cursor pointer there and it goes off when I'm not there. So it kind of encourages that click. So what we're going to do is we're going to say on pointer over. Where is it? There we go. On pointer over, we're going to pass it an arrow function, and we'll say document dot body dot style dot cursor equals quote pointer. And go ahead and copy this whole thing. And then on pointer out, we're going to say default. And so that's what sets it on its way out. And do we have everything here that we need? At least for now, yeah. We're going to animate this in just a second, but let's go ahead and add this to our interactive skateboard scene. So right above the front mesh, we're going to say hotspot, import that from .hotspot, and we can close that, but pass in a couple props. First, we'll say is visible, and this is going to be changed with a little bit of logic, but right now we'll just say true. We can see it. Position is going to be curly braces and then an array, 0, comma, 0.38, comma, 1. And we have a color is hash B8FC39. If we save that, there we go. There is our front little hotspot. We see that our little cursor thing works. And if we click there, you know, it does the thing. It makes the trick go. But the thing is, we want to make it so that it disappears once we've clicked there. We don't need to, we don't want that to hang around. It just needs to be there to encourage that first click. And once that's been clicked, we still want to keep the other ones, right? We don't want to get rid of all of them. So we're going to use a little bit of state here. So let's come up to our use refs, and instead we'll say const show hotspot, comma set show hotspot. And we're going to say use state. Make sure you import that from React. And then here, our default is going to be an object with 3 things on it. So front is true, middle is true, and back is true. And so that is going to be how it starts. And we'll check to see, is that value, sorry, are we showing the front one based on that? So for is visible, instead of just true, we're going to say show hotspot dot front. Okay, and right now we're not doing anything to hide that, so it's still going to stick around, even with the animation. So let's go up, and right after we get the name, here it is. So after this, we want to say set show hotspot, and we're going to get an arrow function, and that's going to get the current value. So that object, as it is right now, current with an arrow function, and that's going to implicitly return an object to set the value back, right? And so we want to spread current. So whatever the other values are right now, we're going to say current. And then after that, we want to change the one that we are currently working with. So say name, and then we're going to say false. If it's already false, that's fine. That'll just stay the same, but this will set it so that as we click on this, it disappears and it's just not there anymore because we did this set show hotspot. All right, let's add 2 more hotspots. Let's go right here. And for this one, we need a different color and a different position. So our color, whoops, clicked. Our color is going to be FF7A51. And our position is going to be 0 on the Z. So I'm going out of order. And that's going to be 0.33. So 0, 0.33, and then 0. Let's see if that works. And hotspot is going to be middle. There we go. I'm going to reload so we can see both of them. There we go. Don't worry about the camera angle right now. We will be fixing that. And down here for the back, go ahead and change this to back. And we need the position to be 0.35 and then negative 0.9. Like that. And so we have the 3 dots, but for the color, we want that one to be 46 ACFA. All right, we got that nice blue. So there's our 3 hotspots. Let's check to make sure that they work. So if I click back there, that works, gets rid of it, that gets rid of it, and that gets rid of it. Nice. Now you might have noticed it looks weird with the hotspots like there when it's doing tricks in the air. I don't like that either. So we want to be able to tell when we're animating. Oh, and here's another issue that we have right now. If I click and then 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 click. Oops, right? We don't want to do a trick while we're doing a trick while we're doing a trick. We want to make it so that we lock out if we are animating. So let's use a little bit more state up here. So right after, or actually before, we'll go const animating and then set animating. Man, typing's getting rough. Equals use state, and it's just gonna be false. And now what we can do is we can check here. So if board or like if we don't have a board or an origin, or if we are animating. So if that's true, we don't want to take another step, right? But as soon as we do start to animate, we want to make sure we set that to true. So the first thing we're going to do in jump board, which gets called by all of the functions, is we're going to say set animating to true. And then we need to then set it to false once it's done. And so to do that just in one place, we can actually hook into a function here where we say on complete, and we pass this an arrow function, and that's just going to say set animating false. So when our jump board finishes, it's going to call that function and set it back to false. Let's reload the page, see how that looks. Oh, first we need to, before we go any further, hotspot is visible needs to be not animating and show hotspot front. So go ahead and copy those, or copy that into your other 2 hotspots. And now we'll see, I'll zoom out a little bit, and you'll see that when we do the ollie, the dots everywhere will disappear and they come back when we land. Really nice. And I can't do the tons of clicking. I'm clicking all over the place, but it's not doing anything. So it is working perfectly. We've got our animations working really well, and we've kind of like safeguarded ourselves from getting this into a messed up state. Next, we want to make sure that our camera is set up well and that it's in the right position, because right now we can use these orbit controls and move all around, but that's not what we want. We want it to be centered on the skateboard and not movable, right? So we first need to get rid of these orbit controls, right? In our scene component, go ahead and delete that. And if I reload, cool, it's back, and I just can't move it. Not in the position we want, but that's a good start. Go all the way to the top, and right above our props here, we're going to create a const, and all caps initial camera position with underscores like that. And we're just going to basically grab the camera position that we have here, grab that, and we're just going to set that as a constant at the top, because we're going to use that in a couple places. We'll say as const just to type that, and now we want to use it. So instead of this, we're going to say initial camera position like that. Now down in our scene component, we want access to that camera. So we're going to use a hook that React 3 Fiber provides. We're going to say const, we're going to destructure camera, and we're going to call the use3 hook. And this has to be called within the canvas. I'm going to import this from React 3 Fiber, and we are inside the canvas, so it works out. And now we're going to use that camera object inside a use effect. So use effect, and we're going to pass that an arrow function. And inside here, we're going to say camera.lookAt. We want this lookAt function to tell the camera where to aim. Position tells the camera where to physically be in the scene, but the lookAt is going to tell it where to aim. So I'm going to say new 3.vector3, that one, and I'm going to say -0.2, comma 0.15, comma 0. So that is the location we want the camera to look at. If we go ahead and save that, we already see a little bit of a change. So it's already, it shifted just a little bit because it's looking in a new direction. But now the thing is, while the spot that it's looking at is good, the actual position of the camera should change based on whether or not we're on desktop or mobile. So for instance, if we go here, we want our camera to kind of move back. You see how it's zoomed out a lot more? And then as we widen it, we can zoom in a bit on that skateboard so that it's bigger. So that works really nicely. And we are doing that with a little function. So under here, we're going to call function set zoom. And that's not going to take any arguments, but it's going to say const scale equals math.max parentheses math.min parentheses 1000 divided by window.inner width. And then the second value is going to be 2.2. And then outside of that first set of parentheses, we're going to say 1. So if we make this larger, so we're going to multiply this scale times our position values. And this value is always going to be between 2.2 and 1. And this code right here ensures that if the window is wide, the scale is going to get smaller. And if the window is narrow, the scale gets larger. So here we're going to say camera.position.x equals initial camera position. And then we're going to use brackets and say 0 with that first number, and it's times scale. That's going to update our camera position based on the scale and our initial position. Let's go ahead and copy that twice. And we're going to change the 0 to a 1, 0 to a 2. We're going to make this y, and of course, z. All right. Now we want to call this function as soon as the component loads in. So we'll say set zoom right here in our use effect. But we also want to call it whenever the window resizes. That's how I was making it work earlier. So I'll say window.add event listener, and we'll pass it a string of resize. And then we'll pass it the set zoom function like that. And now at the bottom here, we're going to say return, and going to pass it an arrow function that returns window.remove event listener. Going to pass it resize and set zoom like that. So that will clean that up. And last, we want to pass it the dependency of camera. And there we go. Let's move this back over and let's check ours. And it is looking good. Let's see if it is responsive. There it is. Very nice. So that's what we are expecting. Now is the time to bring in the little swirly, curvy lines, the wavy lines underneath the skateboard that kind of show that it's going along a path. And so what we're going to be doing is we're going to be putting a plane down that is just on that exact dimension. And we're actually going to be putting an SVG over top of that. So this is an animated SVG using the same trick that we used down here to draw that line in. So we're doing the same thing just over several lines, and we can actually use SVGs within Three.js with a little caveat, with a trick, where we're not actually using it, but what we are doing is we are tying HTML content to any object in the scene, and then we can project the object's whereabouts automatically. So we're actually projecting a div onto where this plane is in our scene. So for example, in this demo here, this is actually a website that is like real and working within this 3D laptop, but it's just projecting that div and using CSS transforms to make it match perfectly. So like it works really well. It feels like this is actually like within the laptop, but it's just over top. So we're gonna be using that same trick and using this HTML element that dry gives us. And so in our Suburbia resources, we're gonna go ahead and grab Wavy Paths, just like this. Copy that and put that in the hero folder. So here, let's say Wavy Paths.tsx, paste that in, hit save. And we will get a little error at the top here that says, I don't know what GSAP React is. All right, so copy that, we're gonna install that now. Go to your terminal, hit npm I, and either paste that in or just type @gsap/react. Let that install. And what this provides is a use GSAP hook that the fine folks at GSAP have created. And basically it is a drop-in for use effect when you're just doing GSAP based stuff. We haven't had a use for this just yet, but in this component it is, it's called for. So basically it automatically cleans up the GSAP context and it just makes things a lot easier. So with that installed, let's go ahead to our interactive skateboard.tsx and let's head down to the bottom of our component, and right below the contact shadows here, go ahead and create a new group. And inside that group, let's import the HTML element from dry, not from next document, but from dry, like that. And let's just go ahead and close that inside. Let's put Wavy Paths. Import that from /. And we shouldn't really see anything. I'm actually curious what will happen. Oh, there we go. Never mind. So we do see it working. We see it coming in from the outside, right? Okay, cool. One thing we are seeing though is that the lines are pretty perfect. And what we want to do is we actually have a CLSX command here, and we're going to come in at the end of it. This makes sense later, but we're going to come in and add a second string and type animate squiggle. And if we save that, we should, there we go. Now it's a little bit ripply. Hopefully you can see that. It'll make sense later why we're doing it as a separate string, because Safari doesn't play nice with this stuff. So we'll have to go through and check the like each element and make sure we're not in Safari. And if we are, we don't want to run this. Otherwise the paths won't show up at all, but we'll get to that in a little bit. Now, if we just wanted this element to act as like part of our UI and, face the camera no matter what, and not really treat the camera as like a 3D object, but just it's kind of like a HUD in video games, right? We could leave it like this, but we actually want to transform it and make it part of our scene. So if we go to transform, if I can type, and save that, we'll see now it kind of comes in right in the front here. And so we're able to move it, but it's not really sure where it should be. So we have this group here that's wrapping around it. So let's move that group in order to manipulate where our wavy paths actually go. So we're going to affect the rotation, position, and scale. First rotation, say rotation equals curly braces and then an array. Say negative math.pi divided by 2, comma 0 for the y, and then for the z, we'll say negative math.pi divided by 2. For the position, we're going to have another array. We'll say 0, negative 0.09, and then negative 0.5. And that's just positioning it. You might recognize this negative 0.9. That's where the contact shadow is. Well, close. It's a little bit underneath that, which makes sense. And then our scale is going to be 0.2, 0.2, 0.2. So we're scaling it down to that. And there we go. So now we see those paths are going in the direction we expect. But you probably noticed, it's going right on top of the skateboard. What's up with that, right? So we need to affect the Z index here, because once again, this is actually a div that is being projected and transformed on top of our scene. So it's not actually part of the scene the way that this wheel and the truck and the board is like all actually part of the scene. This is kind of faking it as part of the scene. So what we need to do is we need to change the Z index range. So we'll say Z index range, this is on our HTML, is equal to, and we need to pass it an array of 1, 0. And that's just basically saying we want it to be between 1 and 0. Let's see if, oh, and then we need to change the occlusion here. Let me see in the HTML. Occlude, yeah, so here. So HTML can hide behind geometry as if it was part of the 3D scene using this mode. It can be enabled by using blending as the occlude prop. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to say occlude equals blending. We save that. Now, there we go. See, it even gets darker thanks to the contact shadows. So now it blends in with the rest of the scene. And we're going to do one more thing. We're going to say wrapper class. And we're going to say pointer events none. And that's just using a Tailwind class, putting that on the div so that we can click through that div. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to do the tricks anymore. So that is important there. And that's really all it took to get our wavy paths going. If you look at the paths, they are just some vertical wavy lines, and we are just doing the same stroke dash offset trick as before, but we're doing it with a smaller dash so that there's a tiny dash and a big gap between each dash. And that's why you get one little line and then you don't see another line on in that same spot for a little while. So that's it. We got our wavy paths in there. All right, we just have two more things to do on this hero and the actual page itself. Then we can get into the customizer. One, we need to move the skateboard back and forth like it does in the final version. And two, we want to check for Safari, like I said, and make sure that something shows up for Safari. So let's go ahead and right above our first use effect, let's make another use effect. So use effect, and that's going to take an arrow function. And here we're going to make two GSAP tweens that animate both the container and the origin ref. One is going to rotate the board a little bit, which I'll show you on the final copy. The board a little bit. It's subtle, but like we want it to kind of like lean back and forth as it would if it were actually like moving, right? If it were real. And then the other one is going to move the entire board back and forth. So we're going to rotate on one and change the position on the other. So let's go ahead and first check to make sure our container ref and origin ref are there. So we're going to check and see if they are not there. We're just going to return. So if parentheses exclamation mark container ref dot current or exclamation mark origin ref dot current, then return. So now we know that we have both of those. So let's say GSAP dot to container ref. There we go. And we're going to say dot current dot position and pass out an object with x at 0.2. Duration is going to be 3 seconds. Repeat will be -1. Yo-yo is true. And ease is going to be sign.in-out. And now we can go ahead and save that, see how that looks. So now that's moving it back and forth. You see how like it just is obviously like sliding like that. So that's why we also want to change the rotation. And that has to come from the origin one because that's the one in the center that we're using for, is it this one? Yeah, that's what will rotate it around the center. So if we go ahead and say GSAP.to parentheses origin ref dot current dot rotation and pass this an object with y math.pi divided by 64. So very slight rotation, very, very small rotation, but it's there. Duration 3. And we can actually grab the rest of here. So go ahead and just grab duration 3, repeat -1, yo-yo true, sign in out. And then at the end of this, we want to have an empty array because there's nothing here that it's actually depending on for changing. So that's pretty fun. Let's see. There we go. That's better. And will the trick mess it up now? Okay, good. It seemed to mess it up earlier, but now it is working again. So that is our skateboard kind of moving back and forth as it swirls along, and that's looking great. All right, now let's make sure that this works in Safari, at least to some degree. We don't need the exact thing to work perfectly. We just want to make sure that the logo in the background shows up, that the paths show up, even if we can't do this same jittery effect perfectly across all of the browsers. So what we're going to do is we're going to go and grab our lib/use_is_safari hook that we have right here. Copy that, and we're going to create a new folder called lib. Oh, it didn't work. There we go, lib. And then we're going to create a new file in there called use_is_safari.ts, not tsx, because it's not a JSX file. It's just going to be TypeScript. So basically what this does is this just goes ahead and checks if the user agent includes Safari, and to see that it's not Chrome, and that's Chrome or Chromium. And then it will return if it's Safari or not, right? It's going to be a Boolean. So with this saved, we need to use this in our wavy paths, our wide logo, and our tall logo. I think they might all be inside the hero. Let me see, app, slices, oh, here we go, slices, hero, and we've got tall logo, wavy paths, and wide logo. So I'm gonna go ahead in here. Let's do wide logo first. So inside here, we actually want to turn this into a use client because we need to use this hook, and we can only use this hook if it is a client component. So I'll say import use is Safari from @lib uses Safari. That's perfect. And then here we're just going to say const is Safari equals use is Safari, and we're going to give that a default of true just to play it safe, because then it will definitely work everywhere. And all we're going to do right here is just say is Safari question mark, and we're going to say undefined. That's what we will return, and if that is false, then we will return our animate squiggle. And we're going to do the exact same thing over in our tall logo. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that line over. I'm going to remove the class name here, paste that in. I'm going to import. Nope, it's not helping me import it. So I'm going to go ahead and just copy the import, paste that in, and say use client, and then copy over the declaration of is Safari. And that should be good. So make your tall logo look like the wide logo. And last, we're going to head to our wavy path. It's already a client component because we're using GSAP inside it. Now I'll copy the import over, copy this, put it at the bottom because it's our own thing. Going to copy over the const is Safari. And last but not least, we can't copy the last thing because it's different here. But we're basically going to do the same thing. So down here where it says animate squiggle, we're going to have an exclamation mark is Safari and animate squiggle. So if it is not Safari, then we animate the squiggle, or we pass that class, right? If you save that, then we are set up well. And if we check it out on Safari, it does work. It just doesn't have the cool animations on the background. That's fine. At least it still shows up. If you remove what we just put there, then you would have some issues either here or in Firefox or in iOS Safari. So this is going to make it so that this works in pretty much everywhere. So we are set here. Well done. We have got an awesome site up and running. And yeah, this is looking really, really slick. Let's get into the customizer. It's going to be a really fun time now. All right, it is time for us to be getting into creating the customizer. Now, there's a few things that we have to do to set this up. One of those things is we need to put the different values for all these different colors and board textures and everything into actual Prismic. So we're going to be loading all of that in. But the other thing is we also need to create a different layout setup because this page doesn't have the header and the footer that our actual page does. So like we don't have that, and we don't have the footer here for this building customizer thing. Now, if we look here at our layout file, we have the header and the footer locked in here. So if we were to build or I guess create the file of like /build, right? We would automatically have the header and the footer built in there. So what we want to do is we want to actually create a more specific layout that is just for the home page, but we don't want to redo the rest of this document. Like I shouldn't have to redeclare all of these files. Like I don't want to repeat all this code. So what we can do is we can use a Next.js group, or I should say a route group. So this route group actually won't affect the URL or the path that our page has. It's just going to allow us to create a layout file for it. So if we go ahead into our app directory here, say new folder, and we're going to say parentheses with -header, and this name doesn't really matter, but that's what we're going to be calling it. And then inside here, we're going to move our page.tsx right in there. Yes, we'll say move. And then what we want to do is we want to create a new layout file, say layout.tsx. And inside here, we are going to, let me make this big. We're going to go ahead and export a default function. So we'll say tsrfc like that. And I'm going to capitalize layout here. It's copy. Oop, I didn't mean to click that. It's copying the lowercase l of layout, but keep that lowercase, change that. And in here, we're going to create just a fragment. So just angle brackets like that. And we're going to say children. We actually need to destructure that here. So we're returning our children, and we're actually going to bring in header and footer here. And footer. These don't need any props passed or anything. And here for our props, we're going to say children, and that is going to be a react.react node. Like that. And if we save that, we can get rid of the React import. We don't need that. And if we look at our page, it doesn't look like there's a change, but you can actually see there is, because that button shadow, it's actually duplicated. You can really tell with the footer. The footer is doubled up. So that's what we expect, because now the children is getting passed through two layouts. So it's going through this layout second and this layout first. And so it's getting header and footer here as well. So we're going to get rid of the header and footer in our layout within the app directory. Remove those. And now we should see only one footer down here. And that allows us to create our /build page without the header and footer, but without redeclaring all of the fonts and stuff. So that is our first step. Now, before we create the actual build page, let's go ahead and set up our custom types. We have settings, skateboard, skater. Let's create a new one. And this is going to be a single type. And we're going to call this board customizer. Let's hit create. And what we'll do here is we'll really leverage the tabs feature of Prismic, where we can rename this main one. And we'll call this wheels. This will make a little bit more sense when we have it all laid out. And we'll create a second one called decks, and a third one called metals. All right, so wheels, decks, and metals. And inside there, we want to put either a texture for the wheels and the decks. And for the metals, we want a color, but we also want something that we can use for the URL. So you see up here, it says wheel equals cream and deck equals Oni mask, right? And these each have names to them. And we don't want to just use like the texture name. That's going to be ugly. It's not going to look good. And so we need to also have a UID for each of these. So, I didn't mean to go there. So the first thing we're going to do is create a group so that these can repeat. So repeatable group. And we're going to call this wheels. And inside that, we need an image. Call this texture. And we also need a UID, but this is just going to be a regular string. I know Prismic has a UID type, but we don't have that available to us within a group. So I'm just going to say UID, and we're going to do the same thing for decks. So go ahead and create a group. Decks, like that, and then add a field image texture, add a field text UID. And last is the metals. Go ahead and create a repeatable group, metals, or you can say colors, whatever. And inside here, add a field. We're going to say color and add a field text UID. So these should all look pretty similar, texture, and color. If we go ahead and review those changes, we can push that up. And once that's set, we can go and create that doc. So create a new page, and here's our board customizer. And now we can start adding our textures and colors. So I'll do the first couple ones with you, and then I will leave you to do the rest. But select image, I think we should say cream. Is that one of them? Yeah, so if you choose wheel cream, it's the first one I go with. But even without that, if you just scroll to the wheels, there you go, wheel cream, yellow, green. I want to make sure you know how to find them on your own. We don't need alt text here. And go ahead, add to page, and the UID is going to call it cream. And you'll add the next one, and you'll just choose your next wheel and go like that, black. And let's do some decks now. You can continue on the wheels you're on your own. So select image, and we want to scroll to these with the wood texture on one side. I'm starting out with the cooler designs, onimask.png here. Add to page, and it's called this ONI-mask, like that. Add another one, and going to do the grid streaks one, I called it. Yeah, grid streaks. And I'm going to call it just that. And you can continue on adding those. Now for the colors, we actually have over here, I've added the metal colors here. So if you want to go ahead and just copy the string for black, and then bring it in, so color black, just lowercase, and continue to add those. And also, these are recommendations. You do not have to add these colors. You can add more or less or different, right? Like these are just the ones I went with. So feel free to change these out, but you can go ahead and add that color and say steel and so on. So go ahead, add the wheels, add the decks and the metals, and I'll see you here in a sec. And I am set here. So I have all my colors, and I have all of my decks, and I have all of my wheels. And up here, I'm just going to change this to say board customizer. And then I can publish, I already saved it. So hit publish, and now we can reference that where we need it in our board customizer. So for this build page, we're going to be creating 4 different files to handle all the different parts of it, so that it's a lot easier to reason around and to build. And if we had to maintain it and add to it, this would be the way to go. So first we have our page.tsx. That's just the whole thing. It's going to be a classic Next.js page, and that will be where we import Prismic. And we're going to wrap these 2 components that we also bring in a context provider so that they share some state. That context provider will come from this context.tsx file. And this will allow the controls to talk to the preview so that when we click on something in controls, preview knows about that changed state. Otherwise, if a state changes in controls, preview wouldn't know about it, but we're going to be keeping our state within context.tsx. So when it changes here, it updates here, and then it gets passed down to preview. So you can kind of see how this is broken out. The context is just kind of, this ephemeral state that will be managed within there. So just want to give you kind of this overview, and now let's get into building it. Back in VS Code, let's go to our app directory, and we're going to right click, and we're going to say new folder, call it build, like that. And we're going to create a new page.tsx in here, like that. And I'll make this big. And inside here, we'll do tsrfc, like that. And I'm already going to make this an async, because I know that we will be doing some fetching in here in a little bit. Now I'm going to save that, and let's just go ahead and see if we go to /build, we should just have page. Perfect. So basics, but we're getting there. So let's put a class on this div, and we're going to say flex min height screen, flex col, lg flex row. Now on mobile, we want the preview, this part, and the sidebar to stack vertically. And on desktop, we want the sidebar and preview to be side by side like it is here. Now within the container, let's create a div for the preview. So we'll say period relative. I'll hit tab, and I'll continue to add to that. Aspect square, shrink 0. BG is going to be a custom value. So say hashtag 3A414A. It's just this gray that we're using for the background. Then LG aspect auto, so that it's, it loses that square aspect on larger screens, and LG grow, so that it drops the shrink 0 part. All right, save that, and there we go. We have that part. Now we need our div for the sidebar. So let's go ahead and say .grow. Open that up, and here I'll say BG texture, BG zinc 900. Text is white. I'll say fluid p hyphen 4/6 LG W96 LG shrink 0 LG grow 0, and that's it. So we can go ahead and save that, and we see that we have our little sidebar over there. Looks good. Next, we're going to add some of the basic non-interactive content like the logo and the headings. So within this first div here, we're going to add the logo. So open that up, and we'll say link, and that's going to be just from next link because we're just going to the home page. Say href equals /, class name is absolute, left 6, top 6. And we can close that, and inside we want to put our logo component. Add from @components logo, class name is going to be h12 text white. And we'll self-close that, save that, and there we go. Looks good, and it links to our homepage. Cool. And we're going to be adding the 3D preview canvas inside this div later. But for the sidebar, we need a build your board heading and an add to cart button. So inside this second div down here, go ahead and open that up, and we're going to say heading, import that from components heading, say as h1, size is going to be actually SM. That's why we do the differing as and size properties. And class name is going to be MB6 MT0. And we will close that, and then inside say build your board. Looks good. And we'll go ahead and add our button link just underneath that. Say button link, and take an href equals just empty quotes because this isn't really like wired up, but we do want it to appear. So say color equals lime, and icon is going to be, let's see what our options are. There we go, plus. That's what we want. And we'll say add to cart. Just like that. And there we go. We got our little add to cart button. We'll pull in the customization buttons later. So as I said, we're going to have the preview component that renders the 3D preview. That'll go in here. And then we're going to have the controls component that's going to go in here. And it has all the customization controls. And last, we're going to have that context provider that stores the board's customizations, like its design and its colors. And the preview controls components are going to read from and write to that data in that context. So let's go ahead and actually create that context provider now. So inside build, we're going to say new file, and we'll say context.tsx, like that. I'm going to make this full screen. And now this is going to be running on the client. So we need to say use client. And we're going to say import create context from React right there. And then we'll say type customizer controls context equals empty object. We'll say const default context typed as a customizer controls controls context equals to empty object. Next we'll say const customizer controls context equal to create context. There we go. And we're going to pass that the default context like that. Right now we're leaving this empty. We're going to add our data properties later, but this is going to be what facilitates the data passing to and from those two components. Next, we're going to create the context provider. So we're going to say type customizer controls provider props. It's equal to, open that object, say children as optional, and that's a React node. And then underneath that, we'll say export function, customizer, controls, provider. And inside that, we're going to destructure children and then type that as customizer, controls, provider, props, that type we just created. Perfect. Now open up your curly braces and we'll say const value equals use memo. We're importing that from React. And we talked about earlier in the course why we use memo. So we'll say customizer, we're typing this, customizer, controls, context. And then this is going to take an arrow function. And we're going to say return empty object for now. And then that's going to have a dependency. We're going to put after those parentheses of just an open array, or sorry, an empty array. I put it in the wrong spot. Let me move it in here. There we go. Empty array right there. Perfect. And then what we want to do is we want to use this context that we just created and return a provider. So we say create context. We have this customizer controls context. So we're going to say return parentheses, and we're going to have an object called customizer controls context. Let's say period provider, like that. And we'll say value equals value. That's coming from right here. And we're going to close that object, and that's going to wrap around children. We save that. Now, this component sets the boundary for which the components can interact with the data. So anything inside of it, all these children can access the data. We're going to put the preview and the controls components in that context provider within the page. So we're exporting this provider, but we also want to export a hook that lets us read the data within other components like preview and within controls. So we'll say export function, use customizer controls, and that'll be a function that doesn't take anything. Say return use context, and that will send back customizer controls context, like that. And so later in our project, we're going to have this use customizer controls, and we'll be able to say like const selected deck equals that. So kind of like how we use it with use state or whatever. It's just going to be a hook, and we get to pull the selected deck and other things off of that. So we need to store the selected wheel, deck, truck, and bolt information, right? So first, let's just handle the wheel. So let's go ahead up and first change this type so that it is instead selected, or sorry, that we add to it selected wheel. And that's going to be optional, and that'll be a content. We don't need to import that from Prismic client. There you go. Make sure yours came from there. Content.board customizer. Let me just see, document data wheels item. There you go. So board customizer document data wheels item. That's what you should have there. And then we're going to also have set wheel, and that is going to be a arrow function that takes wheel, and that will be typed with content.board customizer wheels item, like that. And that's going to return void. So that just means it doesn't return anything. And then inside this default context, we're going to have a function, say set wheel. That's going to be just an empty arrow function for now. And then in these provider props, we want to bring in default wheel. That's optional. And we'll say content dot board customizer wheels item. Same thing again. Then we want to pull that into our provider because that's going to get passed in there. And we'll say default wheel. And then just inside here, we're going to use some use state. So we'll say const square bracket selected wheel, and then set wheel is equal to use state, and that's going to get a default of default wheel. And now we actually want to return both of these within this object here. So that's how we're going to get access to them later in our components. And now the only thing we don't actually need to pass here, it should tell us, yep, selected wheel. We don't need to pass set wheel because that's not going to change. It's a function. So let's just cover this real quick. This useState hook is going to store that selected wheel design. This value variable contains the state's value and setter function, and both of those will be available to the preview and controls components. This default wheel prop is going to determine the default wheel design selected before the customer interacts with the customizer. So if they just go to like /build, then that's going to be what's there. We're going to set a default wheel design as well as other parts in the page file in just a little bit. And now it's going to feel a little bit not excessive or redundant or whatever, but we're going to do the same thing for deck and truck and bolt now. I'm going to do it fast here so you don't have to watch me do it. So that's set. Just check your work against me. So we have selected deck. That's going to be optional. See how it follows the same pattern. Selected wheel, selected deck, selected truck. And we use this same sort of pattern because that's coming from what Prismic typed for us. And then we also have the set truck, set bolt. That's going to be a function that returns void. So go ahead and update yours for that. And then we'll go to the next part. Great. We're going to add more to this default context. We have set wheel. Now we have set deck, set truck, set bolt. Update yours to match. And you might guess for default wheel, we need default deck, default truck, default bolt. There you go. And yes, you're going to need more defaults here. And we're going to need more state. Basically everywhere we did it with wheel, we're going to want to do it with the others. So I'm going to fast forward to that. And there we are. So we have our default wheel, default deck coming in off of our type. We have a use state for all four. And then we are returning both of these within this value. And yeah, and then we have the selected ones for our dependency. So yours should look like this, and this is going to be what those two components use to handle their state. Well done. Now we need to make this context available to our component. So we're going to do that by first importing that custom controls provider. We can go ahead and delete the props that it comes with. This isn't taking anything in right now. So we're going to say import custom controls provider from /context. And then we're going to go right inside this top div, and we're going to call that customizer controls provider. There we go. And I'm going to move the second one all the way down so that this wraps everything. It has to wrap around our preview and our controls component. And if we look at our context, this customizer controls provider needs defaults for our stuff. So we're already passing it children. That's why it's wrapped around stuff. But we need some defaults. So let's go ahead and first fetch that settings document that we created, the custom type with all of our colors and our boards and all that stuff. We'll fetch that, and then we're going to pass it just the first object off of each array as default for each thing. So we'll say const client equals create client. Make sure this is from @/prismic.io, right? And we're just going to call that. Next line, we'll say const customizer settings equals await client.get single. And we'll say board customizer just like that. And that's how we have the async. So we knew we're going to await it later. And we'll say const curly braces wheels, comma decks, comma metals equals customizer settings dot data. And these should be typed. Let's see. Yep, metals is assigned value. Yeah, it's a group field. There you go. Just to check and make sure that that's correct. Now we'll say const default wheel equals wheels braces 0. So we're going to grab that first wheel. What is it complaining about here? Sorry, wheels here. I said just wheel, decks, metals. So go ahead and do that. Same thing for the decks. Const default deck equals decks. We're going to grab the first one off that. And const default truck equals metals 0. And we'll say const default bolt equals metals 0 because those share the same source. Then in our provider down here, we're going to open this up. And I'm just going to say default wheel equals default wheel, default deck equals default deck. I'm just copying and pasting. You can type if you'd like. And default bolt equals default bolt. And with that, the context is fully set up. We don't have to touch that file anymore, and it's ready to be used. Next, we're going to create the preview component, which will read the values from this context. Now let's add that preview layer. So we're going to go into build and say new file, preview.tsx. Inside here, we can do tsrfc. And this needs to run JavaScript on the client. So at the very top, you can get rid of this import from React and just say use client. And then inside the props here, we'll say wheel texture URLs. It's going to be a string of, or an array of strings, just when I'm typing it. It's always string and then the braces after. And we're going to do the same for deck texture URLs. That's also going to be an array of strings. Great. Now we want to destructure those. So wheel texture URLs, deck texture URLs. And I'm going to save it, and I'm going to actually add this to our page. We're going to put it before the link right inside here. I'm actually going to give it another div in here. I'll say period absolute. And that's also going to get an inset 0. And in here, we'll say preview. And import that from /preview. Cool. But you can see that it's not happy because it's missing a couple of things. So we need to create the wheel texture URLs and the deck texture URLs. So right below our default bolt, we'll say const wheel texture URLs equals wheels.map. And that'll take an arrow function. And inside here, we'll say texture. And that's going to return, we're going to use as image src. That's coming from the Prismic client. So we're turning the object, the image object, into just a string. I'll say texture.texture. But now we want to check and make sure that we are getting a string back from that. So we're going to chain on there a filter. And this filter is going to have an arrow function where URL is inside the parentheses. But then we're going to type that and use TypeScript to help us out here. So you say URL is string, like that. And we'll have an arrow, and we'll say Boolean, capital B, Boolean, parentheses URL, just like that. And so if that returns true, then we are good to go. And we can do the same thing. I'm going to save that so it puts it onto 3 lines. I'm going to copy this and just change this to deck and decks. Anything else? Nope, the rest works. So go ahead and save that. Now we just need to pass that to our preview. So this needs a deck texture URLs, say deck texture URLs. This also needs wheel texture URLs, wheel texture URLs. Save that. And if we look over, we should see preview right there. I know that doesn't show any of our deck texture URLs, but we will be seeing those shortly. So inside of our preview, let's go back to this. Inside our preview, let's bring in just the basic React 3 Fiber canvas. So I'm going to change the div to a canvas like that and import from React 3 Fiber. I'm going to get rid of this preview bit. And instead, inside here, I'm going to have suspense. And that is going to handle our loading. So fallback. I think for now, we're just going to have null. And then, yep, have that close itself. Make sure you're importing this from React. And then we're just going to say preload. It's from dry. I'll say all. And that is, that's fine. But I'm going to self-close that. So that allows us to preload all the textures and all of the 3D assets and everything in the scene. And it'll help us show our loading screen. Now we made that cool little hook that we can return all these different things with. Let's go ahead and use that. So we'll say here const, open curly braces, selected wheel. And I'm going to stop there and just say equals use customizer controls. And that should help us type the rest of it so that we can just see what we have. Yep. So selected wheel, we want selected bolt. We want selected deck and selected truck. That looks good. Now remember, this is the preview, so nothing actually gets set here. So we're just showing what is selected. In here, we're going to import the other ones that you probably saw there of set bolt, set deck, etc. Then underneath, we want to get the individual textures that are selected right now. So we're going to say const wheel texture URL singular, and we'll use as image source from Prismic client, and we're going to pass that the selected wheel question mark, because we're not sure if it's there, dot texture. But if that's not there, we want to say default underscore wheel underscore texture. And we're going to define that up above. So it's an error for a little bit, but that's fine. We're going to do the same thing with the deck texture. So copy and paste, say deck. Just go ahead and change that and change that. Perfect. And next we want to get the truck color. So const truck color is equal to selected truck question mark dot color. And if that's not there, then we're going to say default truck color, all caps. Last, we're going to say const bolt color equals selected bolt dot question mark dot color. And if that isn't there, we're going to fall back to a default underscore bolt underscore color. We just want to make sure we have some kind of a default to fall back to. Now at the top, we're going to put those defaults. So come up here and say const default. There we go, wheel texture, we'll start there. And that's going to be quote / skateboard / capital S skate wheel capital W 1.png. Copy this line and we'll say default deck texture. Instead of skate wheel 1.png, we're going to say deck.webp. Next line we'll say const default truck color, like that. And that's going to be in quotes hashtag 6F6E6A. And we can copy that and we'll just change truck to bolt. And last we have a const environment color. And that's going to be hashtag 3B3A3A. And that's this gray you see in the background here that we make the floor and everything else. I saved, so it's not going to like what we just did, but that's fine. And I have an error here. Const bolt color equals, there we go. That's looking better. And then we're going to add the skateboard component inside the suspense component. So I'll say skateboard. Remember, we're reusing this. That's why we made it the way we did. And so now we get to pass it the props it needs. So we'll say wheel texture URLs, and we'll pass that wheel texture URLs. There we go. And wheel texture URL is going to be wheel texture URL, just like that. Next, we'll say deck texture URLs. It's going to be deck texture URLs. And deck texture URL singular is going to be deck texture URL singular. It's a nice when it matches up. Truck color will be truck color. And bolt color is going to be bolt color. And last, it doesn't take this yet, but it might. No, it doesn't yet. But let's pass it and then go and change the actual skateboard so that it takes this. Say pose equals side. And it's going to yell at us and say it doesn't exist. So I'm going to save this, open our skateboard, and go up to our props, right up here, skateboard props. And at the bottom here, we're going to say pose, question mark, and we're going to say upright or side, because it's upright in the hero and it's going to be on its side here. And we will add some values right now to actually change the position of the skateboard depending on that value. So come down to right at the return and just above that, let's go ahead and create a new object. We'll say const positions equals use memo. And that's going to take an arrow function that has an implicit return, so parentheses again, and that's going to return an object, and we'll say upright, right? So if the value is upright here, we're going to use this. So we'll say upright, and that's going to be an object that has both a rotation and a position, because that's what we need to pass. So upright is going to be an object, and that's going to have rotation, and that will be an array of 0, 0, 0, because this is the way it is right now. This is the default. And the position will also be the same. So this is basically, don't change a thing. You're doing great, Skateboard. Stay as you are. But now for the side, we need to change it. So go ahead and copy upright and bring it down here. We'll say side. And for the rotation on this one, we start out with 0 and 0, but for the z value, we're going to say math.pi divided by 2. That turns it onto its side there. And then for the position, the x value is 0, the y is 0.295, and then this is 0. So that just is going to move it up a little bit, and that's just going to rotate on its side. So not too complicated there, but we do need to say right after this, so we close side, we close the object there, and then we need to say as const to type it, and then we're going to have a comma, and because it's a use memo, we just pass the dependencies and say there's nothing you ever need to change for. Never change, stay the same. Now, on the parent group here, we're just going to say rotation is equal to positions, and then square braces and pose. That's coming from, oh wait, we didn't bring in pose yet. Let's pull that in right here. There we go. Come back to where we were. Pose dot rotation. And is it happy now? Type undefined. Right, we need to give it a default. So pose is equal to upright. There we go. And back down here, now it's happy. I'm just going to copy this rotation and instead change this to position. And there we go. So we shouldn't see it yet. Actually, no, we do. I lied right to your face. So it's on its side. If we go back, we do see that it's still working here just fine. So head back to our build. We don't have any lights or anything, so this is expected. But yeah, that worked. So we can close out of the skateboard. We shouldn't have to touch it anymore after that. Now, when we were building out the hero, we used something called orbit controls, and that allowed us to click and move all around. And it's pretty similar to what we have here. But Dry actually gives us a new thing called camera controls, very similar name, but it allows us to do things like this where we lock in so we don't clip through the floor. See how it like zooms in? It won't let us do that. And that's a lot of other good benefits. So we're gonna be using camera controls instead. So right at the top here, let's go ahead. I'm gonna move it to the side. So at the top here, go ahead and say const camera controls equals use ref. Import that from React. And we're going to type this as camera controls. And we're going to just start that out with the default of null. And I need to import camera controls from React 3 Dry. And then we add it to our scene. I'll put it underneath the skateboard like that. I'm going to say ref is camera controls like that. And we're going to have a min distance of 0.2 and a max distance of 4. And that's going to stop us from zooming out too far or zooming in too close. See how I can only go so close? And that's still pretty close, but I can only go out so far. Like that's the max, so that your user doesn't automatically or like accidentally get way far out or way close in. So another kind of quality control aspect of it. Let's see. Didn't really change anything, but it will soon. Oh, I'm wrong. It actually allows us to click and move around. So now we can do that zooming effect. So very nice. Now in this scene for the lighting, we're actually using an environment and a directional light. And I'll explain in a sec. First, let's add these to our scene. So we're going to say here, environment from Dry. I'll say files equals curly braces, quote, /HDR/warehouse 512. And we're doing the larger one because this this isn't the home page. We can afford to load a little bit longer here. It's more of an experience. And the environment intensity is going to be 0.6. And we can go ahead and self-close that. Now we want our directional light also. And yes, you can combine environments and regular lights. And we'll say cast shadow and look at. Remember, it's a directional, it's like a spotlight kind of thing. And we'll say look at, and that'll be 0, 0, 0. And position is going to be 1, 1, 1, just really basic kind of setup. And then intensity is going to be 1.6. Now, if we save that, there we go. Now we're seeing what we like. That's looking good. And the reason we're using a directional light is for the cast shadow part. Environments don't cast shadows in the same way. And so to get this shadow, see how it's definitely coming from like that direction? That's our directional light, where it is getting lit from over here too, not as like obviously, but it is. But I wanted to have a shadow cast. And so to do that, you need to actually bring in the directional light. That's why we have that there. But the majority of the lighting is happening from our environment. It doesn't look right if you go ahead and remove the environment. It just doesn't look as real when you just have, like, even if I up the intensity to like 2, it looks very video gamey, right? Like old school kind of crappy graphics. But the environment immediately brings it up quite a few levels. Makes it feel better. All right, so enough talk about that. That is our quick way to handle lights. Now it's just like floating in space though, so let's actually create a floor. So we're gonna create a new function down here and call it stage floor. And inside here, we're going to say const normal map equals use texture. We need that from dry. And the reason we're using a separate function here is because I wanted to call this hook, and I wouldn't be able to do that here because we're not inside the canvas yet. So we're going to put this floor inside the canvas just to explain why we're doing this. And here we're going to say / concrete normal.avif. And that's just in our public directory. Let's find it, public concrete normal. Yep, right there. And that's going to work very similarly to how the metal normal worked on our trucks before. And we need to do a couple things. We need to say normal map dot wrap s equals 3 dot. Wait, have we imported 3 yet? I don't think so. We can do that in a sec. Dot repeat wrapping. And before we go any further, come on up here, and I'm gonna space this out. Context gets spaced out too. React goes to the top. Just a little organization. And we're gonna say import star as 3, all caps, from 3. Like that. And now it's happy, very good. Copy that, change the wrap S to wrap T for the second one. And then normal map dot repeat dot set. Not sure why I copied the whole thing, but we can fix it. Is 30, 30. That's just the size that I liked. And normal map dot anisotropy. You think I learned it by now? I haven't. Equals 8. And we can save that. Nothing's going to change, but I just wanted to format it. And then underneath here, we want to create that material with a normal map and a couple other things. So we'll say const material equals new 3.mesh shader. Sorry, mesh standard material. And inside there, we're going to pass an object with roughness of 0.75, color of environment color. There we go. And I screwed up the roughness. Hold on. There we go. And a normal map of normal map. And now with that material, we can return a a mesh. So we want to say return parentheses mesh. Oh, screwed that up. Try that again. Mesh. And inside there, I'm going to have a circle geometry like that. And the args that we're going to pass it are going to be in an array, say 20, comma 32. So the 20 has to do with the size or like the radius of it. And then the 32 is the number of points that make up the circle. So more points means more round, fewer points means more like a hexagon or like a triangle, right? If you have 3 points, that's basically a triangle. And now inside the mesh, we want to say a couple things. We want to first just give it the material this way. So we'll say material equals material. And I'll say cast shadow, receive shadow. That's really the important part here. Position is going to be 0, comma, negative 0.005. So it just goes down a little bit and 0. Rotation, because this, actually, if we go ahead and save this, you'll see why we need to do a rotation. Oh, I didn't close this. Did I? Mesh, what's wrong? Oh, I didn't close the circle geometry. That's what I didn't do. So if we return stage floor, or sorry, if we add it to our scene, let's put stage floor here, like that, you'll see why we need to rotate it, because it's coming in vertically like that. So down in our mesh, we need to say rotation equals negative math.pi divided by 2. This is similar to how we rotated the skateboard in the first place. And then 0, 0, and there we go. We now have it on the ground, looking a lot better. And you see that that's pretty much the right spot to put it. At least I thought so. Now, one thing I forgot to do up here in Canvas was to say shadows. And turning that on, does that do anything? There we go. So now we have, I said to reload the page. Now we have our shadow there. So that's looking good. But I don't like this like hard horizon. It looks a little funky, right? Like I don't love that. So we're going to actually use a Three.js thing called fog. And so underneath the directional light, let's go ahead and say fog, just lowercase f. We'll say attach fog. Not totally sure why we do attach fog, but that's what works. args, it's going to be an array with environment color, comma 3, comma 10. Now this is where it starts. And okay, so I'll show you first, and then we'll talk about what those values mean. So fog is kind of what it sounds like, where if you think of like in video games or even in real life, it starts to make it tough to see things in the distance. And this is the min, like where it begins, and then that's the max where it like cuts off. So if we kind of go for like from 3 to 4, you'll see a little bit sooner, a bit more dramatic there. Say, and as you zoom out, you start to lose everything, right? So it's like, okay, I can't even see the skateboard anymore. So just remember, it's the fog from the camera position, not from the center of the scene. That's why we have it up to 10. And I'm just trying to lose the detail in the floor as we go out there and kind of have it disappear into that color. But right now, the background of the page is making that kind of tricky. So what we want to do instead here, or not instead, but in addition to, we'll say color, and we'll say attach background. And args is going to just be an array, but it's going to say environment color. And that is it. Close that. And with that, we see that because we're using the environment color in 2 places, the fog turns into that environment color. So we have this like light area going that way, but as we go back that way, it doesn't get as much light. You see it just becomes, it just disappears into that. And that's looking pretty good. And let's add one more thing to our canvas. Just add a default camera position. So we'll say camera equals, and we're going to return an object, so we need double curly braces, position. It's going to be an array of 2.5, 1, and 0. And then we'll also say FOV, field of view, will be 50. So if we save that and reload our page, nice. So it gives us this just like front on view of our board. So that's looking fantastic. Now the only thing is, remember I said we don't want it to do this because that kind of like ruins the immersion if you can also just go through the floor right like that, right? So what we actually need to do is we need to create a plane to give to the camera controls to say, hey, don't go through this. So underneath the stage floor, let's make a little space. I'm gonna have a mesh. Oh, no, just a mesh. There we go. And inside here, we're gonna create a plane geometry with args of an array of 6, 6. Close that, and a mesh basic material, and it's going to say visible equals false. And so that creates a plane right in our scene in a default spot, or sorry, at 0, 0. Let's say it again. So that creates a plane mesh in our scene. It's not too big, but it's as big as we need it to be. And we're going to say rotation equals curly braces array negative math.pi divided by 2. And that's because we're making a plane and we need to make it so that it goes that way. If we save that, we're going to need to create another ref up here. So right after camera controls, we'll say const floor ref equals use ref, and then type that as a 3.mesh parentheses null for its default. And then for the floor ref, we're going to use that. Where did it go? Mesh, we'll say ref equals floor ref. And then we need to add a function right before the return here. And we're going to say function on camera control start. And open up those curly braces. We'll say if parentheses not, so exclamation mark, camera controls dot current, or not floor ref dot current, or camera controls dot current dot collider meshes dot length is greater than 0. I'll explain that in a second. Then return. So if we don't have any camera controls set up or the floor ref, then we don't want to be here. And if we've already added the collider mesh, then we would like to return. But if we don't have that, we want to say camera controls dot current dot collider meshes there equals an array, and we'll say floor ref dot current. We want to just call that when the camera controls start. So come down to our camera controls object in our JSX. We'll say on start equals, oh, I didn't mean to paste the whole thing, on camera control start, just like that. Save that, and now let's see if we can go through the floor. We cannot, so it will stop us. Now let's add those controls over here. So inside our build folder, let's create controls.tsx, and we'll just say tsrfc like that. Once again, this is going to be a client component, so I'll say used client. So now we want to have a controls component that displays buttons for each customization option. And when one of those buttons are clicked, we want to update the context with the selected customization, which is going to flow down into the preview component. We're going to create an options component within this file to group all the options for each customization type. And then we'll also have an option component that will be used within the options component to create a individual button for each customization option. So let's go ahead and flesh this out. First, let's set up the props here. So we're going to use something a little bit tricky. So I should get rid of the object there, and we'll say pick. Now this is a TypeScript utility, and this allows us to create a new type by selecting specific keys from an existing type. So inside angle brackets here, I'm going to say content, and we're going to import that from Prismic client, content.board, customizer document data, like that. And then we're going to have a comma, and then we'll say wheels, and then a bar for a union. We'll say decks, and we'll say metals. Oh, like that. So we want to pull those specific elements out of it. We want to pull these 3 fields out of it, and we also want to add to it a final field. So we'll say here and curly braces, and we'll say class name, and that's class name, and that's going to be optional, and we'll say it's string. So that's what that pick does. If I hover over it, it says the pick utility type lets you create an object type by picking a set of properties from another type. And that's just a little helpful thing that I have there. So now that we have our props set up, we'll destructure those. We'll say wheels, decks, metals, and class name. Great. Inside this div, let's give it a class name, and we will use curly braces. We'll return CLSX. Going to import that, and we're going to say inside a function call here, quote flex call and gap 6, and then comma class name. Great. We can go ahead and save that, and let's pull that into our page now. Bring this over here, and right between our heading and our button, we want to say controls. Import that there. And we need to pass this wheels, decks, and metals. That's exactly what you would think it is. Decks and metals. Excellent. And we'll get this class name of margin bottom 6. Just like that. Hit save, and now we should, I'm going to close the preview and close this layout. I'm going to close that layout. And now we should see controls over here, just like that. So now we can watch our page as we build this out. Now, like I said, we're going to create an options component. So down here underneath controls, let's start with our type. We'll say type, options, props, is equal to an object. We'll say title, question mark, React node. It's an optional title. Selected name. That's going to be optional as well. And there'll be a key text field. Import that from Prismic client. I think I need to import this React node. There we go. Make sure you import that. And we'll have children. Also optional React node. All right, now create a function called options. And that's going to destructure a title, a selected name, and children. And we want to type that with options props like that. And inside there, we have const formatted title equals selected name. Selected name, question mark, period, replace. And I'll explain this in just a second. So I'll say / / G, not in quotes. We're doing a regex, and then comma, and then empty quote with a space, just like that. Now, this is going to take in the UID that we set here with a cream, black, or especially in decks where we have yellow -n -black. It's going to replace those hyphens with just an empty space. So that's why we have that. That's the formatted title. And then on the next line, we're going to return. And it'll say div. And inside that, we're going to have another div. And we're going to give that one class of flex. And inside there, we'll put our heading. Use our heading component from components heading. And that'll be an as h2. Size extra small. Class name will be margin bottom 2. And inside there, we're going to put our title. And in fact, actually, I think this name isn't great. I was going to say formatted name because it's getting a little confusing. So change that to formatted name because we're formatting the selected name. That's not formatted title. I had that wrong.
And then underneath heading, we're going to have a paragraph. And that is going to include inside it a span. We'll come back and style this later. With a pipe and a space. Oh, I put 2 spaces. And then underneath the span, we're going to have our formatted title. Or sorry, our formatted name. There we go. And so now, inside the paragraph tag, let's have a class name. And that will be margin left is 3. Text is going to be zinc 300. That's it for that. Now for the span, put a class name on there, and we'll say select none, text zinc 500. And if we save that, we shouldn't, we shouldn't say anything just yet, but so to make sure we have everything here, down just below, or sorry, above the very last div, we want to have a UL, and that is going to wrap around our children. Remember I said we have our options and we'll have our option component. This is where our option component is going to go. It's going to list out those list items. So let's style the UL. We'll say class name is margin bottom 1, flex wrap, and gap 2, like that. So we can save that. And now we can go ahead and start putting the options component inside our div here. So it's our controls component. We'll say options. And we'll pass this the title of deck. And we'll just close it like that. If we save, you'll see we have our little heading and our vertical bar with nothing else, which is exactly what we're expecting right now. Copy that 3 more times. Wheels, trucks, and bolts. Just like that. And you'll see that it is looking very similar to what we're shooting for. So we're making good progress. Now we made the options component, which is like the title and the list. Now we need the option singular component. So first we'll start with our type. We'll say type, option, props. And before we build this type, let's just think about what we actually need here. So we need an interactive set of buttons that lets users customize the parts of their skateboard, right? And each button might represent either a design with like the texture here, right? Or a color. So we need to account for both of those. We also need to highlight which one is currently selected. So you see how the highlight changes depending on which one's selected. And yeah, at their core, they just need to be clickable buttons that have a little bit more specificity than just a generic button, right? So with all that in mind, let's go ahead and we're going to start with a TypeScript utility, omit. I'll explain that in a minute. And we're going to use React's component props, import that from React. And we're going to type that as a button, comma, quote, children. So all we're doing here is we are getting the component props for button, and we're allowing everything except children. So like don't allow children on this. And I'm going to spread this out. And open curly braces, and we'll say selected. That's going to be a Boolean, and that's if the thing is selected or not. And children here. That's going to be a React node, like that. And the reason why we're removing it and adding it back is because children is optional here. We don't make it optional here. We're going to say, hey, if I don't have children, please throw an error. So if we just brought in everything wholesale, that wouldn't throw an error, but now it will. That's just a good way to guarantee that we have some children. Now, I'm going to say ampersand and then open some parentheses. We have some more typing to do. So we're going to do a union, and just to structure it in a certain way, we're going to start with the pipe, and we're going to open up some curly braces. And inside here, we're going to first handle the possibility of this being an image field for the texture. So we'll say image field, and it's going to be an image field coming in from Prismic client, like that. Next, we'll say Imgix. I always mess up the spelling of that. Imgix params, question mark. And it's going to be Prismic, next image props right there. And it's going to be square brackets and then Imgix params like that. Make sure you've imported that. And next, we'll say color field, question mark. And it's going to be a never. We don't want a color field on this. And this will be more clear after the next one. So after your curly braces there, we're going to have another pipe, and open some more curly braces. This will be for our color. And we'll say color field. It's going to be a color field. That's coming in from Prismic client. And then we will say image field. And that is going to be a never. And same with Imgix params. That will be question mark and never. We don't ever want to see this. So if either of those are present when that's there, throw an error. If color field's on there with image field, throw an error. So we want to be very clear about when this succeeds, we know that it is working well. If it fails, then we're catching ourselves in kind of a screw up there. Great, now we're ready to create our function. So function option, and that's going to destructure off. So first let's type it. I should have done that for the last one. So option props, it allows us to destructure a lot easier because we see our options right here. So we get children, we get selected, we get, and then it gives us all the things for button. So it's not as helpful right now, but at least when we start to type, image field, there we go. Imgix params, color field, and that should, and then at the very end, we want to spread the rest of our props. So rest props, and that's because we're allowing anything that a button can take. So let's make sure we capture that in case we need to send anything else onto these buttons, or sorry, this button, because it's going to return a single button. And just as I said, return button. And inside here, we want to say image field, question mark, and if so, let's return a Prismic next image component. And that will have field is image field, and Imgix params is going to be Imgix params, and class name, we're going to say pointer events none, only because we don't want this image to capture our click. I'll say height is full, width is full. I need to spread those out. And rounded is full, like that. And we don't need any alt text for this, so we'll say alt equals empty string. So with that, we then need to have the or, and we're going to just return a div here. So we'll say div, and that actually be a self-closing div, so I'm just going to do that again, div. And in here, we'll say class name is going to be height full, width full, rounded full. So same as the other one, but the difference here is going to say style equals double curly braces. Background color is going to be color field, or undefined. So if color field is not there, then we just pass undefined there as a fallback. So if we don't have an image field, then we make a color. And then outside of that check for image field, we want to handle screen readers here. So we'll say span class name is SR only. And inside here, we're going to say children. And that is going to be where we pass like what this is going to say to screen readers. We've covered that a little bit, so I'm not going to belabor that point. But I missed something. We need to have an LI here. This is going to be a list item on the outside. So don't return a button, return a list item with a button inside it. And then let's style our button here. So we'll say class name is going to be CLSX. So I don't think we need to import that. I think we already have it. Yeah. We'll have a string size 10, and you can see that that sets the width and the height to the same value. So you have to do W. Yeah, you get it. And we'll say cursor pointer, rounded full, BG black, P.5, P0.5, outline 2, and outline white, just like that. And then we're going to add to that a check to see if it's selected, and outline. Now, see, outline 2 and outline white don't do anything unless this outline is set there. So these will just kind of be dormant there until selected works, and then we toss that on. We could add all of them, but this is kind of an elegant way to do it. Now we could go ahead and spread rest props here, but now that I think of it, the only thing we really want to spread on here is our on-click handler. So let's just go ahead and be explicit about this. We'll say on-click, and then we can go ahead and change this rest props to on-click. And we will go up just under children here. We'll say on-click, and then it's going to be an arrow function that returns void, just like that. And so now we're nice and explicit there, but we need to use our option somewhere. We have no errors here. That's looking great. But before we add that option, we need to bring in our use customizer controls hook. So let's go ahead right in our controls function at the very top. We'll say const, and I'm just going to open up an object equals use customizer controls from /context, and we're going to call that function and then come back here and destructure everything we got on that. So we want set bolt, we want set deck, we want set truck. Oh, didn't mean to open that. There we go, set wheel and selected bolt. I keep hitting the wrong button. There we go. Selected deck, selected truck, and selected wheel. Look at all that good stuff that we got. Because remember, this is going to be the component that not only sets each of these as you click, but also needs to know which one to show as highlighted. So that's why we need everything for this component. Now let's add this to our deck options component first. So inside here, we want to have selected name, and we want to pass selected deck question mark dot UID just to check if it's there. We don't know if it's there. And then we'll say dex dot map, and then pass that an arrow function that has an implicit return. So parentheses, I'll say deck, that's what it takes in. And inside there, we want to return an option like that. And this option is going to get a key. To be deck.uid. We need to pass that because we're mapping over it, right? And the UID is going to be unique. We'll say image field will be deck.texture. The Imgix params for this. So this is what's going to modify the image. And this is really important because we're doing something kind of clever here. Let me just point this out. We are using the same texture for this button as we are for the actual deck. So if we are able to open that image, there you go. So you see it looks perfect for that button, but if you look at the actual URL, you'll see all this stuff up here. We have rect, all these numbers, and width, height, right? All these different things. This is our Imgix params, and watch what happens if I remove all of that back to that question mark. I'm removing all the params, and whoa, we get the full board. So we're doing a little bit of magic to crop it right to the middle of the board so that we don't have to upload and deal with two different images, because that'd be such a pain if your clients or your content people or just you had to upload two images for each of these boards, one for a button, one for the actual texture and all. So we're just using some clever Imgix params to grab a little cross section out of the center and create these buttons. So back to our code, let's actually add those params in now. So this takes an object, and we're going to open that up and say rect. It's going to be an array 20, 1550, 1000, 1000. And that is a rectangle that starts at 20 on the x-axis, 1550 on the y-axis, and it has a width of 1000 and a height of 1000. That's how we made that image I just showed you. Pretty cool little thing. I just manually kind of went like, okay, 20, 30, right? I just moved this around until it looked good. And then it works for all the boards because all the boards have the same like texture coordinates and everything. Now I'll say width is 150 because you don't need it to be that big, and height is also 150. Great. And then we are going to go beneath the Imgix params. Next prop, we're going to say selected is equal to deck.uid equals selected deck (UID). So if those are equal, then this is selected and you should treat it as such. And then onClick equals, let's do an arrow function, and this will be set deck. Remember, that is one of the functions that we're calling in from our context, set deck to deck, because that is just this specific deck that we're pulling in. And last, we need to pass this some children. That's what it's yelling at us for. So saying, hey, I need kids. Give me some children. And we'll say deck.uid (replace), and this is the same regex we did before, /-g, comma, quotes like that. And so that is what's going to be read aloud for screen readers highlighting this button. And just like that, we have our option. Let me see if it's working. There we go. We have our Oni mask. And look, it's even working. We don't have the camera set up to change yet, but it is doing the thing. It's changing the text here. That's what we expect with our formatted text bit. I forget where it is. It's in our options. Here we go. So yeah, the formatted name, that's what's getting output there. And yeah, we have our buttons looking great. So well done there. Let's keep going so we can get wheels, trucks, and bolts. And I'm going to open this up. And we're going to copy over pretty much everything. So dex.map, I'm going to put this inside wheels. Actually, I'm going to copy all of options for wheels. So I'm going to get rid of wheels. And I'm going to put deck in here, but wheels. So just to be clear, I copied this, got rid of wheels, and now I'm just changing these things because it's always easier. Selected wheel, wheels, and this will be wheel. All right, it's just gonna be easier than us typing the whole thing from scratch. Wheel, I can just done this, set, wheel, selected wheel. But the Imgix params will be different. Let me just check and make sure we have everything right here. Wheel UID, yep. All right, so the Imgix params are a little bit different because the texture has a different shape. So it's going to still be 20, but then the next one's going to be 10, and then these two are 850. And if we save that, let's see what we get. There we go. We have our wheels, and it fits perfectly within the little circle, just like that. So it's using the same trick. It's actually using the exact texture that's getting put on this 3D object, but just displaying it in a different way. And Imgix, through the Prismic image CDN, is taking care of it for us. So we don't have to do anything there. Next. Metals is going to be a little bit different, but I'm going to grab wheels and see if we can make it work anyway. So let's go ahead and change this one to trucks. Selected truck. And I'm going to change that one here too. And then trucks. This will be truck. Oh wait, do we not have trucks? This is just metals, sorry. Metals. And then this will be metal. And then inside here, it's key.metal.uid, because right now we're mapping over the available metals, but we do need to handle the selected truck. So if metal.uid matches the selected truck.uid, then that is selected. And we'll set truck, and that will be a metal. We want to get rid of image field and Imgix params. We don't need either of those. We need color field. And it would have warned us if we kept that. Metal.color, just like that. And then metal.uid to replace, there we go, truck metal. Let's see how that looks. That looks great. And yep, it is working. Fantastic. Awesome. We're getting there. All right, last, and this one should be pretty easy because bolts and trucks share a lot of things. Say bolts, selected bolt. Metals map, key metal, color field metal, selected bolt, and set bolt. It's like that. And now if we gonna move over to here and click the bolt thing, and there you go, we see the bolts change and it works great. Everything's changing. Even the spin works already for us. And yeah, we've got the changing working. That's looking so good. I mean,
not this combination. Let's try a different wheel. There you go. That's looking so good. And yeah, really coming together, folks. We just have 2 more things to do. We want to, 1, change the camera when you click on different things, so it zooms in on what you're changing, right? We want to do that. And we also need to change the URL up here to change the parameters so that you can send this to a friend and be like, hey, I like this deck. And it says deck equals thank you, right? Or like, check out this cool skateboard I just customized. What do you think of my design, right? And also, we're going to link to these from the homepage. So that is the last 2 steps. So let's handle the camera motions first. So let's go into our preview component right here in build, and we are going to create a few use effects in here. So under the bolt color, make some space. And we're going to set use effects for each of the things that are going to change. So if the wheel changes, then we're going to hit this use effect and it'll carry off a function. But the function we're going to write first. So function set camera controls. And it's going to take 2 arguments. So we're going to have a target, and that's going to be typed as a 3.vector3, and then a position or POS, and then I'll take a 3.vector3 like that, and open that up. And we're going to check first to make sure that we have our camera controls. So if not camera controls dot current, then return. Once we're checked for that, we can now say camera controls dot current dot set target, and we're going to have to spread this out like this. We'll say target dot x, target dot y, target dot z, and we'll say true at the end. And that true is, if you look at set target, it is to enable the transition. So otherwise it would just instantly snap there, but we are going to transition to this position instead. And we'll do the same thing, just copy it, and we'll say set position. And instead of target, X, Y, Z, we'll say POS, and we'll keep that true. So if we save that, now we have a good function to go ahead and create our use effects with. We'll do it above. So we'll say use effect, and this is going to take an arrow function, and we'll say set camera controls, and we'll pass that a new 3.vector3, and that's going to be, this one's for the deck, so we'll say 0, 0.3, 0, and we'll have comma, and make that second one, and for this one, it's going to be 1.5, 0.8, 0. And then at the end here, this is crucial, we need to pass selected deck. So every time the selected deck changes, we're going to fire off this function right here. So you can test that out in our scene. And if we go here, and I'm going to move the camera around, and the truck shouldn't do anything, bolt shouldn't do anything, wheel shouldn't do anything, deck does something. So if we move it again, click that again, we do move into place. You see the transition, it doesn't instantly snap us there. So that is working perfectly. We just need to do that 3 more times. So let's come back in here. Going to copy this and again, make some space and just paste that a couple more times. All right, we have selected deck. Next one will be selected truck. And we have wheel. This isn't the order we usually do it, but it's how I have it. And bolt. So for the selected truck one, let's go ahead and wipe out this first vector. We'll say negative 0.12, 0.29, and 0.57. And for the second vector 3, we're going to say 0.1, 0.25, and 0.9. And these, of course, are just values that I liked. You can target completely different values. You can customize this however you would like. I recommend it. So for the wheel, our first values are negative 0.08, 0.54, and 0.64. And for the second vector 3 there, we're going to go 0.09, 1, and 0.9. And for this last one, the selected bolt, we're going to say negative 0.25, 0.3, 0.62, and negative 0.5, 0.35, and 0.8. So with those values saved, let's head back to our scene here and start to click around. Okay, that shows our bolts. That looks great. We have our trucks, we have our wheels, and we have our deck. Looking great. So as people click, they move around our board and they see the whole thing. Now note, I clicked on the same thing. If you don't change it, it's not going to change. And that makes sense, right? So just a heads up that that's not a bug. That's because this will only fire if this value changes. So our camera's working great. Last thing here is to connect the board customizer up to our URL. So we want to have those designs sync up to the URL, and we can use Next.js's built-in search params to update our page.tsx to read that URL search param. So let's go ahead and right up here above our export default async function page, go ahead and type, we're going to create a type. We'll say type search params. That's going to be wheel, optional, and that's a string. And I'm going to just copy that 4 times. This is deck, this is truck, and this is bolt. Great. And then inside here, inside the parentheses here for page, I'm actually going to make that a capital P for page. Doesn't matter, but looks better. We'll say props, not inside curly braces, but we're going to type that and say search params. And that's going to be a promise with angle brackets that return search params. All right, so we're pulling the search params off of the props. On the next line, we're going to say const search params equals await props dot search params, just like that. And now we're going to make our default wheel, default deck lines of code a little bit more complicated than this. So we're going to say in front of the wheels part, we're going to say wheels dot find parenthesis, and it's going to be an arrow function in here. We'll say wheel, and after the arrow, we'll say wheel dot uid is equal to triple equals search params dot wheel, and otherwise, we're falling back to the first item in the wheels array. So we can go ahead and do the same thing. Just copy that line for each of these. And we'll change wheels here to decks. And this will be deck. I'll change them, like that. This will be trucks. No, sorry, this is going to be metals. I apologize. Metals. I'm changing this one to metals. And this will be metal. And search params.truck for this. So once again, it's the both truck and bolt uses metals, but we need to pull the truck off of search params here. And if not, we're just defaulting the same metal. This is going to be metal, and this will be bolt. All right, so check yours to make sure it looks like mine. Wheels, decks, metals, metals, wheels, deck, metal, metal, and so on. So if those values are on our URL, it's going to pull them off and change the selection to that. So the URL linking to boards now works, but we don't have the controls changing that just yet. So we need to change what happens in our controls here. So as soon as the selected wheel or a selected deck or anything changes, we want to have a use effect that then adds that search param to our URL. So at the top, I'm just going to put it up here. We're going to say const router equals use router, and that will come from next router. Sorry, next navigation. I apologize. Use router, next navigation like that. And we can go underneath our customizer controls because we want our hooks at the top, and then we'll have our use effect here. And this is going to take an arrow function, and we'll say const URL equals new URL. We're using the web API here, and we'll say window.location.href, This is inside a use effect, so it will not run. Need to import it. It will not run unless it is on the client, so we know that window is going to be there. And we'll say if parentheses is filled dot key text. We need to import our is filled from Prismic client. Key text, and we'll say selected wheel question mark dot UID. Then we want to have on the next one we can say URL dot search params dot set. Let's say wheel in a string and selected wheel dot UID. So if that's there, we want to set that parameter. And we're going to do the same thing for our selected deck, for our selected truck, and selected bolt. You're seeing a pattern, I hope, by now. So 3 more times. So for the first, or for the, I guess, second one, if is filled selected deck, and then URL search param set deck to selected deck. This is selected truck, and copy this here. And this will be bolt. And there we go. So now the crucial part here is that we want to do 2 things. We want to say router.replace url.href, and that will set our current URL to what we just created. And you won't notice any reload or anything like that because it's just changing the parameters, but that pushes it onto our URL. And then we want to have an array at the end here that has router, selected wheel, selected deck, selected bolt, selected truck. Doesn't matter the order, but selected bolt. It's just good to have some symmetry there. And now let's see what we have. I'm going to reload the page. We have some errors. I'm curious what those are. To key with the same key gold. Okay, we can handle that. But if we now click here, you should see wheel cream, deck oni mask, truck red, bolt red. I mean, you should see whatever you're seeing. I'm just going to keep clicking and see if I get, there you go. So wheel black, deck gray and black, truck black, bolt black. So this should be working for you now. And if you reload the page or copy this and open like an incognito window and paste that in, you should get the exact board that you made. And that works really well. We're just saving the state into our URL. Pretty cool. And I just went over and saw that this was actually set to gold when I needed to have it as yellow. So make sure that you have unique names for those, or else it'll say, yeah, I already have one of those. But now with that change, I should be able to reload this. And this one should be yellow. And there we go. Same key gold. That should go away. Cool. Now it's gone. All right. So yellow, gold. All right, we have a couple of metadata things to handle. You see here it says create next app. That's not what we want. So let's head into our code. And in the layout at the root of the project, well, first off, we can remove the footer and the header because we got rid of those. But we can also update this metadata thing here. So right now it's not fetching anything. It's not async. So we want to change this to export async function, and then we're going to call this generate metadata. And that is going to be a function that returns a promise that eventually resolves to be metadata. Get rid of the equals there. And now we need to return this object. And that's looking better. But we want to call for that data from our settings file. So we want to say const client equals create client from @/prismic and call that function. And we'll say const settings equals await client dot get single settings, like that. And then instead of title create next app, we want settings
.data.site title, like that. And instead of description, we're going to copy this and change this out for meta description. And we want to add another property. So we'll say open graph. If you know the OG image, you're going to get open graph. This is an object, and we'll say images. And here we want to check, we'll say settings.data.fallback OG image, like that, question mark, undefined. Because some of the values that this could turn out to be are not supported, but I need to put .url, I forgot that. So .url can be string, null, undefined, but images has to be either a string or undefined. You can't pass it null. That's why we're either passing it undefined or that. Now, if we save this, check out our page, we see Suburbia Skateboards, much better. All right, that's good. Now let's head back to our main page and let's see. Here we have build your board and it just links to /build. That's fine. That one works for me. I'm good with that and that should work. Yep, works great. But we need some of these other ones to actually link to what they are, because right now it says link anywhere. That doesn't link anywhere. So what we need to do is we need to recreate these boards and then grab their URLs and put those into Prismic. I'll do a couple with you and then I will let you do the rest. So let's make this Oni board first, and we're just gonna get it close enough, you know, like it doesn't have to be perfect for us. But I see cream wheels, black trucks, silver, or like grayish bolts, and then the Oni mask for the board. So let's go make that board here. We have to add the loading screen there, so we'll do that in a sec. And we have just about everything except for the bolts need to be that gray color. And there we go. I think that's pretty much exactly it. Yep. So I'm going to grab /build wheel, that part, and we're going to go to Suburbia, and we're going to go to our homepage, and the latest drop Oni mask. Oh, right. So we need to actually go to the Oni mask itself. So let's head there. And in Oni mask, we now have the customizer link. We're just going to choose link type, link to web page, and paste that URL there. We don't need to add any display text, right? Just customize. I think we're good. So I'll say save and publish. Let's check that out. And now it's, there we go. Now it works. So build wheel cream, and it'll take us to that. Let's do one more together. Let's do the pink drop. So we have silver, silver, white, pink. So this is going to be silver, silver, white wheels, and pink drop. And that looks good. I'm going to grab this from the / all the way to the end. And we're going to go to pink drop. Choose link type, link to web page, paste that in, update, save, publish, and going to double reload. And right here we have customize. Let's open that up. And that takes us to our pink drop. So go ahead and do two things. Finish out these last two, right? Get the thank you, and you kind of figure out how to do the rest. And then what you can also do is, don't worry about that part. That's just because I'm building it right now. But go ahead and give them custom boards. It doesn't matter. It can be the same ones from up above, but just give them some custom boards so that they, so that the build their board part makes a little bit of sense. Okay. And then I'll see you on the other side. All right. I have a custom URL for each of these things. Build their board. They all have their own unique boards. If we check out Carter Bells, they have a cool, like bubblegum looking thing. So yeah, everybody has their own custom board. Pretty sweet. And that URL thing is working great. But the last thing we really want to do here is add a loading screen so we don't get that little flash. It's going to be a lot worse on the web when it's not just local. So let's go to our code, and you can put it right alongside the build stuff. So we'll just say loading.tsx. And I'm going to say tsrfc here. This won't take any props or anything, so we can get rid of the props. There we go. And this is going to be a use client component. And we're going to say import use progress from React 3 dry. We're going to import CLSX as well. And inside here, for the loading part, we're going to say const progress is equal to use progress. This is a handy little helper that dry gives us. I mean, dry is just so useful. I hope you can see how much work they've saved us with this great library. But inside this div, we're going to have a class name, and we're going to say CLSX in there, and we're going to give a string. Going to give its own line. It's going to be a long string. So we'll say absolute inset 0 grid place content center BG brand navy font sans. Text is going to be a custom value, so 15 VW, and then text white. And then transition, opacity, and duration 1000. Just like that. And after this string, we're going to put a comma and say progress greater than or equal to 100? Question mark. If it is, we're going to say pointer events none and opacity 0. So we want to hide this completely and not have it affect anything. But otherwise, you want to have opacity 100. And it'll have the default for its pointer events. And we'll knock out this loading part in here. And we're going to actually import our logo. So say logo. Import that from components logo. Class name is going to be W. Custom value will be 15 VW, just like the other thing. We'll say animate squiggle. And text brand pink. And we can self-close that. And then we'll have a paragraph. And inside this paragraph, we're going to put the word loading, all caps, ... And we'll say class name is equal to width full, animate squiggle, content center, text center, letting none, and text brand lime. If we hit save there, we can now import this loading component into our page here. And we can just put it right here on top. Say loading from /loading. If we save that, cool. We see that a little bit. And let's go ahead and reload it, see if that works. Nice. So it's gonna be a little funky on local. Don't worry about that too much. Like that should not snap in like that once it's gone, but you see that the loading screen does work. Awesome. All right, it's what we've all been waiting for. Let's get this onto GitHub so that we can get it onto Netlify so that we can get it out and deployed. So we have a very, very slick, polished site that can do all kinds of tricks, that can build boards and do everything else. Let's get it onto GitHub. So if we head to our IDE, VS Code, you can either go ahead and initialize repository by using this source control tab. I like this. I like any kind of GUI. You can also open up your terminal. Let's clear that out and just say git init, and then you can take it from there. I'm going to follow this source control bit here. So I'll say initialize repository, and we can it creates that Git repository, brings up all these things that need to be added to it. But it also is reading our git ignore, so it's not adding everything. Like it's not going to add node modules or the .next file, which is great. I want to say initial commit. And usually you commit with the project a little bit sooner than this, but that's fine. And oh, I didn't stage anything, but it says, hey, do you want to stage everything? But first, I'll actually just go ahead and add all of this. And then, yep, these are all staged to be added to our Git repository. I'll say, hey, commit. And there we go. And you can either publish branch here, and we can, if your GitHub account is already linked up, but if not, you can do it the old-fashioned way, and that's totally fine. So head to GitHub. If you don't have an account, the website will look like this, and you will have to go ahead and sign up. It is completely free. Go ahead and sign up for it. But if you do have an account, it'll look something more like this when you head to github.com. And we're going to go ahead and say create new repository. And you can call this Suburbia. It's going to be unique for you. So just say Suburbia like that. And you don't need a description or anything. You can put it public. And all the rest should be good here because we're going to be pushing our own thing in just a second. And we want to push an existing repository from the command line. So go ahead and copy that. And if we head to our terminal, paste that in. And just like that, we've pushed all of our work up to GitHub. And there it is. If you reload the page, you should see it all right there. Not sure how that was 2 minutes. Oh yeah, the commit was 2 minutes ago. I'm like, I just pushed this. So great. And if you want to continue to work on it, you can continue to push changes to this repository. And then when we connect it to Netlify, that will automatically update Netlify once these changes work in here. Now, Netlify, once again, is a free service, or at least the parts that we are using are going to be free. So if you don't have an account, go ahead and sign up. You can do it with GitHub, GitLab, doesn't really matter. But once you have an account and you're logged in, it should look something more like this. You won't have any sites unless you do. But we are going to say add new site and import an existing project. And it gives you these options. We are using GitHub. And it authorized me. It might have done something different for you. You might have to like link them and give permission. That's totally fine. Search your repositories. I'll say Suburbia. I should have 2 because I've already built this before. So not demo, but I'm doing Suburbia, the one from a minute ago. And yep, I'm just doing my typical team. That shouldn't really matter. Site name, I'm going to say Suburbia. But this is already taken, I believe, with Netlify. Yes, I'll say Suburbia Skate. There we go. And you can name yours whatever, but you'll get a nifty little URL, suburbiaskate.netlify.app, depending on what you grab. And we're going to deploy the main branch. It recognizes that it is a Next.js site. Very nice. Netlify has a bunch of great defaults. It is a joy building with Next.js on Netlify. Don't worry about this scary red thing. But yeah, they do a great job of making sure that Next.js runs really fast and perfectly on Netlify. So let's go ahead and deploy Suburbia Skate. I don't think we need to change anything else here. All the defaults are good. So site deploy is in progress, and you can head into here and you can actually watch it build. I'm going to see on the other side of this. I won't make you watch my build. All right, well, my build failed, and yours probably did too, because we have 2 errors that TypeScript is not liking. So we have one in footer and one in skateboard. So let's check out the skateboard one first. We have this materials and an empty object there, and it explains here that it allows for non-knowledge value, including literals like 0 and empty string. And we don't want that. So let's actually change this to just be the word object. Like that. That's going to make that happy. And it has another one in so skateboard here. And then at line 130, it has a missing dependency metal normal. So let's go ahead and add that at line 130. Paste that in there. And then in footer also, we have this empty object for props. That was just part of the TSRFC config. And we can just remove that. Forgot to remove that. So go ahead and add both of those and fix type errors. I'm going to hit commit and sync changes. And that should, like I said before, kick off a new build for us. So there you go, starting up. And let's see if this one does the trick. And just like that, mine is deployed. Hopefully yours is as well. If not, we kind of just saw how we can fix any errors with by reading the error logs. And so if we actually head to our link here, is this it? No, that's the permanent link to the actual deploy. Let's go to site overview. I'm clicking my URL here, and we see just like that, we get our website that says suburbiaskate.netlify.app. Everything's working exactly how we would expect it. So this is fantastic. Now we want to set up a couple things in Prismic to match this new URL. So grab your URL and let's head to our Suburbia Prismic repository, and inside really any of these docs, I'm going to go to the home page, But for our preview the page and also for our slice previews, we want to change the URL to our new production URL. So up here, first I'm going to change the live preview settings. And right here it has localhost/slice simulator. I'm going to paste that in and Suburbia Skate.netlify.app/slice simulator. And if I hit save, and there we go. So it's still working. So even if I turn off my localhost, my dev environment, this will still work now. This will be live, and I can actually hand this to people to work on, and it's gonna, it's gonna work. For the preview, we need to head into our settings over here, and we'll see previews, and we just want to add a new one. So we'll say site name is going to be production, and domain for the application is suburbiaskate.netlify.app. And the preview route we actually get from inside here. We have our app, and so we have API, and then we have these 3 routes here. We have preview, exit preview, and revalidate. So preview is just some boilerplate that pulls in both some code written by the Prismic SDK, as well as some of the Next functions that are baked in for features like this. And so we're going to say /API/preview, just like that. I'll say create my preview, and now we have a production preview that we can check out. But before we do that, let's go ahead and set up our webhooks here. And the webhook is, it says learn more here, but basically this is what's going to fire whenever one of these triggers happens. And the only triggers we actually want is document published and document unpublished. So we're going to unclick those other ones. And name of the webhook, we're just going to say trigger a Netlify website build. So I already have that there. And then the URL is going to be this suburbiaskate.netlify.app. And so we can pop that in there. And then, but we're actually going to add a little bit more. So we'll say /API/revalidate. Just like that. We don't need a secret, but I do want to show you what we are hitting there. So once again, this is an API route here, and we're hitting this revalidate route. And so route.ts, it is really just calling this revalidate tag from Nextcache and saying, hey, anything tagged Prismic, that might have changed. So revalidate that and fetch anything that is tagged with Prismic. And you might be saying, like, I don't remember tagging anything with Prismic. That's one of the things that Prismic.io.ts did for us. So if you see right here, it tags it with Prismic. So anything we fetch from Prismic gets this tag so that we can then bust that cache later whenever we update our Prismic site. So we can go ahead and add that webhook. And now if we ever want to change our data and we publish, it will send that request and it'll revalidate that data. And so just like that, we are launched, we are deployed. We built a really sick site that has all kinds of cool features to it. Feels like a very real, very cool, stylish site that I hope you have a lot of fun playing with. If you spend a few hours in this part, I will not judge you. So yes, I hope you had a lot of fun with this course. Congratulations on completing the course. You've built a fully customizable skateboard brand website using some of the most powerful tools in web development. You learned how to work with Next.js, GSAP, Three.js, Prismic, Tailwind, all to create something really special. I hope it's a project that you're super proud of. If you haven't already, please share your project in the Prismic forums. It's linked in the resources. I would love to see what you created, and it's a great way to inspire and work with the community. And if you found this course helpful, and I guess if you're at this point, you probably did, it would mean the world if you liked and subscribed and did all that stuff. It really helps me to be able to create these videos and just kind of give you more. And drop a comment. All that stuff really does help bring more people, and then I can create more videos. So thank you so much. And thanks for making it all the way to here. I hope to see you in the next course. Take care.